What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 10FG Chapter 245 Anxious Battle. The next moment there was a dull impact sound. I saw Salama's thick fist like a dirtbag covering Vegeta's face. And in an instant, blood slid down like rain, followed by an extremely violent physical force. Immediately, an indescribable impact erupted, and Vegeta back again and again after the shock. Uproar. Immediately after Vegeta, a big mouthful of blood spewed out from his head up, and his face was covered with scales of scars, which looked even more shocking. Faced with this kind of thing, Son Goku naturally couldn't just sit idly by. He was born in a good condition right now, and there was an extremely anxious look on his face. Almost in the blink of an eye, he came to the side of Vegeta and the Dragon God Salama, followed by clenching his fists and violently waving his wrists. Wow! Suddenly, a blue light flashed around, and Son Goku's figure appeared like a ghost, his fists rubbed against the air and roared towards him. So much so that there was a sound of wind and thunder around him, and he poured all his strength into this punch, and it burst out when the strength reached the extreme. But as powerful as Salama, how could such a strong person not notice at first? As early as the moment Son Goku's figure rushed towards him, the Dragon God Salama had already noticed him. But his expression didn't change too much, as if he didn't care about Son Goku's assault. So much so that he didn't even deflect his body and still maintained the previous posture, let alone he dared to continue to commit violence in front of Son Goku. He stretched out his left hand like wrapping half of an egg, pinched Vegeta's head tightly, and then lifted the latter up with ease, looking very affectionate. And this is right in front of Son Goku. What kind of contempt and overbearing. Advertisement. Son Goku's complexion became even more abnormal when he saw this scene, and then his whole face flushed. Yes, he was angry in an instant. And when he was furious, the blue light surrounding Son Goku became more and more vigorous, and the turbulent airflow wrapped around his body, causing the surrounding air to become turbulent. It was at this critical moment that Son Goku's right fist came suddenly. Boom! I only heard a strong ringing sound, remembering that Son Goku's fist slammed into Salama's side, and at the same time produced a strong vibration, and such a big movement attracted the attention of everyone present. The reason why they have been attracted here is not only the passing away of the movements caused by these, but also the consequences and impacts they have produced. You must know that Salama originally disdained Son Goku, and was even unwilling to fight with him. So when facing Son Goku's side attack, Salama didn't even bother to take a defensive stance. This shows how conceited he is, but it is also his mentality that makes him underestimate the power of Son Goku's combat power. At that critical moment, Son Goku's fist suddenly hit his chest and abdomen, and at the same time produced a terrifying impact force, which was not just one kind. It was almost double power, so that in an instant terrifying power poured on Salama, and then the latter's body was pushed back in the next second. Obviously, the punch just now was really heavy, it gathered all of Son Goku's strength, and it broke out in anger. Naturally, the functions and effects it produces cannot be regarded as the same, so that it has accomplished something that could not be done before, and successfully knocked back the Dragon God Salama with a punch. This is obviously an extremely shocking effect. It was Salama who was repelled, and Vegeta, who was constrained, successfully landed, and he was clutching his chest and panting sharply. And his face showed the look of the rest of his life after the catastrophe, and even the dark flush on his face was slowly receding. Sometimes it could be seen what kind of pain Vegeta was enduring. Vegeta, are you okay? Advertisement. Son Goku came to Vegeta's side, and he reached out and patted Vegeta's back to ease the latter's bad physical condition. But the proud Vegeta didn't appreciate it. He didn't want Son Goku to see him in such a mess, let alone inadvertently stimulate his self-esteem in front of everyone. Lien. Vegeta's calm face became ugly. I saw him forcibly suppressing his violent cough, and stood up very forcefully. Kakarot, I don't need you to worry about me. I, Vegeta, stand upright and I am not afraid of anyone. This mere Salama is not in my eyes. Vegeta's face was livid, and he swung his arm and said this firmly, which shows how proud and determined he is. And looking at Vegeta's appearance, Son Goku also sighed helplessly. He knows Vegeta's nature. The more difficult and dangerous things he encounters, the more he will face them, and this is also in line with his personal nature and characteristics. Salama had just stabilized her body and hadn't reflected her emotions yet. Just now, she heard Vegeta's bold words, and a look of sarcasm appeared on her gloomy face, and only his voice could be heard. A person who was killed by me, human beings who were being played around like ants, dared to be so arrogant. It seems that I, Salama, have been too low-key for so many years in the universe. Salamask smiled back with anger. He showed undisguised contempt, but it can also be seen that he was indeed angry, and he was stimulated and provoked by Vegeta. At the same time, Vegeta, who heard Salama's words, was also burning with anger in his chest, and his face swelled into a liver color in an instant, as if a raging flame was burning in it. You be **************** D. I Vegeta swear I will kill you. Vegeta trembled involuntarily, and he couldn't restrain himself from forcing these words out of his throat. It can be seen that his anger has reached its peak, and he can't help it now, and he is about to explode. Die. A deep roar sounded, and Vegeta's body sprinted forward as if he had knowledge, and his speed broke through the limit in an instant, and he had already rushed to Salama in a breath, and then there was a sound of lightning around him. With a loud voice, a powerful storm swept over, and this was caused by Vegeta's powerful killing intent. Wow! Vegeta's speed and attack were incomparably crisp, as if breaking through all obstacles in an instant. He waved his arms and unleashed a fierce attack in an instant. At this moment, as the victim of the attack, the expression of the dragon god Salama also changed slightly. He originally wanted to see Vegeta, because the latter would not be able to threaten him no matter how he exploded, but now he realized that he was wrong, because he felt threatened by Vegeta's outburst attack. Chapter 246 Excited Vegeta. And this is extremely rare for him. You must know that he hasn't felt this kind of feeling in the multiverse for so many years, but he didn't expect this long-lost emotion to come to his heart again. How could this not make Salama shocked and inexplicable? So he made a decisive decision, and Salama had already made a decision. Just when Vegeta was almost fearless in frontal attack, he took a step back without hesitation, but this did not mean that Salama was really afraid of Vegeta. In doing so, the strategy of retreating to advance is to avoid the front for the time being, and then accumulate strength and counterattack strongly. This is also the combat experience summed up by the dragon god Salama, who has stood at the pinnacle of the universe for countless epics. Seeing Salama take a step back, Vegeta thought that the opponent was afraid of his own offensive, and immediately there was an uplifting strategy on his face, and even more joy in his furious heart. The reason was that he was afraid of himself. Thinking of this, Vegeta became more and more excited, and his waving arms became more violent, and at the same time, he showed even more desperate. In the eyes of others, it is Vegeta who has the upper hand. Whether it is himself or the Dragon Ball fighters on the sidelines, any powerful presence on the scene can see the clues. This is where Salama is located at 480 Vegeta. It is clear that the water was placed on purpose. What's more frightening is that such an obvious trap was hit, but he himself couldn't see it, and he burrowed into it like a moth to a flame. It happened so suddenly that they didn't have time to remind them, because when they had thoughts in their minds. The battle ahead has undergone another shocking change. I saw that Vegeta thought he had gained an advantage, and was constantly chasing after the victory, so that his left and right fists were like machine guns that would never stop, but he ignored the defense of his weak parts, so that he opened the door of his body wide. When the two bodies were closest to each other, the dragon god Salama on the opposite side launched an attack with lightning speed. Boom! His punch was extremely fast, so fast that no light or shadow could be seen, and there were no other ripples and folds in the air, but the trajectory and angle of its punch were surprisingly tricky, as if it appeared out of nowhere, and just when Vegeta found out and captured him, he had already been tricked. Wow, when I heard the dull voice, I remembered that Vegeta's excited face cooled down in an instant, and then a dark red color appeared on his face, and the dots of red pennies filled Vegeta's face, just insisting on in a second or two, the North Pole Tower could no longer bear the rampant force in its body, and a large mouthful of blood spewed out involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta raised his head abruptly. He looked at Salama opposite him, and his face was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that Salama could unleash such an attack, and it was so unexpected, as if waiting for him to appear on purpose, but at this moment, Vegeta naturally saw that Salama set up a trap just now, and deliberately waited for him to slip into it. The ridiculous thing is that he, Vegeta, was so arrogant that he didn't know it. Suffered such a heavy blow, but it's too late to say anything now, because Salama will not let him go, and the second round of attack is already here. I really don't know how an idiot like you survived. You are so arrogant that you dared to challenge the deity. It's simply tiresome. Advertisement. There was a look of contempt on Salama's face, and he suddenly raised his fist on one side of his body, and then all the dark energy swept around, and then he waved and erupted completely. Boom! Another vibration sounded, and Vegeta's face was hit hard again, and then half of his face was covered by the punch like a sandbag, and the powerful impact swept out, pouring out without any suspense on Vegeta's body. But at this time, Vegeta couldn't bear the attack no matter how hard it was, and immediately felt a terrible force hit his brain, so that he fell into a state of chaos without knowing it in an instant, and felt extremely painful for time. His internal organs, it seemed that they were all displaced, and under this impact, Vegeta naturally felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't control it and vomited a big mouthful of blood. Boom boom boom. However, that was not the end, it was just the beginning. I saw Salama's face was cold, and his scarlet eyes showed even more cruelty. In his eyes, killing people seemed to be as simple as eating and drinking, not to mention the people in front of him. This person not only challenged him, but also deflated his superior dragon god Salama, so Salama would not let him go, so that his fists were released as quickly as machine guns, and they kept hitting on the ground, hit him on the chest. Under the lock of Salama's huge coercion, Vegeta has no power to fight back, even a basic retreat, because the distance between the two sides is so close, completely giving Salama a hard time. Natural attack direction, but against it, he can only parry miserably. Especially at this moment, Vegeta has lost his combat effectiveness, and it is difficult to do even basic defense at this moment. He is like a puppet suffering from the indiscriminate bombing of Salama, so that he has already been scarred for life, and the blood cannot stop live and flow out. And the battle has progressed to this point. How can it be described as tragic so that the onlookers can hardly continue watching, and they can't help but show a worried look, not to mention those Dragon Ball fighters, because they can't bear it, but also raising anger, wanting to avenge such a poor Vegeta. But they also know that their own strength may be very strong on the earth, but it is absolutely insignificant to the entire universe and even the multiverse, let alone this Salama who is above the gods. But the legendary Dragon God and even the Super Dragon Ball were created by the other party, and the other party even dared to challenge the majesty of the boxing champion head-on. This shows how powerful his actual experience is. Others may not be able to act, but that doesn't mean Son Goku can't. He fights side by side with Vegeta, and the distance between the two is the closest. Of course, we can't watch Vegeta suffer so much. Vegeta. So after anxiously exclaiming, Son Goku's figure disappeared like the wind, and just as he came in a hurry, he had already triggered Ultra Instinct, and this was the third time he had activated this state. Obviously, the consumption of the body is also very large, so that under the condition of a huge load, Son Goku constantly breaks through the limit of his own explosive potential, such as rushing towards the Dragon God Salama without thinking about himself. Chapter 247 Re-enter the combined state. Wow! After this mysterious state, Son Goku's overall physical quality has improved in an all-round way. The most obvious thing is that his own speed has reached a height that was unattainable before, so that even the Dragon God Salama never expected when Son Goku would disappear, that is when he appeared in front of him, especially when he saw Son Goku. The scarlet eyes of the Dragon God Salama changed again. He naturally knew that Son Goku had activated Ultra Instinct. In other words, he was very familiar with this mysterious state, but seeing the changes in Son Goku right now was a bit abnormal, because it completely surpassed what he had achieved in previous battles. As for the height of his own speed, he broke through the limit in an instant. Realizing that the situation was wrong, Salama made a decisive decision and saw that his body stepped back and let go of the restraint, with his left hand behind his back, so that the latter was instantly free at this moment. But Vegeta was already scarred, and it was extremely difficult to even support his body right now, and now he was even more limp after losing the support. But fortunately, Son Goku appeared behind him in time. The wide and warm palm immediately placed on Vegeta's back, and a warm current rushed into his body, eliminating the previous pain and injury for the latter. Vegeta struggled to open his eyes and looked at Son Goku next to him. At this moment, he didn't resist anymore, but there was still a stubborn look on his face. It was obvious that the loss made him grieve all the time. And Son Goku squatted down slowly at this time, showing his iconic happy smile, and he said slowly to Vegeta, "Vegeta, I know you are not convinced, but I am not reconciled, but Salama's strength is not what you and I can deal with, and the only chance to defeat him right now is that the two of us fit together." While talking, Son Goku slowly took out something, and when he placed it in front of Vegeta, the latter's extremely dim eyes gradually brightened. "Potara." Vegeta looked ahead and spoke slowly. Of course he knew what Son Goku was holding in his hands. It was a pair of very simple necklaces, the whole body was yellow, but exuded the power of divinity. He loved the necklace. It is even more familiar, because the two of them have used this thing many times, and this is the artifact Potala that can promote their fusion. And when he saw what was in front of him, Vegeta immediately realized that Son Goku planned to transform into Vegito through the combination of the two, and multiply the power of the two to infinitely expand. Possibly defeat their common rival Salama. And Vegeta, after being silent for a moment, let out a breath slowly, looked at Son Goku next to him, and said slowly, "I will endure you one more time, Kakarot, but you must not let me down." Unexpectedly, Vegeta did not resist, nor did he show a look of rejection. Although he is still unwilling to combine with Son Goku, he also knows that this is the only way for the two of them to defeat each other now. Salama, this is also considered to be involved by other individuals, and it is not considered to insult his name as Prince Saiyan. Advertisement. And after hearing Vegeta say this, Son Goku immediately showed a happy smile on his face. He was still a little surprised to be hit, he was still a little surprised that he would agree, but after thinking about it, he can understand that in the face of today's enemy under the circumstances, there is no other choice for the guitar. It may be that he agreed to Son Goku's request out of helplessness, but Son Goku is already very satisfied with this point, at least because the two of them can beat Salama a little more odds. And the next moment, when the two stood up together, they both put a Potara on their ears. At this moment, Son Goku and Vegeta were fighting side by side, and the Potaras on their ears also formed a symmetrical relationship. Potential. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light shone and completely covered the figures of Son Goku and Vegeta. When the light quickly dissipated, the scene had disappeared, but a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared on the figures of Son Goku and Vegeta. I saw that the height of this person is similar to Son Goku, but his figure is stronger than either of Son Goku and Vegeta. He looks very mighty and majestic. At the same time, Max is wearing the same martial arts uniform as Son Goku. Zhou Shen shines his hair is blue, and his hair is also dark blue. Especially there is a yellow necklace on the earlobes of both ears, which is exactly the Potara that appeared before. 0. Ask for flowers. At the same time, a tyrannical energy fluctuation spread out around the surrounding powerful coercion. An indescribably powerful energy group soared into the sky, and at this moment, it seemed that this figure was the center of the world, and instantly became the focus of the audience. Vegito. Someone at the scene couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, the voice contained more surprises, and the one who made the voice came from the Dragon Ball fighters. Obviously, they had already recognized the identity of this figure, and it is very important to them to show such an excited look. 0. And when you get here, even Salama on the opposite side can tell that this guy who suddenly appeared has the aura of Son Goku and the other two. It's not so much that he has a great connection with him, it's better to see Dalming and the others the identity. This guy is Son Goku and Vegeta change. The Dragon God Salama is also knowledgeable, and he has some understanding of the gods of the multiverse. The Vegito that appeared in Dawn of Nature is another form formed by the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta and uses Supreme Kai's artifact, Potara, confuse the energy of the combined two people to the greatest extent, and burst out unprecedented combat power. Obviously, this is the case with Vegito who appears in front of him now. Although Supreme Kai is weak and insignificant compared to gods of destruction, because of their particularity, Supreme Kai has a long life and powerful creative power, and also possesses the artifact Potara, which can combine two warriors with the same power attribute carry out a combination to maximize the potential of the two, and use this as Supreme Kai's greatest life-saving means. At this moment, Vegito became the most eye-catching presence in the audience, not only because of his tyrannical and boundless combat power, but also because of his strong and perfect body, coupled with that handsome and resolute face, which immediately made him feel more attractive. Added a lot of charm. Chapter 248 Vegito, who was flirting all the way. Vegito not only attracted the attention of those super powerhouses, but also those ordinary people on Earth also voted here, especially those young girls who are in their prime. Or the middle-aged aunts are all fascinated by Vegito's charming demeanor. Immediately, love appeared in pairs of eyes, and each face seemed to have turned into a nympho face, and they almost formed a group directly to become Vegito's support group. From the moment Vegito appeared, the situation on the scene changed again. If it is said that Salama was the only one in the past, no matter whether it was the two guards of the boxing champion, or Son Goku and Vegito, there was no one there. He is his opponent head-on, but the appearance of Vegito now completely breaks this situation. In other words, there has appeared an opponent who can confront Salama head-on, or in other words, there is a certain chance of defeating the Dragon God Salama. 753. And this can be seen from Salama's face. I can see that his originally calm face is slightly afraid, especially the look of his scarlet eyes is obviously dignified. The contempt of Tetsu and Son Goku has disappeared, replaced by unprecedented attention, and it is obvious that Vegito has become his opponent in front of him. What's the matter? Could it be that you were fascinated by my charming demeanor, or that you were so frightened that you couldn't even speak? Vegito said with confusion at the corners of his mouth. I see you don't call it Dragon God anymore, just change your name to God. Vegito's face and words showed his sarcasm unabashedly, and his character at the moment is a combination of Son Goku and Vegito. Of course, it's more about Vegito's pretentious arrogance, with his conceit of being the only one in the world. He doesn't pay attention to anyone at all. Even the Salama who has tortured him thousands of times in front of him is the same in this way. Facing Vegito's contemptuous words, Salama naturally couldn't bear it, so that his complexion changed in an instant, and his heart was filled with raging anger. His ruthless heart finally changed, as if the ice that had remained unchanged for thousands of years began to melt, replaced by lava-like heat. I admit that after the fusion, you do have the power that I value, and you really annoy me, but you have to know that anyone who achieves this will have to bear his unimaginable afterlife. Salama looked at Son Goku and Vegito in front of him, and slowly spit out these words, and he even forced himself to make this gnashing of teeth sound. Oh, really? Then I'm looking forward to it, you can come and try. Vegito didn't take it too seriously. He has a very individual character, beckoning like Salama, and that incomparable self-confidence seems to be declaring to Salama, I'm standing here, see if you can't shake me, and it has a kind of spirit of being one man and one man alone. And at this moment, Salama couldn't bear it anymore, especially when the anger in his heart was about to burst out. I saw his right foot slamming on the ground, and the area within a radius of 100 miles collapsed. Under the action of the force, its body rushed towards Vegito like a cannonball. Advertisement seeing Salama on the opposite side rushing towards him crazily, the expression on Vegito's face remained unchanged, or in other words, he didn't think the other party could pose any threat to him, probably because he was disturbed by Kita in his heart. Guided by that conceited will, so that after gaining powerful energy, he completely let go of himself. However, even though Vegito is arrogant, he still has the capital to be proud, especially after the continuous explosion. Combined with the state of the two Super Racer Blue, the energy after the fusion has long surpassed the general gods, even here. The space is unbearable, so that when facing the incomparably powerful Salama, he didn't feel much pressure. If Salama rushed forward desperately, with his powerful energy and astonishing speed, Son Goku and Vegeta might not even be able to see each other's shadow, but now in Vegito's eyes, Salama however, his speed seemed to be a lot slower, and with Vegito's current reaction speed and agility, he was completely able to catch and keep up. Let me show you my strength now. Vegito looked at Salama who was rushing over from the opposite side, and slowly spit out words, and then his figure disappeared in place like a ghost, and the surrounding air kept thinking of interlacing sounds, and he saw the air in front of him. There was a blur, appearing and disappearing, and Vegito's figure appeared for a while, and disappeared for a while. It was his speed that reached the extreme, so that it affected the surrounding space, and he was even able to teleport in an instant. Ability. Swish swish swish. And in such a situation, Salama couldn't help showing surprise when he looked at the opposite side. It seemed that he couldn't catch Vegito's figure in his eyes, and he couldn't even detect the other party's breath. Special is like a ghost, disappearing into this world but reappearing, immediately makes Salama, who is furious at the moment, have doubts in his heart. It was precisely after noticing Salama's obvious meal that Vegeta seemed to have captured this crucial moment, so that after his figure disappeared, he suddenly appeared in Salama's affection, and then it was like a cloud and flowing water. As if waving his arm, he punched straight forward. And how powerful this group is, accompanied by the roaring sound, this punch directly hit Salama's chest, and the latter's breastplate was countless times harder than the rock, and it showed signs of shattering in an instant. This scene not only surprised Salama, but even the Dragon Ball fighters next to him were amazed again and again. But this is just the beginning. Vegito sees that he has achieved results, and is ready to continue to pursue the victory, only to see that his figure is constantly approaching Salama, under the left 3.8 protruding from the right mirror. His fists are constantly crisscrossing and swinging heavily. Salama's body. Then it caused a great blow to the latter, and it was also the woman Salama who kept snorting coldly. From this point of view, he also felt pain. The most obvious change was that there were cracks on the breastplate in his chest and everywhere on his body. This is a good sign for Vegito, and it is even more good news for the people on Earth. In their view, maybe this is a sign of victory. Vegito should be able to take this opportunity to defeat Shalama. The entire Earth and the multiverse can achieve ultimate peace. The mutation happened at a critical moment. I saw that the blood-red eyes of Saramata, who was under attack, suddenly shone brightly, and suddenly a dark energy spread, forming a vortex tornado with it as the center, and the vibrating sound like wind and thunder reverberated around. Chapter 249 again, Kamehameha Wave. This is such a change. The dark energy produced a great impact and repulsion force, constantly brainwashing the surrounding space, and Vegito was the farthest away from him, so naturally he was the first to be impacted. Just as Vegito swung the wave again when punching, he was directly hit by this dark energy head-on, and he couldn't restrain himself and flew back immediately. No one could have expected that this scene would happen. It was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Especially for the parties involved, Vegito himself already has the upper hand, and in his opinion, Salama on the opposite side is already weak. Under his continuous bombing, the opponent can't keep up with his rhythm at all, but under such self-righteousness, Salama was able to grow again, bursting out with energy that even made him palpitate, and at the same time, the original aura of Millet descended like an ocean once again. Do you think you can win me like this? I am the dragon god Salama of Jongung for 10,000 years. I have never seen what kind of big wind and waves in O3. Now I am the absolute master of the dark field. You can call me all devils. The voice of a city civilization came out, and Salama's whole body was completely enveloped by dark energy, and his body floated up slowly. At this moment, he looked down at Vegito on the opposite side, exuding an overwhelming power, momentum. At this time, Vegito had already stabilized his body, and his energy stabilized the invading dark story just now in the fastest time. But now Vegito looked at Salama Yinyan, who was deep into the midair, and felt the strange energy on the ladder was getting more and more turbulent. Combined with what Salama said, he suddenly realized that this matter is not that simple. Others may not know what happened, but as a traverser, Yi Cheng knows it well. He naturally knows that Salama is the super boss of the East Pearl world. This guy's water is very deep and he is definitely not so easy to defeat, and after dedicating himself to the darkness, the opponent gained endless negative energy and at the same time possessed the fighting power to challenge the boxing champion. From this point of view, it is not inaccurate to call him the Dark Lord. At this time, the boxing champion next to her also had a dignified face. Her delicate face no longer had the joy of the past. He realized that Salama had completely fallen into darkness, and the pig's heart was already the incarnation of evil forces, standing against the multiple universe and all the gods to invade. He must be eliminated, otherwise the entire universe will face a great risk of being invaded by dark matter. Having said that, Vegito, as the person involved, didn't know about it at all. In other words, he just felt that the Salama in front of him was a little different, or that it had become tricky, but he didn't think that Salama how terrible the horse is. Who doesn't know how to talk big? If you only talk nonsense here, then I will make you shut up completely. Vegito once again made extremely arrogant words, and his face looked extremely proud, even though Salama's strength increased again. But it still can't make Vegito feel fear, let alone retreat, but it will inspire him to fight more and more. And the moment the voice fell, Vegito's figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he had already approached Salama's heart. At this time, without any hesitation, he let out a long and sharp roar, and the energy around him was like a wave. Burning like flames, an extremely powerful punch suddenly burst out, bombarding towards the front of Salama. Advertisement. But just when Vegito's fist was about to touch Salama's body, he suddenly felt a strong dark energy emanating from it, and the direction of the impact was Vegito's fist. There was no extra suspense, shocked the latter back. Vegito, who does not believe in evil, naturally will not give up. I saw that he turned his body again and launched a more powerful attack, and this time he was about to touch Salama's body as before, and was bounced back in an instant back. This time Vegito's face changed completely. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. This was completely beyond his own expectations, but he was still extremely arrogant and conceited in his heart. So much so that the moment of hesitation and lingering was once again filled with boundless battles, and then bows left and right, bursting out like machine gun attacks. Bang bang bang. Seeing that Vegito's fists were clinking against the barrier in front of Salama, but it was difficult to break through the frontal attack to the latter's body, it was not surprising and unacceptable. After trying all kinds of combined punches and various pushing methods, I found that none of them could break through Salama's defense. In addition to the latter, the more flexible movement can always avoid the vital parts in time. Vegito, who has attacked so many times with only one fish, is doing nothing, and he can't help but become a little annoyed and anxious. Kamehameha. Wave. Without hesitation, Vegito made a 247 gesture in the air. And a dazzling light had already condensed in the intertwined hands, an energy ball full of terrifying energy, otherwise it would be changed, but after the energy was completed in an instant, Vegito suddenly pushed forward, directly bursting into a dazzling beam of light, and the speed of this beam reached the extreme, piercing through all obstacles in an instant, and swallowing Salama on the opposite side in an instant. And long before the Kamehameha wave was released, the battle between Vegito and Salama had already been transferred from the planet to the space. With their level of strength, they would cause countless stars to shatter at every turn. Therefore, in order to avoid risks, Vegito considered protecting the safety of the Earth in advance, so that this Kamehameha wave was released in the vast space. And the repercussions and consequences it caused were no less than the chain reaction produced by a supernova explosion, producing an indescribable light in this vast universe. In order to witness such thrilling battles, those Dragon Ball powerhouses who were weak in strength all sat on the universe spaceship and rushed to outer space to watch this earth-shattering battle. but the boxing champion still stayed where he was, and he didn't have to rush to the scene. For him, he can see any corner of the universe as long as he wants. Chapter 250 Tricky. Salama is not dead. Although it has been deliberately avoided, the power caused by the nearly 100 times Kamehameha wave is still too terrifying, and the moment it erupts, it produces an extremely terrifying shockwave. So much so that it was affected nearly 1,000 miles away in the vast universe, and countless asteroids and meteorite belts were all disintegrated, and soon turned into universe dust and scattered in the vast space. The combined Vegito is too powerful, and its combat power has reached the level of heaven and earth. It is known that it was several times stronger when it fought against Supreme Kai plus Teacher. And you must know that it is under the massive amount of energy in itself. Now it has reached the peak again, and every gesture can arouse the entire universe, causing huge shocks. As a result, the Kamehameha wave, which is nearly 100 times larger than the one that erupted after a powerful breakthrough, has the terrifying power to destroy a universe in an instant. At this moment, those who can rush to the scene, are those Dragon Ball fighters, or Son Goku, Vegeta and others, all have dazzling lights in their eyes, and the terrifying power produced by the explosion is formed. A powerful tornado storm rages in all directions between breaths. As the direct recipient, Salama must have been seriously injured in the eyes of everyone, let alone being hit head-on, and his tower-like figure was submerged in the storm. It seems that it is not far away from extinction, so the people present all showed excitement, and their faces were very joyful and excited. At this time, Vegito, who had just finished casting 100 times the Kamehameha wave, also slowly retracted his hands at this time. After consuming a lot of energy, he was panting rapidly, but his bright eyes were full of excitement. Because he saw that Salama clearly did not dodge his attack, explaining that he was devoured by the explosion so accurately, and in addition that Salama's breath had not flowed out at this time, it seems that he would have there is a great chance of destroying the opponent. But just when Vegito and others had this idea in mind, an unexpected scene happened. I saw the dark and deep Mamao universe in front of us, and the sweeping ruins slowly dissipated with the universe storm. On a gigantic suspended rock, there was an extremely burly and majestic figure, and the moment they saw him, Vegito and the others were shocked. Their expressions were shocked, and they looked at the front in disbelief. Even the eyeballs were shaking violently. Sometimes it could be seen how great the impact they had received in their hearts. However, for the person involved, Vegito, his feelings at the moment may be incomparable and incomprehensible to others. Salama Son Gohan, who was standing on the floating rock, stared intently at the burly figure in front of him when a deep voice came out. Yes, just as he said, the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him was none other than the public enemy of all, the nightmare of the entire universe, Salama. It's fine if that's all, but the matter is not that simple. I saw Salama standing on the rock, with black air flowing around him to remove the faint cracks on the black chest. Other than that, no obvious injuries were seen, especially the face of the other party was still as deep as water and the scarlet eyes were showing a chill that made people tremble at this moment. After witnessing it with their own eyes, it is difficult for others to calm down, especially those Dragon Ball fighters on Earth, who were already in the excitement of Jingxi, but now facing this sudden change, it is tantamount to putting them in the cold in the icy extravagance. Their fiery hearts were immediately extinguished by a basin of cold water. At this moment, they were once again shrouded in despair, and their hearts climbed a layer of haze that could not be dispelled. How is this possible? I clearly saw it with my own eyes. Keelan hesitated to speak, stared at the figure in the distant void with widened pupils, and unbelievable words came out of his mouth. It's really unimaginable that 100 times Kamehameha wave can't even destroy Salama. Has the latter's vitality been so strong? Advertisement Piccolo next to him had a livid face, clenched his fists involuntarily, and gnashed his teeth to speak. It seems that Salama's power has long surpassed that of ordinary gods, and he has also broken through the cognition of ordinary power. He has reached a very terrifying height. No wonder even Zeno can't destroy him. Number 18 gritted her silver teeth, her magnificent eyes sparkled, and her expression was full of shock. If even Kamehameha's 100-fold wave can't defeat Salama, then Papa and Uncle Vegeta will. Son Gohan, who was always paying attention to the battlefield, clenched his fists involuntarily. His skin was tight all over his body and his face was extremely tense. At this time, he couldn't help but start to worry about Son Goku and Vegeta. And as the party involved in this battle, Vegito's state is also very uncomfortable at the moment. Even if he is not injured, the Kamehameha wave that is nearly 100 times just now has caused him a lot of consumption. Originally, he thought that he could use this to completely wipe out Salama, but he didn't expect it to be counterproductive, and the huge gap between reality and ideals deeply impacted Vegito's mind. The pulsating eyes also gradually became calm and condensed. But in the current situation, the advantage is no longer in the hands of Vegito. On the contrary, his advantage is rapidly disappearing, and facing the still extremely powerful Salama in front of him, even Vegito, the original his firm belief in victory could not help but be shaken, but this kind of thinking was quickly erased by him. After all, in his heart, Vegeta's stubborn personality prevailed, coupled with Son Goku's indomitable personality. How could it be possible? How about giving in easily? And looking at Vegito floating in the space opposite, Sarama, with a deep expression, finally moved, and a voice came out of his throat again. It was that thunderous sound. Machinho, it seems that the attack just now is already your strongest method, and the taste is really good. At the same time as the long voice came out, bloodshot eyes appeared in Salama's scarlet eyes, and then dense cracks appeared in the way jaw covering Joe's body, and then secret blood flowed out of it, which looked very strange. Shocking. But the color of this blood is not red but black, it looks so viscous and deep, no different from the oil on the earth. After seeing this scene again, Vegito's calm eyes suddenly shot out a golden light, his face was also moved, and he finally felt better in his heart. At least the attack just now did not fail. The destructive power condensed by nearly 100 times the Kamehameha wave, at least the damage caused to Sarama, must have also affected the combat effectiveness of the opponent, so it seems that the next battle is not a disadvantage to Vegito. Chapter 251 Don't Believe in Evil, Let's Confront Again. But just at this moment, Salama in the distance changed again. I saw more and more black mist covering his body, and it was almost like a cloud covering his body. The mist penetrated through the cracks in his body, and then emerged again. After a few cycles, the parts of Salama's body began to squirm. His injury was slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and for this the point is exactly into Vegito's affairs. What? Vegito was startled in an instant, his deep eyes burst out with bright light again, which shows how excited he is, and how unstable his heart is. The impact on him is no less than that of Zeno before. Get rid of the horror of Salama. What's the matter? Are you surprised? This is just a normal method. Otherwise, how do you think I, Salama, have grown so far? But the shockwave you released just now is indeed not weak, and it has indeed caused some impact on me. Stronger, maybe the taste will be better. The skin around him began to squirm, and his injuries were recovering rapidly. At this moment, Salama looked calmly at the victim and spoke slowly. Vegito's face was even more shocked when he heard the words. He didn't expect Salama to have such a method, and he also felt sorry and regretful in his heart. If the potential burst out with more powerful energy first, maybe it would be possible. Get rid of Salama in one fell swoop, but things have already happened and it is difficult to turn back. The best solution is to return to the peak state again and solve Guisaro with the strongest strength. Especially when he saw the flesh and blood wriggling on Salama's body more frequently, Vegito couldn't help but feel anxious. He couldn't continue to do things, and if he didn't care about it, what if he waited until Salama recovered from all his injuries or his physical strength returned to its peak? That is definitely not good news for him. I also thought that the expression on Vegito's face changed here, and the corners of his mouth opened a bit, and his proud and conceited voice came out again. I just avoided it by chance. Kamehameha wave, but you will not be so lucky next time, then I will use all my strength, and you have nowhere to escape, Adbi, wait to die. Vegito spoke very fast, and at this moment, he showed his iconic smile. There was both Son Goku's optimism and Vegito's pride in that expression, and when the two were mixed together, it formed Vegito's characteristic smile. Unique personal charm. Advertisement. The moment the voice fell, the energy in Vegito's body exploded, and he himself disappeared in place like a shooting star, and Zhou Shen burst out with brilliant brilliance, rushing straight towards the opposite Salama. And at this moment, Salama also suddenly raised his head. He naturally noticed how aggressive his opponent was, and he couldn't allow him to think too much in this situation. Even if his physical strength had not fully recovered, he still had to mobilize. He was full of fighting spirit, because the opposite Vegito's attack would come at any time. He had to mobilize his spirit to resist, so as to preempt the opponent's shot, so as to gain the upper hand. Even though Salama's strength is stronger than Vegito's, he also deeply believes that the two people combined using the artifact Batara, their energy has multiplied infinitely, and with their own breakthroughs, their energy can continue to explode, not to mention that the Saiyan race has unlimited potential. Who knows if they will burst out with an attack stronger than their mood when they are angry. And the next figure surrounded by blue and white light roared towards him. It goes without saying that this figure must be Vegito, and at the same time he waved his arm. You have to move your elbow. At the same time, the wrist drives the palm of his hand, and the length of the hand clenched his fist in an instant. After countless battles, this muscle memory has already been formed, relying on the absolute control of body strength and the perception of pure strength, and I understand, so much so that the power of Vegito's punch has already far exceeded the previous one. And at this time, Salama seemed to have predicted Vegito's attack in advance, but because the latter's speed was too fast, and the attack was so swift and violent, it was unavoidable under such circumstances. And Salama didn't seem to have the intention of dodging at all. He slowly raised his right hand and clenched his fist like flowing water, and swung it out, directly colliding with Vegito's fist. Boom! The sound of metal collision sounded, and the impact and spread to the surrounding void, causing faint ripples in the surrounding chaos. At the same time, the universe storm it produced swept away in all directions, even in the distant universe. The spaceship, like a sailboat on the sea, is affected by the wind and waves. Zeiss is shaking from side to side uncontrollably. And Bulma, who was driving the spaceship universe, seemed to have expected this a long time ago. He methodically manipulated the spaceship to stabilize the turbulent cabin in the fastest time, and at the same time soothe the restless hearts of everyone in the spaceship, and at the last the spaceship drove to the surrounding open area at a fast speed, and the distance to Vegito and Salama also seemed relatively far away. And neither of the two sides fell into a disadvantage in the punch collision just now, because neither Vegito nor Salama has retreated. In fact, Vegito was of course the one who was under the most pressure in the collision just now. His own strength is not as good as that of Salama, and his physical strength can no longer keep up. The impact force produced was almost going to be extremely suppressed, but fortunately, he was quick to react and had a prediction in advance, and he forcibly restrained his retreating body, thus avoiding the embarrassment. But it was just a blow. The two sides did not decide the outcome, and Vegito was not satisfied. He was already full of anger, and he silently said in his heart that he must defeat Salama, and this oath is it must be realized, no matter how high the price is paid. And just a second later, both Vegito and Salama made quick decisions. They immediately raised their arms, then swung a certain arc in the air, and then punched each other again, and the power of this punch is no less than that of the previous one, and it even surpasses it. But this time the situation was not much better than before. Although the bodies of both sides were shaken, neither of them showed obvious disadvantages, so that the confrontation between the third wave and the fourth wave continued. Chapter 252 Don't eat the toast and eat fine wine. But at this moment, in the spaceship of Universe, which has already driven into the open area, the Dragon Ball fighters on the Earth are still terrified at this moment. Just now they were standing in a relatively close place to watch the battle, and they were almost overturned by Percy, who was fighting with Sarama in Northern Chi's spaceship. They were almost wiped out in the vast universe, but fortunately, with the help of Bulma, who is skilled in piloting, they saved their lives, and at this time, their hearts that had just calmed down were once again excited by the situation in front of them in the battle. I couldn't help being excited and excited. Is this a battle that surpasses the god level? Sure enough, it is not something that mortals like us can participate in. It almost cost us our lives. The oldest master Roshi on the scene seemed a little excited. At this moment, his old face was extremely red, and there was a touch of cold sweat on his face, as if he had just escaped from a catastrophe. We'll be fine, and we must believe that Goku and the Vegito they combined will be able to defeat Salama. Keelan next to him was also a little emotional, but he still smiled and comforted the fairy Wei next to him, and at the moment he pretended to be a little optimistic and laughed. I'm afraid the situation is not that simple, just look at the strikers' battle. Although it seems that Vegito is not much weaker than Salama in terms of pure physical collision, it is terrible because of Salama's endless darkness. Energy, moreover, it can replenish its physical strength, even if it is injured, it can recover in a very short time, and this is the biggest threat Vegito faces. Piccolo next to him folded his arms. At this time, a rational analysis came out, and immediately poured a basin of cold water on the optimistic crowd. But even if he didn't mention other people, they would be able to react quickly. They are naturally not fools, and they can all see whether the scholarly fragrance is weak or good. And the potential can also explode infinitely, but the weakness is also obvious, that is, it combines the characteristics of the two people who fit together, that is to say, it not only absorbs the advantages of the two, but also contains the shortcomings of the two. Especially Vegeta's defiant personality and the shortcoming of underestimating the enemy, coupled with the fatal shortcoming of the time limit. If Salama wants to play tricks on this aspect, then Goku and Vegeta will be in danger. Advertisement. And just when everyone was worried, they saw two figures shining with light still in the midst of the void in the distance in front of them. Although their speed is not as effective and shocking as the previous battles, each of their punches is majestic, heavy, and earth-shattering. Every time they collide, they can shake out a powerful impact and affect the surrounding space, and regardless of the size of the planets or meteorites, they all turn into universe dust. And around their glass and destroyed objects, not only can't any living things remain, even any dead things don't exist, and it seems that only chaos is left in the vast universe. You are really extraordinary. I really appreciate you for being able to explode with such power after being combined. Now I can give you a chance. If you submit to me, after I defeat Zeno, we can jointly rule the entire diversity in the future. Universe, you can do whatever you want. Salama, who was waving his fists, slowed down at this time. He looked at Vegeta with admiration in his eyes, and at the same time sent an invitation to the other party. Faced with Salama's graciousness, Vegito didn't reply immediately, but the corners of his mouth were curved, and the smile on his face, no one could see what kind of emotion it represented. Although Vegeta's body contains a part of Vegeta, he is no longer what he used to be, and he may make a decision to surrender to the original guitar. For Vegeta, who is now bent on reforming himself, he will definitely not consider this suggestion. No matter how much he betrays his temptation, he will resolutely reject it, because he has his own self-esteem and pride, and he will never fake it. To others, sell your bottom line and belief. As for Son Goku, that in itself is even more impossible. He is an extremely upright and steadfast person. He has always adhered to his principles since he was a child. The invasion of the enemy is constantly protecting the peace and tranquility of the earth and the universe, and for an existence like Salama, it will never stop the desire and ambition of aggression, but wherever it goes, it will be devastated, and countless races will so suffer, and Son Goku will not let such a thing happen, let alone collude with him. Advertisement 0. Ask for flowers. It really surprised me that you can think highly of me so much, but I can only say that you are delusional. You think you can beat me. You think you can beat Zeno, or you bring your 4 trash. It is simply impossible to occupy the multiverse. It is all your own delusion. You are just a poor worm living in your own wishful dream. You are still showing off your might, thinking that you are invincible. After only a momentary pause, Vegito immediately gave a response. His voice had the timbre of Son Goku and Vegeta. At this time, under the synchronization of the voices, they showed the common will of the two of them. That is, we will never give in and fight for every inch of land. Hearing Vegito's voice was extremely decisive and powerful, it shook Salama's mind like a thunderbolt on the ground, so that it had a great impact on him. And Salama didn't expect Vegito to be so strong, or that the other party was so ungrateful, and this could not help but irritated Salama's mind, and made his restless heart burn again. There was a flame. It seems that you are toasting and not eating, and you refined wine. Since you can't be used by me, then I will destroy you. Salama's blood-red eyes burst out with a deeper luster, and the blood of the saint's heart was like flowing magma eroding the enemy's mind, and at this time, a more turbulent black airflow surged from Salama's body, a more powerful energy fluctuation erupted in his body. Suddenly, a terrifying energy shock erupted, and Vegito, who was the closest, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. His pupils constricted and he didn't have time to react, so he was directly pushed back. Vegito couldn't even react to this sudden change, but just as he mobilized his mind, he suddenly saw 10 black shadows moving in front of him. Then, an icy breath spread out, and along with the black air current surging in the chaos, a fist covered Vegito's sight in an instant, and immediately sank directly into Vegito's chest and abdomen. Chapter 153 Who do you say is trash? Crack. There seemed to be a crisp sound at the scene, and a tyrannical and indescribable force rushed out, and Vegito, who was the closest, was naturally unable to escape. His face showed pain in an instant before, and he bowed his head even more fiercely. Twisted into Chuanzi, he couldn't suppress the pain in his heart, and directly opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of acid water. However, this is not over yet. This is just the beginning of Salama's dizziness. I saw that his expression was a little cold, and at this moment, an almost cruel smile appeared on his face that had not changed for thousands of years, especially at the moment when once again he clenched his fist and swung it forward. Boom! And Vegito, who was still in pain, hadn't recovered from that situation, so that he had no time to defend, and he didn't have time to react. When his pupils dilated, 700, his own abdomen was hit hard again, but this time it was even more difficult to restrain, and he directly opened his mouth to swallow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. And the other people who have been watching the battle all the time have shocked expressions at this moment, especially the Dragon Ball fighters in the universe spaceship. The cold sweat kept rolling down his face. The blow to them right now is indescribable. You must know that these powerful people on Earth have already placed their hopes on Vegito, hoping that Beiji can carry their strength to defeat Salama, and completely win back the Earth and the universe. Peace. But they still underestimated Salama. The latter was able to leave room for the long-term battle, and was able to repeatedly break out stronger combat power, which has completely overturned their previous imagine. Bang bang bang. I saw that the battle in the distance in the void became more and more fierce, and there were obvious differences between the two sides in the confrontation, especially Vegito, who was shrouded in blue and white light. At this moment, his condition was a bit bad, and the opposite of him Salama attacked almost frantically, swinging his bow left and right, and the meteorite-like fist hit Vegito's body hard, causing extra damage. But after all, Vegito is the combined existence of Son Goku and Vegeta. Naturally, it combines the advantages of the two, especially in a crisis situation, and can maintain a calm attitude. He was always looking for opportunities to counterattack, but he found that Salama's attack on the opposite side was becoming more and more fierce, but his speed was becoming more and more elusive. Advertisement moreover, the arrogance was also higher than the wave, and this did not make Vegito's fighting spirit fade away. What's the matter? Don't tell me you can't do this. You kept clamoring before that you wanted to kill me and smash me into pieces. Where's your arrogance now? Don't tell me that this is what you were originally. Face, you trash. I saw Salama waving his fist while speaking, and his aura was also stronger than the next level like the tide. At this moment, he had already formed a great sense of oppression on Vegito, and even had crushing trend. Vegito, who was originally in a state of dizziness after hearing Salama's remarks, suddenly woke up in his brain as if he had been hit by a slap in the face, and what strongly stimulated him was the involuntary anger that emerged in his heart. And at this moment in his body, the part that is Vegeta dominates, so that his arrogant and pretentious personality is revealed again, and that extremely strong self-esteem does not allow himself to be ridiculed or insulted, so that he originally the momentum that had dissipated rose again. Who are you calling trash? It sounded like a voice from the nine nether hells, and everyone who heard it felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and felt an extremely cold earth wave with a strong sense of killing. At this moment, Vegito, who was opposite Salama, raised his head suddenly, and his eyes were filled with orange-red flames, which seemed to have the power to shock the mind. Before Salama could react, he suddenly felt his surroundings become extremely hot, and it seemed that even the vast universe had also given birth to an unknown flame, but this was obviously unreasonable. You must know that chaos does not meet the conditions for flames to burn, so all of this is just his illusion, and just when he had this idea, after all, a black shadow suddenly enlarged in front of him, and before he could react, it was completely gone. Obscured his vision. Wow. Advertisement. The fist that had been surrounded by blue and white light whizzed towards it like a burning flame, and its speed broke through the limit in an instant, and it hit Salama's face in the next second, and this power was how majestic and heavy, it was intended to knock Salama into the air in an instant. Moreover, the sudden scene suddenly produced a shocking change, and the originally turbulent situation became more and more turbulent, just like the angry Vegito had the upper hand again, but is this really the case? And just when Vegito was about to clench his fists and swung forward again full of anger, he met Salama, who had originally retreated, suddenly appeared, and a sarcasm appeared on his icy face. Hula. It was at this time that the front swept across, and a strong roar, like an insurmountable storm, came oncoming. The first thing that appeared in the field of vision was Salama's fist, and his fist seemed to be able to zoom in and out. At that moment, it could become as big as Vegito's head, until it completely covered the latter. At that moment, the impact and rippling would be even more unimaginable. Not good. A strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in Vegito's heart, and at this time his face was shocked. Even the anger lingering in his heart was affected by this sudden change, and at the same time, a strong chill was in his heart. Peeved 4.4. I saw that this sudden punch seemed to have broken through the limit, and it hit Vegito's abdomen in an instant, like a stone sunk into a sponge, and the power contained in this fist was even more clear and in Vegito's stomach. The body spread out, and the terrifying power directly made him feel a heart-wrenching feeling, so that at the moment he couldn't restrain himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. And it was from this moment that all the advantages he had gained disappeared, especially in front of the increasingly fierce Salama. His momentum and strength seemed to be completely suppressed. The onlookers were even more disbelieving because of this, especially the relatives and friends of Son Goku and Vegeta. At this time, they felt the world was spinning, and it seemed to them that the whole world had collapsed. Chapter 254 Xeno. I can only fulfill you. Immediately afterwards, they saw a scene that changed their expressions greatly and was unacceptable. They saw Salama's huge body lying in front of Vegito, like a mountain peak that suppressed the latter, and it was even more so at the moment that the latter constantly waving his fist, like a heavy saw hammer, constantly vibrating the air, producing a strong buzzing sound. Puff puff. Vegito, who was fighting with him at this moment, was even more unsustainable. He was completely at a disadvantage at this moment, so that he couldn't even fight head-on. It was difficult to suppress the painful thoughts, so that I continued to bleed out large pieces of flesh and blood from the wound. No one expected that the situation would take a turn for the worse. In their view, Vegito was the most hopeful to defeat Salama, but they didn't expect that they had just gained a point and fell into defeat in the blink of an eye. This is comparable to the difference between heaven and earth. No matter whether it is O3, it is difficult for anyone to parry. It seems that Vegito's previous advantage may be just a coincidence or a coincidence. He is not Salama's opponent at all. Realizing that Vegito fights and retreats, it seems that he has completely lost his combat effectiveness. Now, under the heavy blow that Saramana regarded as violent, the coercion and momentum on his body are slowly dissipating, so that his combat effectiveness is also increasing. The speed drop visible to the naked eye. Not only that, the most obvious impact is even Vegito's vitality is passing at this moment. Pull. I saw a strong tornado storm sweeping around, and the current situation like the tide of time and space made everyone amazed by it, and I saw a figure slipping from the sky like a meteor, and then fell heavily to a suspended in the sky on the rock, and this figure is naturally none other than Vegito. I saw that his condition at the moment was extremely bad, his body was full of scars, blood was dripping down, and at the same time, the blue-white light that originally enveloped his body quickly dissipated, and when the light was at its peak, it seemed that he had become a master. An astonishing change, and when the light disappeared, Vegito's figure disappeared, replaced by Son Goku and Vegeta with pale faces. Yes, they were defeated, and their own energy was no longer able to maintain their fusion, so that they were forcibly separated before the time came, because the harmony took away most of the energy to invade, and after suffering a powerful attack, their bodies are suffering from the terrible backlash force, so that they can't recover their fighting power in a short time. At this time, Salama's burly figure slowly descended from the chaos, and he looked down from a high position, with an aura of giving it up. And in his opinion, Vegito is not his opponent, the ultimate warrior accomplished by combining Son Goku and Vegeta, two of the most powerful people on Earth. Now it seems that he is invincible. You are indeed such weak creatures. The universe that is lingering on its last legs has the same stature and intelligence as a god, but it does not tear the paper at all. It is filled with greed and desire, and even does not know the heights of the heavens and the earth. You actually try to be with me, the dragon god, contesting, I really don't know how to live or die. A deep voice came out of Salama's mouth, and his eyes shot out a dazzling red light, releasing a domineering aura. Right now, for him, the control of the entire universe is in his hands. Advertisement. And just when he came up with this idea and was about to put it into practice, a figure appeared in front of him, and it was Salama's contemptuous eyes that suddenly changed, astonished and unwilling to be afraid, etc. And what appeared in front of him was Xeno, who had never made a shot and was always watching the battle. At this time, he still maintained the posture of a child, and there was no innocent smile on his face, replaced by a deep and dignified expression. And Salama will only have such emotional fluctuations when he sees Xeno, because the battle between him and Xeno before countless epochs is still fresh in his memory. The other party's terrifying power of creation and destruction is enough to make Salama has been worried about it for so many years, so Salama will show such a gaffe when he sees Xeno suddenly appear. But after all, he is a city man. Moreover, he is so confident in his own strength that the fluctuations that appeared in his eyes soon disappeared, replaced by an extremely deep dignity and a vigorous fighting spirit. Xeno, you still showed up. It seems that there will be a battle between you and me. Salama looked at Xeno and spoke calmly at the moment. Sarama, I can give you another chance now, as long as you promise not to enter the multiverse from now on. I don't have to kill you. Xeno's cute little face looked at Salama on the opposite side, but there was an undeniable majesty in that cute voice. Ahahaha, you can still say such things at this time, Xeno. I don't know if you were doing it on purpose or if you were really so naive, but it doesn't matter. 390, there are bound to be aftershocks between you and me, but the final outcome must be I will win. You have been sitting there for so long, you can step back and let me sit. Salama suddenly laughed loudly, and his expression appeared extremely rampant. At this moment, he had already shown a tyrannical battle, and the dark energy emerging from his body became more and more violent. Obviously, he was accumulating momentum for himself, for it will pave the way for the battle with Xeno. Since you insist on this, then I have no other choice but to fulfill you. The soft and cute voice came out, and Xeno had lowered his body at some point, and two figures appeared beside him, which were the two guards who had been seriously injured before. Xeno put his hands on the body of the guards, and at this time, a white light of subtitles emerged from the entire network, and immediately centered on him, covering the surroundings, and when the white light was dazzling to the extreme, a sacred and ethereal aura spread in all directions of the universe. Others may not know what happened, but Salama's expression became serious. Not only did Son Gohan have an intriguing look on his face, he knew that an earth-shattering existence would appear next, and a battle affecting the multiverse was about to begin. Chapter 255 changes. The war is back. Dazzling rays of light traveled across the universe in an instant, expanding to a radius of nearly 10,000 miles around the battlefield, and the sacred and ethereal white light became the only light in everyone's eyes. At this moment, all the creatures in the universe are attracted by this light, and in their eyes at this moment, that holy light seems to be the only one. What exactly is that? The multiverse fighters in the spaceship reacted immediately, and wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads with reference to Klin, and then spoke in a daze. This is not Salama's breath, and its energy attribute is not so gentle. Son Gohan also looked into the distance with wide-eyed eyes, and his expression was full of shock. Goku and Vegeta have no power to fight anymore, and this breath is clearly not theirs. Since the beginning of the battle to the end, Zeno has never made a move. Could it be? Piccolo, who has always been calm, seemed to remember something. He looked up and looked around, and the pupils of his eyes were also dilated sharply, and he had some guesses in his heart. Others are also very smart, and they can analyze the reason by looking at Piccolo's expression. When they looked up at the dazzling light in the distance, they saw a figure slowly emerging from it. At this moment, everyone's as if my heart and brain were being attacked. A word came out at the same time: Zeno. Yes, since Zeno appeared on the earth, he only used the power of erasure once, but he didn't succeed. He didn't do it again after that. And the terrifying power spreading out right now, while shocking everyone, can't help but give birth to a strong sense of familiarity, as if just relying on this energy, one's soul will be purified, and the level of life will be improved. Leap forward. No one knew what happened just now, but they all vaguely guessed from it that this energy attribute was clearly opposite to Salama, and it could be shot at this time, and it could pose a great threat to Salama. I'm afraid there will be only Zeno left. Advertisement Son Goku and Vegeta, who were disintegrating due to injuries at this moment, also straightened their waists with some difficulty at the moment. Just as they were still feeling the severe pain from all over the body, a soft light enveloped his body. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of coolness swept through the whole body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Son Goku's injuries were recovering rapidly, and their physical strength was also replenished. Although their combat effectiveness had not yet recovered, self-protection was safe at this moment. At the same time, a soft energy spread out, and a slight calm wind whizzed in, directly changing its shape on Son Goku and Vegeta's bodies, and the two of them seemed to be out of control at this moment, directly changing direction and flying away. But neither of them felt the slightest threat from the energy, and they knew at the moment. Apparently, this was because the other side wanted them to retreat from the battlefield to avoid the damage caused by the battle. Although both Son Goku and Vegeta were unwilling, in this case, they had no choice but to do so. At this moment, whether it is Son Goku or Vegeta, a tall figure appeared in the eyes. This figure is composed of holy light, which is also mixed with crystal streamers. It seems to be composed of 7 colors. Just standing there seems to be the focus of the world, the darling of the universe. Anyone who saw this figure was amazed over and over again. They felt the aura of the creation of heaven and earth on this figure, and the power closest to the source was undoubtedly revealed on the opponent's body. It is incomparable and indescribable to everyone. And Son Gohan's views are naturally different from others. After all, he is the strongest, and at the same time, as a time traveler, he naturally knows the most about the secrets and has deep insights into this battle. But seeing the figure floating in front, although it can be seen that it is in the form of a human being, it is very different from humans on Earth and even other intelligent life in the universe, because this figure has no real face at all. He doesn't even have any clothes on his body, but he is not a naked individual. His body is composed of pure white light. And there are 7 elements of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple mixed in it, like some kind of flowing liquid running around in it. Nodes. But not everyone can see Oreki. There are people like only people with strength and eyesight like Son Gohan can tell the difference, but for ordinary people on Earth, what they can see is the radiant light. At this moment, Salama approached slowly, and saw a look slowly appearing on his ancient and calm face, and then a deep voice came out. The legendary all-knowing and omnipotent Zeno, whose true power no one can see it, but everyone who saw it has disappeared into this world. I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to see it today. At the same time as the words came out, the expressions of the other people present also changed, and they couldn't help but look at the floating naked man. Chapter 256 Salama. I can't wait to fight, but seeing that the latter has no obvious facial features, even those dazzling eyes can't see any expression, just like the law of nature without emotion. Sure enough, the 2 guards beside you have an extraordinary relationship with you. They are clearly part of your body, they are the extension of your power and absorb them. Only then can your strength be fully revealed. Salama looked at the light man on the opposite side, and then said, the god in the legend has a real appearance, without a specific form, and it is clearly an individual composed of pure universe energy. It makes people look forward to how powerful the rumored strongest Zeno is. Salama looked at the opposite worker and laughed. His expression was full of fighting spirit. Obviously he had been looking forward to this battle for a long time, and he couldn't wait now. That sure is Zeno. 583 At this moment, all the multiverse universe fighters in the universe spaceship have come to their senses. Their eyes burst out involuntarily. Obviously they have completely confirmed the identity of the light man. Is this what Zeno really looks like? Son Gohan looked ahead and muttered something. Maybe this is Zeno's true form in battle, and only in this way can he burst out with truly powerful strength. Piccolo stared straight ahead, his eyes full of shock. I didn't expect that I would be able to see God with my own eyes at such an advanced age. Master Roshi hunched over, staring at the front with wide-eyed eyes, with an expression on his face. He didn't know whether it was surprise or excitement. The 2 guards are already so powerful, it's hard to imagine how powerful Zeno will become after absorbing them. Advertisement Keelan next to him also showed a look of shock. his pupils trembled constantly, as if he felt that his brain was not enough. Master Zeno is so powerful, he must be able to defeat Salama, so that all our people on Earth and the entire universe can be saved. At this moment, Bulma, who was manipulating the spaceship, raised his head, his big blue eyes were full of hope, and he himself was eagerly hoping for a long-lost victory. Now it can be said that everyone is looking forward to it, and everyone is staring at the front. For them, this battle is not only about the fate of the Earth, but also the fate of the universe lies in the safety of all of them. Now it is like a bet. The pressure is on Zeno, and they believe that the latter will not let them down. And under the gaze of everyone, the two figures that seemed to be in the middle of the sky and the earth finally moved, and Salama was the first to make a move. I saw that there was not much fear in his eyes, on the contrary for him, what he was waiting for was Zeno's chance to make a real move, and this was exactly what he dreamed of, Adbi. Almighty God in the legend, I didn't expect your mantra to fall into the world. I don't know if it's the luck of all beings, or my luck, but this is already your strongest method. I can't wait to start a battle with you. Up. Saruman's scarlet eyes burst out with scorching light, and his body also emitted a dark air, and a more powerful and domineering force erupted from his body. After a few breaths, the aura on his body returned to its peak again, and even the injuries he caused before disappeared, and it was no surprise to everyone that such a miraculous phenomenon appeared on Salama's body. But Zeno was indifferent to his actions, as if he was deliberately waiting for Salama, and this made the other people present even more confused. According to normal circumstances, Salama has injuries and lacks physical strength, which is very important to Zeno. It was good news. If he took advantage of this, he might be able to defeat him in one fell swoop, but Quan didn't do anything at all, but just floated in the air without any expression as before. Could it be that Zeno didn't react, or that he was afraid of Salama? Of course, these are all wrong, and the answer is that Zeno did it on purpose. Others may not be able to see this point, but Son Gohan, who is the closest, naturally knows the whole story. Although he doesn't know Zeno well, he also understands that such a high-ranking figure like them would not easily make a move, let alone transforming into the form of God. This has never happened in many epics, and for Zeno, he doesn't bother to take advantage of others' dangers if he wants to fight. It is also in line with Zeno's all-knowing and omnipotent majesty and aura. After a few breaths, the momentum on Salama's body became stronger and stronger, and the black airflow covering him became more and more turbulent. The most obvious change was that his pair of scarlet glasses were slowly soaked in black, slowly showing a black and red luster, and this is extremely strange in itself, but appearing on Salama's body adds an aura to it. Chapter 257, Gohan, where the hell are you? Sure enough, it is the omniscient and omnipotent God. In order to express my respect for you, I will use all my strength to defeat you. Next, you must be able to see the true strength that I, Salama, have mastered since so many eras. Salama raised his head, as if talking to himself, and the expression on his face became more and more elevated. With the fall of his voice, his own aura broke through the limit again, and he released it beyond the extremely terrifying coercion. When it came out, it swept tens of thousands of miles away to the entire universe. The impact caused by this coercion is really not small. It can be described as earth-shattering. It spread to half of the galaxy in the blink of an eye, so that planets and celestial bodies hundreds of light years away were affected, and the nearby meteorite piles and planetary belts collapsed directly, and turned into universe dust when it was difficult to detect with the naked eye. And Zeno, who is the closest, is naturally affected first, but what an existence he is, he had already made a prediction in advance before Salama fully erupted these energies, only to see a silver-white circle appearing around him. The brilliance automatically intercepts these dark energies, so that for Zeno, this is just as ordinary as a breeze. At the same time, this powerful impact also affected the onlookers. It naturally didn't have much impact on Son Gohan. He saw a layer of turquoise energy floating around him, and he immediately thought that this coercion was blocked from the outside. It has been enough to protect your own body. As for Son Goku and Vegeta, they are also under a lot of pressure, because they have withdrawn from the state of Super Racer Blue, and now they are injured again, and their physical fitness has not recovered, so facing the fierce energy, it also seemed extremely difficult, but they were experienced fighters after all, and they forcibly carried it down with their own will. But for another group of people, they are not so lucky. They are warriors from multiple universes on the Earth. As far as the universe is concerned, they are weak and insignificant, so they feel the pressure of suffocation in the face of Salama, which is enough to destroy the universe's energy. At this moment, the spaceship that everyone was riding on was under this terrifying coercion. This extremely terrifying universe storm almost forcibly overturned their universe spaceship, and the multidimensional universe fighters were swaying left and right in the cabin in an extremely embarrassing manner. In short, he couldn't stand his own body. My gosh, this is going to kill me. The hunched Master Roshi resisted the shaking from all around, and supported the handrail on the cabin wall with his own hands. Advertisement: everyone must persevere and work hard. On the side, Son Gohan was also desperately grabbing the handle next to him to cheer up the multiverse fighters present, and at this time Son Gohan was also under great pressure, but his situation was better than others. After all, he has a Saiyan physique and is strong against pressure. This is the battle to really stand at the top of the universe. I didn't expect it to be so strong. I, Piccolo, have been desperately pursuing breakthroughs in power all my life. If I can't keep up with Son Goku in the plane, he will be fine. I didn't expect that when the real strong in front of me, I can't even count as an ant. On the other hand, Piccolo was holding the console in front of him with both hands. Chi Wei's stern face was bearing the great pressure at the same time, and at the same time, his heart was greatly impacted by it, and he felt very uncomfortable. 0. Ask for flowers. What can I do? I can't control the spaceship. If this continues, the entire spaceship will disintegrate. There is no spacesuit on the spaceship. If all of us are exposed to the universe, then we will soon become the universe. Dusty. No matter how hard it was for the blue-haired number 18 to maintain his composure, he was already affected by deep fear at this moment. He was manipulating the console with one hand while screaming unbelievably. Obviously he was at a loss. At this moment, a face suddenly appeared in Bulma's mind, and this face belonged to Son Gohan, and it was when his life was dying that he realized how important Son Gohan was to him, and how important he was to the future. His love is so deep. Son Gohan, where the hell are you? Number 18 lay down directly on the console, and saw that he was exerting all his strength to control the sense of control in front of him. At this moment, he had completely lost his composure and burst into tears. At this moment, the most vivid feeling in his heart was not I am afraid of losing my life, but because of this, I am afraid of losing Son Gohan, and I will not get the latter's protection and love. Just as his anxious cry came out, it was very trembling at the moment, and suddenly stopped, as if the sea that had set off a storm had fallen into half of the calm, and then, Bulma felt extremely warm all over his body, and let himself fall into someone's arms. A very familiar sense of intimacy surged into his brain, and then number 18 opened his big blue eyes. What appeared in his eyes was Son Gohan's resolute and handsome face, and at the moment, he was looking at Bulma with a warm smile on his face. Chapter 258. Sorry, I'm late. You are a villain. Why are you here now? Do you know that I am scared to death? Number 18 plunged headlong into Son Gohan's arms, and then yelled out loudly there, and at the same time kept hitting Son Gohan's chest with his own powder fist, making thumping noises constantly. Sorry, I'm late. And Son Gohan hugged number 18 tightly in his arms, and said something apologetic. At this time, the other people in the universe spaceship also recovered. They first felt that the entire hull had returned to calm, and then a soft energy penetrated into their bodies, comforting them at the moment of 930. The restlessness in their hearts also supplemented their slightly consumed physical strength. At this time, everyone came back to their senses and couldn't help but look at the figure at the console, and suddenly they couldn't help showing a look of surprise on their faces. Keelan Son Gohan, Master Roshi and others greeted Son Gohan with a smile, and after Son Gohan responded to them, the expression on his face became serious again. Recently he forgot through the window the two figures in the void in the distance. One is a silver-white light man made of colorful lights, and the other is a giant tower surrounded by black air currents. The two are still in a state of confrontation, and they are naturally Zeno and Salama. It's just that the difference from the previous situation is that their battle has officially begun. After the full release of the previous energy, Salama's combat power, also known as geometric multiples, skyrocketed. He was surrounded by terrifying coercion, and the indescribable energy oppression continued around him. Zeno, who was opposite him, seemed not to be affected. His influence, surrounded by colorful brilliance, not only offsets the dark energy of Salama, but even reflects the surrounding void universe. Sure enough, the strength of the legendary all-powerful god is really unfathomable, but I don't believe that you are really the incarnation of the will of multiple universes. The reason why you have been able to stand tall with so many sources of energy does not mean that you are truly invincible. However, this situation is about to change now, because I, Salama, have appeared, and I will formally challenge your position as Zeno and completely reveal your true colors. Salama's eyes became more and more fierce, and his expression also appeared extremely dignified. The moment his voice fell, his figure disappeared in place, and his speed broke through again compared to when he was on Earth before. Nearly 100 times higher. At this moment in the void of the universe, it seems like a fish in water can actually blend the figure into the chaos and accomplish things that others cannot do. Advertisement, swish, swish, swish. It is also the space between Salama and Zeno, and I keep thinking of the intertwined sounds. I saw that there was collapse at that time, and there was shrinkage from time to time, and a figure appeared or disappeared. Going above the universe space shows how terrifying its strength should be. For this level of speed, ordinary people can only sit and wait for death, because this is not a speed that can be detected by pure physical ability, and the breath sensor cannot be achieved at all. You must know that this is in the chaotic universe. The breath will dissipate invisible, not to mention Shalama's strange power that can blend into chaos is hard to guard against. Son Goku and Vegeta, who were bystanders when they died, were also shocked. Even though they were not on the scene at the moment, judging from the experience of previous battles, the strength that Salama showed at this moment has completely surpassed the previous one, pushing strength to a new peak. However, Zeno did not show much surprise. He still suspended in the void with a calm expression, and he stared at the chaotic void in front of him seriously. Although Salama had disappeared, it seemed that the entire net you can also see the same as the former. Buzz. And in the next microsecond, a figure suddenly appeared, and then a fist as huge as a mountain appeared in front of Zeno, and the coercion and power contained in this giant fist were undoubtedly released in an instant. An extremely shocking thing happened. Just as the fist was being swung out, the space in front of him continued to collapse, as if there were many small holes. But the punch at the moment has surpassed the ordinary level. Relying on physical strength alone has the ability to be on par with the law, which already shows that Salama has completely surpassed the realm of God, or that he has far surpassed God. 3.8 However, the person opposite him is not an ordinary existence. Even the mighty gods of destruction will be afraid from the bottom of his heart when he sees Zeno. When punching, Zeno is very calm. The lines on Zeno's forehead suddenly lit up, and Zhou Shen's colorful light became extremely dazzling. No one knew when he made the move. Just as Salama's fist was about to swing out, it stopped in midair. Then a fist made of pure white light swung over, and immediately hit Salama's body hard. Chapter 259 The Terrible Picture. Wow. The time of this collision was only 0.001 second, that is to say, the time for Zeno to punch was much shorter than this point, so that other people didn't see how Zeno made a shot at all, and they didn't see Salama on the opposite side. In the posture of punching, his chest and abdomen collapsed immediately, and his face was also distorted. At this time, the deep eyes also became scarlet like blood, especially in the pupils, full of horror. Tight then there was an unstoppable retreat to the rear. At this moment, Zeno's figure approached Salama again, but no one saw when he moved, as if he followed him like a shadow. Zeno would chase after Salama wherever he went. When the distance between them was infinitely narrowed, a shocking scene happened again. I saw that Salama hadn't recovered yet, and at this moment, Zhou Shen continued to emit strong impact sounds, and the speed of this collision was beyond imagination. In just 3 seconds, O3 had already suffered hundreds of injuries. This time, it can be seen how fast the punching speed is, surpassing the limit of what human beings can do. Even if it is as small as a molecule or atom, the speed of such a matter can be on the same level, which is the most ideal in physical experiments. The particle, the ultra-high speed state of the collider, is infinitely close. Bang bang bang. The attack happened so suddenly. And the process was so short that even Salama didn't realize what was going on. So he was hit directly, and after being hit, it was difficult to get out of that state. So as for his body in midair, he was constantly being beaten from all over the place, causing his body to continue to show messy movements while enduring the pain. And when all the attacks were over, the armor on Salama's body, it was all broken, and at this moment, it was even more difficult for him to restrain the power that Bai Quan had exerted, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. On the other hand, Zeno is still standing upright. He floats indifferently in the chaos, and no one has seen Zeno punch or kick from the beginning to the end, as if he has never launched an attack at all, but that just now, Salama was trembling crazily like a cramp. It was obvious that he had endured a strong attack. Ordinary people didn't see Zeno's attack. At this moment, the Dragon Ball fighters were completely shocked. They originally thought that Zeno's ability should be all-powerful, but they didn't expect that the opponent would be so fierce in real fighting, and none of them could see Zeno punching. The trajectory is like the car behind remains stationary all the time. This, Keelan could only make an extremely shocked expression, but at the moment he wanted to speak but couldn't speak, so that his throat kept making strange noises. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Advertisement. The hunched Master Roshi stared forward with big eyes, and repeated the words 3 times in a row, which shows how violent his inner shock was. This. Even Piccolo, who has always been calm and rational, was sweating continuously on his forehead and didn't say a word for a long time. And Son Goku and Vegeta, who were not far away, were completely speechless. Their performance was exactly the same as Piccolo's. At this time, they only had a dazed expression, unable to say anything. The only person on the scene who can maintain rationality may be Son Gohan, but he is also in a very restless mood at the moment. Even though he has predicted Zeno's strength in advance, he is still shocked when he sees it with his own eyes, because the latter his strength has completely violated the rules, or it has exceeded the power limit of the Dragon Ball world. It is no wonder that he is the multiverse, the absolute king. No one can challenge his status and authority. He did not expect that his real strength would be terrifying. But when he returned to the battlefield, he saw that Salama was terrified. He didn't expect Zeno's strength to be so terrifying. He thought that the gap between himself and the opponent was not that big. But he didn't expect that he couldn't even notice when Zeno made a move, and this deeply stimulated Salama's heart, and he couldn't help but shake his determination to challenge Zeno's position. But the matter has reached 970 points, and there is no turning back, not to mention that Zeno on the opposite side will not let him go, and now there is only a desperate fight. So when he thought of this, Salama's face turned pale, and suddenly his eyes burst out with awe-inspiring fierce light again, and the black air current lingering around the depths surged again, and a powerful energy oppression swept across. Apparently Salama wanted to continue to launch an offensive, but before his aura reached its peak, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and when he looked again, he suddenly found that Zeno's figure disappeared, but when he paid attention, he felt the surroundings change. It was extremely bright, and a figure composed of holy white light appeared in front of him. A palm made of silver white light suddenly leaned against Salama's abdomen, and this made the latter unable to react. Just when Salama reacted and wanted to forcefully rush away, he saw the opposite side. Zeno's whole body began to exude vigorous heat, and a terrifying breath was released. Chapter 260 See Zeno's True Power, Almighty Wave. I saw that Zeno, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, and his voice was extremely vicissitudes and vast, and it didn't sound like the tone that humans can utter, but more like the call of the laws of nature, or the oracle of God. Just at this moment, the palm resting on Salama's abdomen burst out with dazzling brilliance, and Zeno's crystal-clear jade body was also filled with colorful rays of light. Immediately, the energy began to gather in the palm, and a sacred and boundless aura spread. When it came out, an indescribably vast depression of energy spread in all directions. And it is under the influence of this energy that this starfield is illuminated, as if a sun that is nearly 100 times larger appears. This starfield is illuminated extremely brightly, and at the same time with the vast energy, it traveled through the 7th universe, and directly came to the 8th universe and the 9th universe, so that every universe in the multiverse echoed the light of Zeno. At this moment, all the creatures in the multiverse can feel the sacred and vast energy aura coming from all directions, and they all showed shocking and inexplicable expressions, because they felt the absolute power in this aura. Energy, I feel the unparalleled coercion brought by it, and this kind of oppression is equal to all living beings, whether it is the ordinary physiology on the living planet or the powerful universe warrior, or the supreme Kai and gods of destruction guarding the universe. As for Angel, their faces showed expressions of horror, fear, or envy. In the 11th universe, everyone looked at the sky in awe. They might have guessed the source of this terrifying energy and who its real owner was. This is definitely the power of Xeno, and only he can have such a terrifying energy breath. The bearded Topo was the first to react. He was looking forward, and his words were indifferent. It's terrible, it's so terrible, I almost thought we were going to die again. Tippers, the long-eared rabbit, had cold sweat streaming down his face, and his expression was full of horror. There is the 7th universe, what happened to Son Gohan and the others? Advertisement. And at this moment, with his arms crossed, Jiren raised his round head, and his protruding eyes became hotter and hotter. He naturally concentrated Xeno's vast energy and felt the other party's fear, but it can also be felt that a big battle is brewing and going on in the 7th universe, and for Jiren, who has always pursued the pinnacle of power, he is even more eager for it under the turmoil of his heart. And this is the gods of destruction and Angel from the 11th universe slowly coming out. Compared with others, they have a deeper feeling for this power. After all, they have seen Xeno more times and understand Xeno better. Terrible. It's unimaginable that Xeno can burst out with such energy. The clown-like gods of destruction Vermut narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression was full of horror. It seems that a very terrifying guy has appeared. His strength is enough to make the entire multiverse tremble. Otherwise, he would have been forcibly wiped out by the entire network. But now it seems that his power is far away, surpassed the gods. The pretty angel next to Vermut frowned slightly, looking at the place where the holy white light was attracted. With a slightly dignified look on his face, he spoke slowly. No matter how powerful that mysterious guy is, he will definitely be wiped out by Xeno. You must know that Xeno punished those rebels countless epochs ago, and directly cleared the 6 universes, so now there are only 12 multiverses left. Universe. And another figure walked out slowly. Goodbye. This person was dressed as a sword king, but his tone of voice seemed so calm. Obviously this guy was Supreme Kai from the 11th universe. From this point of view, he is also an extremely ancient existence. Since he knows that Zhuang Mixin happened countless epochs ago, it is precisely because of this that he understands the horror of Xeno and its true strength. Not only the 11th universe, but also the other 11 universes are having similar conversations. Whether they are old or young, or good, strong or weak, all of them are affected by this vast energy without exception, so they speculated about a certain situation, or remembered what happened countless times ago thing. And when I turned my attention back to the 7th universe, it had already been transformed from the original peaceful place into ruins and battlefields, and countless planets and meteorite groups turned into universe dust under the powerful pressure and impact, floating in the vast space. The killing move prepared by Xeno seems to have continued to complete the power, and the previous stage of just accumulating power can cause such a large impact and spread. It can be seen that Xeno's strength and energy have reached the level of withdrawing from the sky. Chapter 261 Break into the Sun. As for the other people who watched from a close distance, they were already shocked and had nothing to say. Maybe they had experienced the baptism of the power conference, they had seen Xeno, and they knew the great ability of universe when they disagreed. Right now, after witnessing many miracles, her psychological endurance has been infinitely improved, and at the moment, she no longer seems to be so fussy. The other people on the sidelines may be watching the excitement, but for Son Gohan, he does have his own understanding and perception of the actions of the entire network. He knows that a great existence like Xeno will not make a move easily. Because at every turn, it will cause shocking changes in the world, the shattering of stars, and the chaos of space. This has already exceeded the power of gods, and is almost unlimited by the power of laws. And just when Son Gohan fell into his thoughts, Xeno also completed all the power storage and saw that most of the energy in his body surged into the Patriarch, followed by white light, and colorful energy flowed in it. At that time, the vast and gentle energy of 023 was transformed into a violent and terrifying energy impact. In the encounter equivalent to the explosion of a superstar, the boundless beam of light has enveloped all directions. At this time, Salama had already lost control of his body. He looked at Xeno incredulously, and felt that he was under great pressure in an instant, and his actions were completely out of his control. When he lowered his head to look at his chest and abdomen, he was already frightened by the surging and violent energy around him. No! A low exclamation came out, and I saw Salama's blood-red eyes burst out with astonishing light beams, and then his body was completely covered by the dazzling light, and there was an indescribably tyrannical impact. The attack came, and in an instant, it swept out with Salama's body in its arms. The dazzling white light in the palm of the whole net, Adba, turned into a turbulent beam of light in an instant, and the moment it hit Salama's body, it was like a high-pressure water gun bursting with kinetic energy and power to the apex, and directly rushed him away mercilessly. Pull! Advertisement Salama's figure was ruthlessly rushed, and his speed reached the extreme in an instant, as if passing through infinite space and obstacles, rubbing against the void and making cracking sounds, and the one facing him at this moment was exactly the 7 planets, and the final giant that can't be seen at a glance, is the Sun, the only star in the solar system. Om. 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 In just the blink of an eye, Salama's body directly traversed the entire planet, and this did not affect his speed much at all, only to see that his body passed through the next planet again like a sharp sword. The interior, and then the next lesson and the next lesson, just like this continuously traversed the surface and crust of the 7 planets, and the airwaves and wakes formed behind him directly lay across the center of the 7 planets. It looks like a super giant candied hawes strung together. And every time he passed through a planet, Salama became more and more embarrassed, so that the armor and weakness covering his body were all cracked, and there were bloodstains on his body, and even if he passed through 7 a planet did not slow down Salama's speed, and even made the latter feel a little bit emotional, which was equivalent to shooting towards the final sun again. Boom. How terrifying Xeno's shockwave is. It wraps around Salama's body, runs through the 7 planets continuously, and does not counteract the impact brought by this force, and then crashes into the center of the star and the sun without any suspense. In fact, to the onlookers, what they saw was like a fish jumping into the ocean, only a little wave appeared and then disappeared. For everyone, the shock in their hearts is indescribable. Even ordinary people know that the sun is an existence that is beyond reach. Even for the high gods, the temperature of the stars is extremely terrifying. The temperature reached 6,000 degrees. Before ordinary people on Earth approach, the surface of the sun was directly evaporated into gas. If the gods got too close, their lives would be in danger. But this time, Xeno directly shot Salama into if you enter the sun, you must know that the sun is divided into 3 layers, and the temperature of each layer is as different as heaven and earth, and how terrible the temperature possessed by Rihei in the end. And it was after this incident that both Son Gohan and the Dragon Ball fighters in the spaceship of Universe were shocked, and all of them regarded this scene as the most shocking scene in their lives, and it was probably unforgettable for a lifetime, and they felt a strong shock in their hearts at the same time. Strong hopes arose. Since Salama was shot into the sun, it has been a long time since I saw any other movement, nor did I see any other waves on the surface of the sun from this point of view. I should not cause any more big waves. And the temperature inside the core of the sun is extremely high, which has exceeded the level that scientists on the Earth can study, because no one has ever tried to enter, but anyone with a mortal body who is close to the surface of the sun has no intention of being able to come out alive. Not to mention the direct design of the core, even the gods will die. Chapter 262 Salama is dead. As a result, everyone's faces gradually eased up, and joy appeared in their hearts. In their opinion, Salama should have been melted into gas and completely disappeared from this world. In particular, the Universe spaceship controlled by Bulma has already fallen into the ocean of joy, and they can't help but start celebrating their victories singing and dancing. Salama is finally dead, we are saved, we are saved. Tears flowed down Keelan's face, and at this moment, he hugged Tien Shinhan next to him indiscriminately, his expression showing the joy of the rest of his life after the catastrophe. Yes, we are all saved. And Tien Shinhan was also surprisingly, did not push away Piccolo, and Piccolo hugged together, and at this moment, tears of excitement flowed out of those 3 eyes. Even Master Roshi, who was hunched over, leaned on his crutches and swayed over there at this moment, and the face that was originally mourning was a flower. Obviously, in his opinion, he could live happily ever after. At this moment, Bulma, who was originally manipulating the spaceship, also slowly approached Son Gohan, then leaned his face into Son Gohan's arms, and said slowly, "It's really great, we won." But Son Gohan raised his head and looked through the window, looking at the depths of the vast void. The insider solemnity in his eyes has never dissipated. Things may not be that simple. Suddenly remembered the sudden sentence, although the voice was not high-pitched or strong, but the other people in the cabin heard it accurately, and saw that they all raised their heads and looked at Son Gohan in unison. Advertisement, Son Gohan. What do you mean? Piccolo was the first to ask questions. He is the most rational among ordinary people, and he is the most observant and understands others, so that he can instantly detect the unusual things in Son Gohan's words. Son Gohan raised his head, glanced at everyone slowly, and finally turned around to look at the figure in the void in the distance, and said calmly, "I mean, Salama is probably still alive." And when these words came out, it was no less than a thunderstorm on the ground. It stirred up thousands of waves for a moment, and the scene suddenly became silent, and after a few seconds, the scene suddenly became noisy again. What? Salama may still be alive, is this unlikely? After listening to Son Gohan's words, Keelan raised his head, sweat dripping down steeply, and at this moment his voice came out with some stuttering. We clearly saw that Salama entered the sun. How could there be any possibility of survival? Tien Shinhan also looked at Son Gohan at this time, and his 3 eyes were full of disbelief. Isn't it possible that the opponent is Xeno? There is no way Salama will survive in these conditions. It's impossible for anyone to survive the horrible temperatures in the inner core of the sun, and it's been that long. Advertisement. Listening to the disputes among the people in the spaceship, everyone couldn't help feeling tense. Originally they were still in a state of intense excitement, but at this moment they became uncontrollably tense, precisely because Son Gohan they are guided by their words, so that they think about the possibility that they can't help themselves, and this is the scary part of the human heart. The more they are afraid of something, the easier it is for something to appear. 0. Asking for flowers. Zero and Bulma also showed a worried look, raised his head and looked at Son Gohan, opened his cherry mouth slightly, but hesitated to speak. But Son Gohan didn't say anything. This is still looking at the void battlefield in the distance. Although he didn't show anything on the surface, he already had a strong premonition in his heart. At this moment, I saw that the originally calm surface of the sun had many calm waves out of thin air. Suddenly, like a landslide and tsunami, a large area of fire waves was set off. Everyone realized something at this moment, and saw that they raised their heads involuntarily, and the direction they were looking at this time was the huge and incomparably huge sun in the distance. Point 0. Immediately afterwards, a powerful fluctuation oscillated, and a terrifying and familiar aura emanated. I saw that huge sun blood hanging high above the head suddenly produced violent fluctuations. I saw the surface of the unpredictable sun suddenly erupted a burst of fire, just like the fountain above the sea, it looked so abrupt and elusive. Wow. Immediately afterwards, the jet condensed by the fire wave swept downwards, and then disappeared on a large rock, and the flames in it slowly and turbulently took on a normal shape, which everyone could see when the flame turned into a human shape. It gave people a huge visual impact, as if everyone saw the fireman or the legendary fire elf with their own eyes. And just as the Dragon Ball soldiers were exclaiming, Son Gohan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could see some clues from it. This is not fire at all, and people are not some mysterious substance in the sun illusionary power. Chapter 263. The Coming of True Despair. Because he felt an extremely strong aura of danger from it, and a ubiquitous dark energy all warned him of his true identity. Buzz. The flames on the burning man surged like water, then slowly calmed down, and then returned to its original appearance, and then a shockingly familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. I saw that this figure was incomparably burly and tall. It looked like a black tower, and some of it was black, with a crimson luster all over its body. It looked like a red-hot iron block. Moving towards the outside continued to release 500 heat. The most noticeable thing is that novel pair of eyes, which look extremely red. It was like a blood-red moon between two people, and it was precisely this that made everyone's pupils shrink. Their hearts stopped beating in an instant, and their breathing couldn't help but became short of breath. They rubbed their eyes one by one, as if they didn't dare believe in what is happening in front of you. Salama. It was Keelan who screamed first. He was in the midst of extreme joy, but suddenly that figure appeared in his eyes, which directly shattered all his thoughts. Unexpectedly, this guy did not die, and miraculously appeared in front of everyone again. Not only Klin, but the others also came to their senses at this time. They all fled over one after another. Their eyes indirectly saw the figure that was almost everyone's nightmare, and they couldn't help but scream out loud. It's really Salama. How could Salama not be dead? He was blasted into the sun. This is completely impossible. Salama has nothing to do. Could it be that this is really our end? And Bulma, who controls the universe spacecraft, had already received great joy. Advertisement. When he was about to control the very return to the earth, he encountered this book again. For him, it was like falling from heaven to hell, and you said that the fiery heart turned cold in an instant. And it was a broad palm grasping his slender little hand, and suddenly a warmth enveloped Bulma. Yi Ching was the only one who could make such a move, and at this time he slowly raised his head to look at Bulma and showed a warm smile. It was this smile that seemed to melt the ice in an instant. Even Bulma, who was terrified inside, at this time, he also smiled slowly. Son Gohan's expression was as usual, and he did not appear overly surprised by the changes in front of him. Although the situation in front of him complicated the battle, it would not affect the final outcome, and he had already expected it now. Not to mention Salama's powerful combat power and perverted vitality, it would not be so easy just because of the opponent's incomparably cunning personality. As expected by Son Gohan, the reversal did occur after all. And just when everyone was astonished, the tower-like figure slowly revealed his true face. Obviously, just like Keelan and others saw, this guy was Salama, and only seeing that he turned around slowly and looked at the colorful light on the opposite side, it seemed that the only person in his eyes was the other person, and for Salama, the only other person in this world was worth his shot. You don't seem surprised to see that I'm not dead? Salama looked at Zeno and said with a slightly teasing tone. On the other hand, Zeno is suspended in midair, staring at Salama on the opposite side, but he asked to remain silent and didn't say anything. I don't know if he didn't speak on purpose, or he chose to remain silent by nature. The way product is average. After the time of 2 breaths passed, Zeno, who was exuding light, suddenly trembled. The light surrounding his body overflowed, and then the space around him distorted, and the frequency of the distortion became more and more intense. Zeno's figure disappeared in an instant. Shua. At this moment, the space in front of where Salama appeared suddenly blurred, and then the surrounding air also made a friction sound, as if the space began to collapse, but after only 1/10 of a second, the figure of Bai Guang appeared in front of him. This 3.0 happened so suddenly that even Salama didn't expect it at all, so that his pupils shrank in an instant, and the pupils of the two were like bloody moons, suddenly enlarged. Boom. Another punch appeared in front of Salama, and it became bigger and bigger in his eyes, and then at the moment that the vision and nerve perception could sense, it directly hit Salama's chest and abdomen, and then the violent power poured out, and less than 0.1 microseconds after the two collided, Salama's body flew out like a cannonball. Chapter 264. This is enough taste. Buzz. And the impact and spread this time was also not weak. The power of this punch also reached an astonishing level, knocking out Salama's body that was as heavy as a mountain, and this time Salama upgraded the trajectory of the gliding as like a pre-booked book that crashes through those asteroid belts one after another, so that several planets are completely destroyed. And the shock generated this time was also not small. Only under the power of Zeno's punch, Salama's body was still halfway around the source of the star pole, so that the universe spaceship he was riding on was far away from him. Fortunately, Son Gohan gave a warning in advance, so Bulma was able to react in time, so that he manipulated the spaceship to avoid the impact of Salama. This time, Salama's own gliding trajectory lasted for about tens of light years before stopping, and this time the situation was not much better than before 03. Although Salama had no obvious injuries, his whole body there were more cracks in his dark black armor, especially his aura was no longer as fierce as before. Obviously, Salama was not feeling well at the moment. With great difficulty, he stopped his retreating body, and then slowly landed on the suspended huge rock, but perhaps because of his serious internal and external injuries, Salama couldn't restrain his trembling at this moment, and the most obvious phenomenon was his body. The armor was cracking open, and the secret black blood flowed out of it, which looked a little shocking. But those who have experienced the previous battles know that this cannot cause great damage to Salama. The latter's vitality is so rare in the world, not to mention who can guarantee that he will not burst out of dark energy suddenly. Let your injuries recover in an instant, or restore your physical fitness to its peak state again. So even if they saw Salama's complexion and low spirits, the onlookers did not dare to show any signs of rejoicing. For them, this moment cannot be negligent, and the current short-term tranquility is likely to be a harbinger of storms. Is this the power of God? It's really strong enough, it's really delicious, it's the first time for me, Salama, to witness the true form of God and fight Zeno head-on. Salama spit out saliva mixed with blood and his complexion became rosy because of it. At this moment, he raised his head, his scarlet eyes were filled with a palpitating fierce light, which still made everyone feel that Salama that ever-present aggression. And after hearing what Salama said, the disadvantages became a little unnatural. They had witnessed Zeno's battle with Kamui before, but they couldn't confirm whether Salama was seriously injured, and their eyes seemed to be hearing the other party's own words. After what he said, the faces of the people present turned a little ugly. From this, it can be seen that the fighting power retained by Salama is still very strong. On the other hand, Zeno on the opposite side did not utter any words. All he saw was a holy white light shining all over him, and the colorful light beams flowed like flowing water in it, and his pure white eyes did not show any emotional fluctuations. It was at this moment that the light around him shook, and the powerful energy was released. The holy white light once again covered a radius of 10 kilometers, and then the space around him became blurred again, disappearing from time to time, and suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. After seeing this scene, even Sarama couldn't help it either, his pupils shrank suddenly, he couldn't feel any breath of Zeno there, and the latter disappeared as if he had never appeared before. But only 0.1 second later, a dazzling white light erupted in front of Salama, a sacred aura radiated out, and the vast energy wrapped in a thick fist, directly came like the whistling of Halley's comet. Boom! There was a strong look of horror in Salama's eyes, but he didn't have time to react, and he couldn't make a prediction, because just as he had this thought, Zeno's fist had already bombarded his face and 10 times the impact force that is 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary planetary impact erupts. And Salama's body has not stood still, and has not recovered from previous injuries, so that when the body was hit, it was blown away without any suspense. Therefore, in everyone's line of sight, one could see a belied-like figure roaring towards the boundless sky, and just when it reached the apex position, it fell down obliquely downward rapidly. And this figure doesn't need to think about it, it must be Salama, and he has no power to resist under the all-powerful punch of the whole text. Right now, he is being beaten back and forth wantonly like a rubber ball. The gap between them is really too big, even if it is pure power, it is not on the same level at all. Chapter 265 Witness God's True Form. Shuala. At this moment, dazzling white light whizzed around again, and Zeno's figure disappeared in place again, and then Salam's body was directly shrouded in front of him by the blazing sun-like light. He was shocked by the inexplicable figure, which needless to say was Zeno. Obviously this time the full text is not intended to be taken lightly. Since you choose to make a move, you must do it to the end. For a scourge like Salama, if you don't deal with the rest of the damage and completely eliminate the opponent, the crisis will repeat itself. Wow! I saw Zeno punching continuously. His fists formed by the condensed and combined holy white light seemed to become a hurricane in an instant, and suddenly became incomparably majestic and huge in the eyes. Not just pure power, or the micro-pressure of energy emitted is enough to shake the world, and in an instant it completely fills the universe at the center of the earth, shaking the entire multiverse. On the other hand, Salama was already terrified and inexplicable at this moment. When facing the sudden figure of Zeno, the decision he made immediately was to fade away quickly, but neither time nor his own conditions allowed, so that when he swung those 3 punches in a row, he was left with nothing but amazement, and a strong look of fear appeared in his expression, which was unique to him. Boom! 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 So under the witness of everyone, Salama was constantly hit by Zeno on the opposite side. The opponent's fist seemed to be harder than any metal, so that every group could cause serious damage to Salama, and his body was constantly violent. Retreated, and the armor and scales covering his body continued to shatter, so Salama's mood became more and more depressed. Poof! Poof! Poof W, and every time he received a punch, Salama took a step back, and his aura continued to drop, and finally spurted out several streams of blood uncontrollably, and the moment his black blood spewed out, it directly vaporized, so this lavender mist floated in space, and soon disappeared into the chaotic universe. But at this moment, Salama's state is already in a terrible state, his body is full of broken marks, and dense cracks are all over his body, and his scarlet eyes are no longer so hot, and deep dark spots appear on his face. Deep exhaustion, it can be seen that Salama was definitely hit hard. Advertisement, but Zeno's attack was stronger than the previous one, so that the superposition of the 3 forces exploded into unspeakable damage. During the break, the scales covering Salama's body suddenly shattered, and Salama's pupils were even more severe. It lost its brilliance in an instant, so with a hollow look, it spit out another blood arrow at the next moment. Seeing that the opponent's aura had dropped to the extreme, it was obvious that the whole network had already gained the absolute upper hand, and he had just retracted his fist that was as heavy as a star at a moment. His ethereal eyes burst out with light again, and he mobilized the energy in his body again, and his aura also climbed to the apex at a speed visible to the naked eye. With great difficulty, he stopped his retreating body, and then slowly landed on the suspended huge rock, but perhaps because of his serious internal and external injuries, Salama couldn't restrain his trembling at this moment, and the most obvious phenomenon was his body. The armor was cracking open, and the secret black blood flowed out of it, which looked a little shocking. But those who have experienced the previous battles know that this cannot cause great damage to Salama. The latter's vitality is so rare in the world, not to mention who can guarantee that he will not burst out of dark energy suddenly. Let your injuries recover in an instant, or maintain your physical fitness to its peak state again. So even if they saw Salama's complexion and low spirits, the onlookers did not dare to show any signs of rejoicing. For them, this moment cannot be negligent, and the current short-term tranquility is likely to be a harbinger of storms. It is the first time for me, Salama, to witness the true form of God with my own eyes. Salama spat out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion became rosy because of it. At this moment, he raised his head, his scarlet eyes were filled with a palpitating fierce light, which still made everyone feel that Salama aggressiveness all the time. And after everyone heard what Salama said, the disadvantages became a little unnatural. They had witnessed Zeno's battle with Kamui before, but they couldn't confirm whether Salama was seriously injured. And it seems that after hearing what the other party said personally, the faces of the people present turned a little ugly. From this, it can be seen that Salama's remaining fighting power is still very strong. On the other hand, Zeno on the opposite side didn't say anything, only a holy white light shone around him, and colorful beams flowed like flowing water. And his pure white eyes can't see the slightest emotional fluctuation. It was at this moment that the light around him shook, and the tyrannical energy was released. Chapter 266 Almighty Wave. End. The holy white light once again covered a radius of 10 kilometers, and then the space around him became blurred again, appearing and disappearing from time to time, and suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. After seeing this scene, even Salama couldn't help it, his pupils shrank suddenly, he couldn't feel any breath of Zeno there, and the latter disappeared as if he had never appeared before. But just 0.1 seconds later, a dazzling white light erupted in front of Salama, a sacred aura emanated out, and the vast energy wrapped in a thick fist, directly came like the whistling of Halley's comet. Boom! There was a strong look of horror in Salama's eyes, but he didn't have time to react, and he couldn't make a prediction, because when he had this thought, Zeno's fist had already hit his face, and then an ordinary planetary impact was 100 times more powerful than ordinary planetary impact. And Salama's body has not stood still, and has not recovered from previous injuries, so that when the body was hit, it was blown away without any suspense. Therefore, in the line of sight of everyone, they could see a figure like a bolide, whistling towards the boundless sky high in the sky. Just when it reached the apex position, it fell down obliquely downwards rapidly. And this figure doesn't need to think about it, it must be Salama, and he has no power to resist under the all-powerful punch of the whole text. Right now, he is being beaten back and forth wantonly like a rubber ball. The gap between them is really too big, even if it is pure power, it is not on the same level at all. Pull. At this moment, dazzling white light whizzed around again, and Zeno's figure disappeared in place again, and then Salam's body was directly shrouded in front of him by the blazing sun-like light. He was shocked by the inexplicable figure, which needless to say was Zeno. Obviously this time the full text is not intended to be taken lightly. Since you choose to make a move, you must do it to the end. For a scourge like Salama, if you don't deal with the rest of the damage and completely eliminate the opponent, the crisis will repeat itself. Advertisement. Wow. I saw Zeno punching continuously. His fists formed by the condensed and combined holy white light seemed to become a hurricane in an instant, and suddenly became incomparably majestic and huge in the eyes. Not just pure power, or the micro-pressure of energy emitted is enough to shake the world, and in an instant it completely fills the universe at the center of the earth, shaking the entire multiverse. On the other hand, Salama was already terrified and inexplicable at this moment. When facing the sudden figure of Zeno, the decision he made immediately was to fade away quickly, but neither time nor his own conditions, ADAC, allowed it. As for when Zeno swung those 3 punches in a row, all he was left with was amazement, and there was also a strong look of fear in his expression, which was unique to him. Boom. 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 So under the witness of everyone, Salama was constantly hit by Zeno on the opposite side. The opponent's fist seemed to be harder than any metal, so that every group could cause serious damage to Salama, causing his figure to continue to grow. The sudden retreat, and the armor and scales covering his body continued to shatter, so Salama's mood became more and more depressed. Puff puff. And every time he received a punch, Salama took a step back, and his aura continued to drop, and finally spurted out several streams of blood uncontrollably, and the moment his black blood spewed out, it directly vaporized, so this lavender mist floated in space, and soon disappeared into the chaotic universe. But at this moment, Salama's state is already in a terrible state, his body is full of broken marks, and dense cracks are all over his body, and his scarlet eyes are no longer so hot, and deep dark spots appear on his face. Deep exhaustion, it can be seen that Salama was definitely hit hard. But Zeno's attack was stronger than the previous one, so that the superposition of the 3 forces exploded into unspeakable damage. During the break, the scales covering Salama's body suddenly shattered, and Salama's pupils were even more severe. It lost its brilliance in an instant, so with a hollow look, it spit out another blood arrow at the next moment. Seeing that the opponent's aura had dropped to the extreme, it was obvious that the whole network had already gained the absolute upper hand, and he had just retracted his fist that was as heavy as a star at a moment. His ethereal eyes burst out with light again, and he mobilized the energy in his body again, and his aura also climbed to the apex at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almighty Wave. End. The ethereal voice on his body sounded this voice, and this was the second time Zeno uttered the voice, and the moment the voice came out, the TV penetrated into everyone's ears without omission, like a judgment from heaven. Can't escape. Chapter 267. Big repercussions afterwards. At the next moment, Zeno's body erupted with bright light, and a colorful streamer suddenly rioted, and surrounding the holy white body, an extremely terrifying atmosphere swept across multiple universes again, so that multiple universes shook again. A dazzling light glowed from Zeno's palm, and an extremely bright ball of light was condensed, and this ball of light shone in black and white, and at the same time mixed with 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple flowing, creating a terrifying atmosphere inevitably emitted, followed by an extremely dazzling shockwave jet explosion. The power of this shockwave is shocking and inexplicable, but the faces of all the onlookers are shining with strange brilliance, and it is like the power of the thunder trial from the sky, and their sights are full of shocking. The palpitations of the glory. At this moment everyone clicked their tongues again and again, and they can't say anything. In their opinion, the final outcome is already doomed. The sky-shattering hum continued to resound, and it spread around like the thunder of the 9 heavens, causing the entire void universe to vibrate violently, and this terrifying light beam containing the power of creating and destroying the world. In an instant it has already exceeded the speed of light, and Salama, who is the closest to it, obviously bears the brunt, especially the expression on his face is full of a different kind of thrilling, and complex emotions are brewing and rippling in it. Memories, pain, hate is not reconciled, and so on and so on. Not good? Salama immediately turned pale with fright. He had completely put his foot down at this moment, and his pupils were filled with unbelievable brilliance. He absolutely did not expect that Zeno's power would be so powerful that it had far surpassed the first one times, and the speed has doubled, which has far exceeded Salama's assessment of Zeno's combat power as a god form. And right in his eyes, the extremely dazzling blue-white lightning, like a flowing python, charged directly at him in just a microsecond, and then completely covered his line of sight, and then violently it hit his body, and Salama's body couldn't bear this kind of charge even more, so that the armor covering his body split instantly, and the powerful impact that followed made Salama even more astonished. Pull. And at the next moment, dazzling white light surged out, and it was even more difficult for Salama to avoid it, so his figure was swallowed up in an instant, and the endless ray of light and flames completely devoured him like a leaking core, and Salama his body was without omission, completely disappearing there. This is definitely beyond everyone's expectations. You must know that Salama is not an ordinary existence. He is one of the most powerful people born in the multiverse, and he has created such a mysterious and unpredictable Super Dragon Ball. A thing of legend. If Salama hadn't caused trouble, his status would be countless times higher than it is now, and the endless people in the universe would also respect him. It's a pity that the sentence is exactly right. A beautiful woman like you, how can you be a thief? Sarama could have become an upright and strong man, but he wanted to get in the way, making those conspiracies and tricks constantly destroy the peace and tranquility of the multiverse. Zeno had fought with him countless epochs ago, but he did not. There is no Shah Salama, but I didn't expect that after so many years. Salama is still brooding, and finally wants to destroy the peace of the universe, causing things to such a situation that Zeno has to transform into the final form, and with the help of God terrible forces called destruction and creation strangled it. 0. Asking for flowers. As for the current battle and the final result, it can be said that Salama has no choice but to blame others, and Salama's defeat and disappearance are also in line with the wishes of most people. After all, Salama exists for a day, and the earth is so diverse the universe is facing threats and unrest, and only when the other party is truly eliminated can the universe usher in real peace. Under everyone's gaze, Salama's position was shrouded in endless brilliance, and the surroundings were accompanied by smoke and fireworks, filled with a thick smell of gunpowder smoke, making everyone smell the breath of danger and death. 0. And after a moment of silence, expressions of joy appeared unconsciously on the faces of everyone, especially the Dragon Ball fighters on the universe spaceship. Seeing this kind of scene, how not to surprise them is inexplicable. However, there are still some people who maintain some rationality, such as Piccolo and Tien Shinhan, perhaps because of previous experiences. Salama can recover from injuries time after time, and his physical strength can also recover quickly, which deeply stimulated everyone, so that they became vigilant, thinking that Salama was not so easy to fail, and of course he would not just disappear and die. Obviously, Piccolo and others have become frightened birds. But at this moment, there was a clear voice in the cabin, and Bulma turned his head to look at everyone and said, "The spaceship has not detected Salama's breath of life. If there is no accident." Chapter 268. Something is wrong. The evil god has disappeared? However, Bulma hadn't finished speaking, and the presence of cheers and laughter was already remembered. The Dragon Ball fighters couldn't restrain their inner joy, and danced excitedly there. They still have doubts about other people's words, but they completely believe in Bulma's words. Not only because Walmart never tells lies, but also because they believe in Walmart's genius scientific talent. The universe spacecraft he invented, and other its retrieval and detection capabilities are top-notch, especially after combining the scientific and technological research of extraterrestrial civilizations. The vitality detection of powerful life forms has reached the most cutting-edge development level of 567. Great, we finally won. It really pays off, we all have to show off. Zeno saved us. Long live Zeno. The cabin of the spaceship universe has long been immersed in a sea of joy. After a strong depression, everyone feels extremely comfortable in their hearts, and the stone that is pressing on their hearts has finally been let go. Now they no longer have to feel frightened, I can completely relax. But when the others were beaming, Son Gohan didn't show any blood on his face. On the contrary, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. For him, This matter may not be as simple as it seems on the surface, although the power of the whole network is so strong that it is difficult to compete, and Salama did not escape, being swallowed by Xeno's almighty destructive power, and Salama's breath of life seemed to dissipate between heaven and earth, but somehow, Son Gohan always had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, at a place not far from the scene, Son Goku and Vegeta naturally witnessed the terrible battle before, and the destruction and impact caused by it were spread far and wide, even if Son Goku and Vegeta had seen the big wind and waves like this. The people also feel awed by the energy released by Xeno, and naturally suspect that Salama has been buried under the powerful destruction of Xeno. It's not just them, even Xeno seems to have restrained his mind. His aura is not as fierce as before, and even the body in the form of God is beginning to show signs of dissipating. This may be the result of the previous battle. The consumption is too huge, and at this moment, Xeno has the tendency to return to its original state. But the current situation is undoubtedly beginning to be decided by anyone. Salama has been completely wiped out under Xeno's powerful offensive, and the sword of Damocles hanging above everyone's heads has finally disappeared. Advertisement. After realizing this, the people present were not too complacent. They suddenly remembered that apart from this serious trouble, the dark forces also had powerful remnants. Staying in the multiverse, it is the four evil gods who came to the earth as the vanguard before. They have fought against Son Goku, Vegeta and Son Gohan successively. With the blessing of the gods, they returned to the peak again, and since everyone fought with Salama, the four evil gods have not made a move. Now that Salama has been solved, it is time to liquidate. And the first to react were Son Goku and Vegeta. After all, they fought against the four evil gods first, and they all suffered big losses at the hands of each other. Especially Vegeta, in his opinion, the battle with Demi-Cooler for him, it is a great shame, and this is something that he cannot tolerate, so that others always worry about it, and want to find a chance to ask this shame to come back. But just when Vegeta settled down, he suddenly found that the information of Demi-Cooler disappeared. Not only his aura of the other three evil gods disappeared, as if they had never appeared in the seventh universe, and this could not help but this made Vegeta suspicious, and his face became a little gloomy at the moment. What's the matter, Vegeta? Son Goku noticed Vegeta's abnormality at this time, and turned his head to ask. Demi-Cooler, their breath is gone. Vegeta didn't hide anything, and just told the truth. In fact, he wanted Son Goku to feel it too, to see if the other party could feel the existence of the four evil gods, so that at least he could live with his face. After hearing Vegeta's words, Son Goku couldn't help showing doubts on his face, but he didn't choose to question it at 2.6. Instead, he calmed down and felt it. After a few seconds passed, Son Goku suddenly opened his eyes. He was also a little surprised and said, I can't feel the aura of the four of them. Could it be that they really disappeared? After seeing Son Goku's expression, Vegeta immediately realized that these four people had indeed disappeared, and Vegeta couldn't help feeling annoyed when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered before, but it didn't happen for a while. He couldn't find Demi-Cooler, so he could only forcefully hold his anger in his heart. Chapter 269. The black hole screen appears. But this is not good news. For everyone, it is an additional hidden danger. It is equivalent to being in the open, while the enemy is in the dark. So the current situation is very unfavorable to them. This incident seems a bit strange. When Master Xeno was fighting Salama just now, these four guys were still there. Why did they suddenly disappear now? Could it be that they were planned by Saiyan? Son Goku touched the back of his head and said with a puzzled expression. Perhaps these four guys are afraid of this prince's strength, so they took the opportunity to slip away, but they can't run very far. I will definitely find them out one by carrying the guitar. I will return the shame tenfold and 100-fold. He didn't care about being hit. On the contrary, he hasn't forgotten the previous battle. To him, this matter is like a stick in his throat, which makes him burn with anger all the time. The disappearance of these four evil gods is definitely not that simple. Encountering a clear voice, it suddenly sounded beside Son Goku and Vegeta, and both of them turned their heads involuntarily. They saw the figure of Son Gohan, who was slowly descending from the sky. What do you mean by that? Vegeta crossed his shoulders and raised his eyebrows, looking at Son Gohan next to him. Yes, Lord Son Gohan, what do you mean by that? Son Goku also turned his head, raising his voice on purpose, looking at Son Gohan next to him with a puzzled expression. You have only seen the surface, but not the essence. These four evil gods have always existed in the same spirit, and the reason why they appeared on the earth was not their own will, and they were influenced by Sarah. According to my observations, these four people had already disappeared when Salama was attacked for the last time. Obviously, it was not because the leader was killed and scattered like birds and beasts, but because they had other plans, and conspiracy. Advertisement. Son Gohan put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance with deep eyes. You mean to say, Salama? Son Goku reacted immediately, but before he could say the last sentence, he was stopped by Son Gohan, because Son Gohan suddenly felt a strange wave, spreading out, and the familiar aura lingered around. And he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Immediately afterwards, not only Son Gohan, Son Goku and Vegeta felt it. But they turned their heads one after another, and the direction they were looking at was the place where the battle started before, and at this moment in the vast void, suddenly a huge and bottomless black hole appeared, which seemed to be no different from the most mysterious substance in the universe, but all three of them could feel the breath of life in the dragon emanating from the black hole, as well as the extremely tyrannical black hole. The dark energy of everywhere declares the identity and belonging of the other party. With the passage of time, I saw that the black hole that appeared on the dome became bigger and bigger, and then began to rotate irregularly inside, slowly forming a huge black tornado, but this is different from everything on the Earth. The tornado formed was different. It was a black hole tornado made of pure energy, and the aura it emitted spread to every corner of the seventh universe in an instant. With the expansion of the black hole tornado and the wanton expansion of the breath, other people seemed to feel the existence of the other party, so that the expressions on their faces changed one after another, especially the multidimensional universe fighters staying on the universe spaceship, etc. Humans, their expression changes are the most exaggerated and complicated. They have experienced many surprises and disappointments, and their hearts have experienced ups and downs in several dimensions. The feeling in the heart is naturally very bad. Then what exactly is 007? It seems to be somewhat similar to the black hole mentioned in astronomy, but how could it suddenly appear? Moreover, there is always an evil aura in this black hole, and when it comes out, it will always make people feel inexplicably disgusting, and it is so familiar. The fighters of the multi-universe expressed their opinions one after another, and now after several speculations, they suddenly came up with an idea, and when this idea appeared, everyone's hearts could not help being clouded. A layer of haze. No way. Keelan supported his head with both hands, and as he shook his head, disbelief appeared in his eyes. And just when everyone was amazed, they saw that the black hole tornado that appeared in the sky was still expanding crazily. Everyone's expressions changed because of this, and it suddenly expanded from the original 5 kilometers radius to nearly 10 kilometers. Chapter 270 Salama is not dead. Afterwards, the speed of rotation of the tornado formed in the black hole became more and more concentrated. At the same time, there seemed to be several light spots in the center of the tornado, and everyone noticed that the light spots were all in the center of the tornado, falling slowly. With the passage of time, these few light spots gradually revealed their true colors, and the other people who were watching in the process had already opened their eyes, and their pupils were still dilated sharply, as if they saw something unbelievable. Things made them appear so indescribable. How could it be them? It turned out to be him. Am I sure I don't have blindness? Heavy questions sounded in the hearts of everyone, and their brains seemed to have been hit on the head, and they felt buzzing in their brains at the moment, and they couldn't say anything, only numbness and unbelievable color. And what exactly did they see that made them feel so emotional? I saw a few light spots slowly flowing down from the black hole, and when they were completely exposed to everyone's sight, everyone could clearly see that these were clearly 5 figures, and the 5 figures were not the same as other people's attention to diversity at the same time. Generally speaking, the universe fighters are familiar with 5 meters. I'm afraid they will remember the appearance of these 5 figures in their dreams. They are the 5 evil gods headed by Salama? Salama? Everyone in the cabin of the universe spaceship exclaimed in disbelief in unison. For them, this incident was completely beyond common sense and completely beyond their comprehension. These 4 evil gods still exist, of course they can understand, but how could Salama still be alive? Hasn't he been eliminated by Xeno? You must know that the last round of Xeno's outbreak destroyed everyone in this universe. Most of the planets, as well as the creatures of other universes, have been affected, and the purpose of paying such a high price is to destroy Salama, but even so, the latter can still survive, which is tantamount to heaven. A thing of the night. While being astonished, everyone couldn't help casting their eyes on Salama, who was carefully observing and sizing up, and found that the other party's body was covered with blood, and the armor covering Zhou Shen had quickly cracked, and at the same time, his body was already bloody. It seems that I can't bear to look directly at it. The current Salama has obviously become a bloodman. Whether it is his own breath or the fighting power it exudes, it is far inferior to before. If the previous Salama is flying Shenron, who is above the 9th heaven, is just an ordinary earthling at this moment. And when they saw this, everyone couldn't help but feel better. They were afraid that Salama would repeat the previous situation. Although he had been severely injured many times, he could still recover from his injuries. Reaching the peak, this is clearly impossible, but it happened truthfully, but fortunately, the thing that scares them the most still hasn't happened, and this can't help calming down the restless hearts of everyone. At the same time, Yi Chu and Son Goku were looked up by the others, and looked at the 5 figures slowly falling in the air. At this time, everyone had different expressions in their eyes. For Son Goku and Vegeta, it is natural to feel that Salama is not as good as it used to be, and even if it can appear in front of everyone again, it is just a forced hold. Words are no longer enough to worry about. But in Son Gohan's view, this is not the case. He always looks at things longer than others. He analyzed that Salama dared to appear in front of everyone despite his loud voice. Obviously, it was not a stupid move, but with something to rely on, and he also came with the 4 evil gods. It is obvious that his ambition is more than that, and what he will do next seems to be obvious. And when Sarama and the 4 evil gods descended together, Xeno also realized it instantly, and at this moment he forcibly solidified his form that was about to disintegrate, so the form of God began to stabilize amid ordinary changes, but everyone can see that Xeno's momentum is not at its peak. And as Salama led the body of the 4 evil gods, Qianjiao, to fall slowly, and when they were at the same level as the entire network, the huge black hole vortex above their heads began to spin at high speed again, and it began to rotate counterclockwise, and the powerful dark energy radiated wantonly, and everyone felt the tension and uneasiness in the atmosphere. You must have been very surprised by my appearance, Xeno. Did you not expect that there are people in this world who can escape your ultimate attack, and this person is me, Salama, and to be honest, your final attack I really don't have the ability to take it, and he destroyed most of my body's functions in an instant, and I am really at the end of my strength at this moment. Chapter 271 Salama. I won this game. Salama looked a little sad, but then he changed the subject and said, but how can there be any certainty in this world? If that is your strongest means to be Almighty God, then I can only tell you with regret, in the end, I won this game about the ownership of multiple universes. Salam's mood became more and more exaggerated, and when he said the last sentence, he couldn't help laughing, and his expression seemed arrogant and unruly, as if he was a winner the way I hold it. But this scene seemed to be confused by everyone. They had no idea that it was all here. Since Salama can still say such arrogant words at this time, could it be that he is still not aware of the situation? He is still living in his own dream. Is it in the middle? Could it be that Salama has been driven crazy? Or is it stupid? Of course, this is just wishful thinking in everyone's mind. This speculation was immediately suppressed by them as soon as it came into being. Although they didn't know much about Salama, they also knew that such an omnipotent guy would not give up so easily. His own goal, besides, Salama has already surpassed the boundaries of God, so how could it be easy to go crazy? Although some people can see something is wrong, some people choose to immerse themselves in it. For example, Vegeta, he himself didn't think so much. In his opinion, Salama was just jumping over the wall in a hurry, even if he was seriously injured. Still, wishful thinking, for such people and things, has always been not stingy in ridicule and sarcasm. What am I? If you only bark like a mad dog over there, then I can only tell you that, ADFG, you have chosen the wrong place. With your current physical strength and combat power, you don't need to shoot the whole network. Russian Vegeta alone can get rid of you. Vegeta laughed loudly, and his eyes were full of green leaves. Right now, he felt very comfortable. After all, he was crushed by Salama before and had no power to fight back, but now seeing that the other party can be so crazy, compared to Vegeta, there is a feeling of revenge, so much so that even the mouth addiction feels very good. However, Bei's unreserved ridicule and sneer did not attract Salama's counterattack or response. After seeing him, he didn't even look at Vegeta. Salama kept staring at Zeno opposite him, as if in his eyes, only Zeno was worthy of being his opponent. And Oriki deeply stimulated Vegeta's heart. He was originally an extremely proud and sensitive person, and the slightest details would make him dissatisfied. Now, the extremely arrogant Prince Saiyan can swallow this breath. His complexion turned into a liver color in an instant, and Vegeta's two eyebrows were also twisted into a ball. You be asterisk 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 D. You are just an ant in front of me now, yet you dare to be so presumptuous. Since you are still alive under the hands of Quanming, then leave this final blow to me. Naturally, Vegeta couldn't stand the moment when he roared. Tien Gen's energy burst out again, and he instantly changed into the form of Super Saiyan Blue, and his body turned into a missile and shot towards the front in an instant, while there is only one goal, and that is Salama. Since Salama dared to underestimate him, Vegeta will continue to do nothing and prove it to the other party with his own skills and strength. Shoo! Only the sound of piercing through the sky was heard again in the air, and his figure disappeared in the same place. Suddenly, he seemed to be transformed into a sharp sword, and ejected himself in an instant. At this moment, under the anger, his speed also exploded to the extreme, so that even Son Goku next to him didn't react, but it was obviously not wise to forcefully stop Vegeta under such circumstances, and it was already too late now. And just when Son Goku was about to speak, it was as if Vegeta's figure melted into the void, and in an instant, he was in front of Salama, and then he waved his arm to forcefully burst out with great force. It was also at this time that the four evil gods around Sarama were the first to react. They sensed the turbulent intention of being attacked by Guitar, and they reacted to Vegeta's attack as early as when Vegeta launched an attack. At this time, they wanted to block this attack in front of Salama. However, Salama rejected their move. Seeing his scarlet eyes glance slightly, the four evil gods immediately understood his thoughts, so the four of them took a step back at the same time, and directly gave Salama a foot, space and room. At this time, Vegeta's figure was also approaching extremely quickly, and at the same time, his fist waving his arms roared towards him, only to hear the continuous sound of strong wind in the air, as it rubbed against the air and made a strong sound. Chapter 272 Ants are not worthy of being my opponent. It must be admitted that Vegeta's punch is really not weak, and it already has quite terrifying power. If a normal person bears this punch, they will spit out their liver and gallbladder. If the opponent is Sarah in peak form Ma, this punch is naturally insignificant, but now Salama is already in decline, and in Vegeta's opinion, this blow will definitely teach Salama a lesson. Boom! A strong impact sounded, as if two objects that were harder than metal and nearly 100 times collided together, and a strong ringing sound erupted immediately. Just as everyone's eardrums were being strongly stimulated, Vegeta's figure backing away uncontrollably. But at this moment, his eyes widened, and his pupils shrank suddenly, which showed how shocked and unbelievable he was in his heart. For him, this incident was completely beyond expectations. In his opinion, the blow just now must be foolproof. These can definitely knock Salama into the air with one punch, but the development of the matter now is beyond his expectation. Salama took over his group with ease, and the strength contained in the opponent's palm made Vegeta's arm extremely numb, and the strong electric current disturbed Vegeta's whole body in an instant. And even more so at the moment, Vegeta suddenly felt the atmosphere around him, and an awe-inspiring aura locked on him, and suddenly it seemed that even the chaos became extremely cold, and the piercing cold made others feel as if he was in an instant to be frozen. But at this moment, when he raised his head, he saw Salama on the opposite side. The scarlet eyes became elegant again, and at the same time, there was a meaningful expression on the other side's face, but it seemed both mocking and proud. But for Vegeta, it was a huge shock in his heart. When will even a lowly ant like you dare to attack me? A deep and magnetic voice sounded, and Salama's scarlet eyes burst out with a blood-like luster, and his whole body once again exuded a biting murderous intent. The moment his voice fell, a dark airflow suddenly poured into the swirling tornado above his head, and just as this airflow entered her body, Shalama's breath rose again. Hoo-hoo, advertisement. After several times in succession, Salama's sluggish momentum suddenly climbed up crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a burnt grass that was blown by the spring breeze but was reborn again, and this powerful resilience and vitality had already beyond the imagination of countless people. And at this moment, the shock on Vegeta's face had reached the point where it couldn't be added. At this moment, he looked up at Salama's distorted face, which was extremely red. Vegeta's whole body was trembling. At this moment, he felt that he couldn't mobilize any power in his body. Not only that, but I can clearly feel that there is an energy from Salama that is devouring my own power. On the other hand, Vegeta was already inexplicably terrified, but there was a strong regret in his heart, and the expression on Vegeta's face was extremely ugly under the boundless fear. Go to hell. At this time, a deep voice came from Salama, and a raging heatwave like a flame swept in from its direction, and for Vegeta, he was like a world of ice and fire. Not only the surroundings felt like falling into an ice cave, but it was like a raging fire burning in front of him, especially now that the powerful impact was sweeping, and Vegeta's pupils shrank suddenly. 0. Asking for flowers. Vegeta. A loud exclamation came out. This piece came from the direction of Son Goku, whizzing out a blue and white energy beam, and this was the Kamehameha wave. Son Goku had foreseen the danger long ago. At the same time, it is ready to cast the Kamehameha wave, so when Vegeta is really in danger, he erupts directly without hesitation. Hula. At this time, Vegeta was facing the crisis in front of him, but the impact of the Kamehameha wave had already reached Son Goku. In order to release the Kamehameha wave, he had already emptied all the energy in his body, so that the attack he unleashed this time was terrifying. Even the existence with amazing defense and vitality would turn pale. He immediately made a decisive decision, let go of the hands that restrained Vegeta, and at this time Vegeta also regained his freedom. At this moment, the energy released by the Kamehameha wave and Salama also collided suddenly, causing a powerful explosion and buzzing vibration and sweeping away in an instant. But looking back to the side, I saw that Vegeta, who had regained his freedom, was still inexplicably terrified, and his physical strength had already been drained, making it extremely difficult even for 14 liters. With the help of Son Goku, he fled to the distance. But Sarama didn't chase after her, and the four evil gods around her were equally indifferent, as if Son Goku and Vegeta were completely insignificant in their eyes, and their existence or non-existence had no effect on them. Chapter 273 Devour the Power of Evil. Chapter 273 Devour the Power of Evil. And it was Salama who turned his head slowly, and saw him staring at Zeno on the opposite side, and said again, "Now you will be able to witness my strongest ultimate form, Salama, come." When I saw Salama's arrogance and Yun, he suddenly raised his chest, and his arms were slightly spread out. At this moment, the four evil gods who were lined up around him, at this moment, 490, understood, and then he nodded, and then his body involuntarily floated into the air, and this strange scene attracted the attention of everyone present. Strong fluctuations oscillated, and just as the figures of the four evil gods continued to rise and floated in front of the huge black hole vortex. The black hole vortex behind it suddenly shook violently, and at the same time produced a huge suction force. At the same time, the four evil gods did not resist at all, as if out of their own wholehearted and absolute will, so that they were sucked into the high-speed rotating black hole vortex within a few breaths, and then the black hole vortex once again there was a violent shock, as if it was digesting, a strange light shone around it, and a dark aura that was several times thicker than before erupted. Just like this, under the eyes of everyone, the four evil gods were swallowed by the black hole vortex, and this scene happened beyond everyone's expectations. In their view, this is completely impossible, so that whether it is Son Goku or Vegeta, or the other multiverse fighters in the spaceship all showed unbelievable expressions. The four evil gods were devoured just like that. A strange sound came from Keelan's throat, and because of his extreme surprise, the expression on his face became extremely exaggerated. How is this possible? These four evil gods are all top fighters in the universe. They were swallowed voluntarily. There is still such a reason in this world. At this time, the expression on Tien Shinhan's face was also extremely exaggerated. Obviously he didn't believe that this thing would happen in front of their eyes, but this is the fact, and they couldn't help but believe it. Even the four evil gods have been devoured, so what will happen next? Even Piccolo, who has always been always, can't help but look a little pessimistic at this time, which shows how great the impact he has received. And just when everyone was shocked, they saw that the huge black hole vortex spinning above had stopped, and then, as if digesting the four evil gods, the aura released by him began to slowly converge. At this time, Salama, who spread his arms, was far away in front of everyone's eyes. His body slowly floated in front of the huge black hole vortex. At this moment, the black hole vortex began to spin again at a high speed, and soon formed a black hole vortex. A huge tornado was formed, and the bottom of the tornado formed a thread like 1.7 steel drill. While rotating at a high speed, it continued to rush forward, and the moment the steel drill entered Salama's body, it quickly turned into a black airflow and swept into the latter's body crazily. At this moment, Salama's aura began to surge, and his body seemed to disappear in an instant, blending into the vast darkness. Chapter 274 Salama's Final Form. The boundless darkness in the chaos, endless light swept into his body, and Salama's body was also undergoing changes. When he met his burly figure, he rose again, and the muscles around him bulged even more, just like a balloon being blown up. He inflated in an instant, and his own aura also expanded like a tide, instantly attracting the attention of countless people present, making them back again and again in surprise. Wow! accompanied by the sweeping and scouring of the wandering chaotic power, an extremely evil and domineering power emanated out, and at this moment the boundless darkness began to recede, and a tall and hideous silhouette gradually emerged, directly killing everyone present. The sight draws the past. What kind of image is this? The people present were speechless, and even though they could still see Salama's appearance, the latter's appearance had undergone shocking changes, and the whole body was covered with darkness. It is black, but at this moment it exudes a different kind of brilliance, with deep dark blue, dark red and light purple. This kind of interweaving is not very beautiful, but it is very visually impactful. Not to mention the figure of Salama, the muscles on his body are even more weird and exaggerated, and the dark blue battle armor he is wearing is expanding outwards, constantly exuding a piercing luster, especially the green color that has begun to appear on his body. Each one is no less than the teeth of an ordinary elephant, and the previous sharpness can't help but shock the people present, and a strong sense of fear directly breeds in their hearts. Aside from the changes in Salama's own body, his combat power has also soared exponentially, and the energy contained in his body has once again increased massively. When the time comes, the area within a radius of nearly 50 kilometers will be swept away like a tidal wave, a terrible coercion shrouded in all directions. Right now, his combat power has exceeded the limit of the combat power tester. No matter how smart or advanced the combat power tester is, it is necessary to measure the instant explosion of Salama, because it is beyond common sense, let alone limited within the scope of the gods. The power to form a god is already out of reach, but Salama's strength is still far above the gods. From this, it can be seen how terrible the state of Salama has reached. Is this still Salama? I can't feel any breath of him anymore. Yao Yao watched the multi-dimensional universe, and everyone was shocked, only to see Keelan blinking his big eyes, and a voice of shock came from his mouth. Is this the final form of Salama? I feel so far away from him that I can't breathe. If I appear in front of him, Song will be ashamed in an instant. Piccolo, who has always been rational, looked at the front solemnly, and he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Good guy, this guy's aura has already surpassed Zeno in my opinion, how can it go on like this? The Master Roshi, who was leaning on crutches next to him, had an extremely exaggerated expression, and at this moment there was a lot of noise in the narrow cabin. As for what Master Roshi said, the people present naturally also felt that when they faced Salama at this moment, they were no longer the feeling of human beings to gods, but the feeling of infinitely degenerating themselves into ants facing Shenron. It seems that there is a difference of one dimension between them. Half of them are not above the same level in terms of combat power or life level. I said that Salama at this time is a super god life in a higher dimension. A two-dimensional life that can be compressed into a plane. This is the essential difference, a gap that cannot be bridged no matter what. At this moment, even Son Goku and Vegeta, who are accustomed to the world, can't help showing strong shock. For them, the change of Salama is really beyond imagination, and the change of the latter's strength is not within the scope of their thinking. At the same time, they couldn't help feeling a sense of fear in their hearts, and felt the strength gap between the two sides. If it was said that when facing the mighty Salama before, whether it was Son Goku or Sita had the courage to try, they were fighting, but right now the opponent's powerful coercion locked their bodies, and fear flooded into their hearts like a tide. At this moment, they felt a sense of desperation. Yes, neither Son Goku nor Vegeta dared to step forward. They know that once they meet Salama at this moment, the end that awaits them is a dead end. At the moment, Son Gohan, who is still in good condition, also looks a little unnatural. You must know that this is the fusion of Salama and the four evil gods. Although it was unexpected, it was also a reasonable thing. You must know that Salama was repelled by them before, but now he is making a comeback. It is naturally impossible to say that the latter has no support and reliance. Not to mention the emergence of multiple universes, the aloof Zeno, after becoming a fusion with himself, came to the peak of the multiple universes in the form of God, and was still facing this irresistible force. Salama had no choice but to become only the stronger can hope to win. Chapter 275 The Corrupted Salama. Not only Son Gohan and those ordinary people, even Zeno, who maintained the form of God, couldn't help but make waves. Zeno, I have said long ago that I will reappear in front of you and shake your position again, and today is definitely not just talking. You have been the supreme in God for too long, long even you can't count. You are already very lonely, you can give me this position today. I saw the ferocious Salama looking at Zeno on the opposite side, muttering to himself, while stretching out his big ferocious hand and clenching it into a fist, as if the energy in his body was too violent, so that in an instant the chaos spread come vibrate. I didn't expect that your heart has fallen into such a state. In order to be able to win, you have completely dedicated your body and mind to the chaos and darkness. A sacred and majestic voice came from the void. Although Zeno in the form of God did not speak, everyone knew that this was what he said. This was also the first time that Zeno spoke in a true sense. Degenerate? Salama raised his voice, and continued. This is naturally depraved in the eyes of your lofty Zeno, but it is an excellent compliment to us creatures that live in darkness. Words. There is no distinction between good and evil or opposites in the affairs of this world. There is only the final result, winner and loser. Salama's mood was indifferent, and he didn't care about what Zeno said. In fact, he hated Zeno's condescending attitude, as if judging darkness and evil from a bright perspective, and this made him feel roused from the bottom of his heart. Resist mentality. Salama, it seems that you are hopeless and stubborn. Zeno sighed deeply, with vicissitudes and frustration on his face. Please call me all demon, just the opposite of your Zeno, but the power I have now is beyond what you can imagine. Salama suddenly laughed wildly, and his son's mouth was full of conceit and madness, and waves of sound came out of his mouth, constantly surrounding him like a magic sound, making nearly 100 people around him. The void inside has produced great shocks. At the same time, the energy in his body was released without restraint, and a terrifying fluctuation swept across the surroundings in a flash, and the expressions of all the creatures that appeared within a light year of the surroundings all changed, especially the multiverse warriors. It seemed extremely frightening. Wherever the coercion went, a terrifying storm swept over, and the power of the latter was even greater than the fluctuations caused by the previous Xeno and the National War. Different, so a huge ordeal. The scene that seems to be like the rising tide of the sea is no different to this universe, so a super large-scale destruction and spread, in just a few breaths, has covered the entire 7th universe, followed by the 6th universe next to the 7th universe, and then the 5th universe. This tide seems to be calm, but the waves it causes are beyond imagination. The celestial bodies floating in the chaotic void have not survived. Meteorites as small as stones, or clusters of meteorite piles, and then their huge planets or supergiant stars. Under the almost strong expansion of Saruman, all of them have been shattered into universe dust, floating in the vast void. In this huge chaotic universe, there is no so-called celestial body at a glance. The existence of the universe seems to be nothingness like a black hole, but it is conceivable that the universe celestial bodies that have been running for tens of billions of years will perish in an instant. What fate will those ordinary creatures face? And under the wanton scour of dark energy, the original universe and several adjacent universes, the closest creatures and celestial bodies will perish in the long river of time, and the distance between the two is not too far away. Of course, the warriors and others were the first to be affected. The universe spaceship they were on was already a product of the most advanced technology compared to the Earth, but its own defense and cruising capabilities were still insignificant compared to the supreme gods of the universe. So fragile, so they should be wiped out without any suspense. There are accidents in everything, and this accident is Sun Wu, Manuhao, precisely because of the existence of his variable, when the violent dark energy of Salama swept over. Son Gohan decisively chose to attack and burst into the form of the Ultimate Saiyan. Once the energy light came on, he immediately protected the spaceship, and the next time he strongly resisted the terrible energy rush of Salama. Despite the almost dizzying turbulence after the shock, the multiverse fighters in the cabin all survived successfully. But even so, they were still in shock, and many people were injured in the shock and turbulence. After all, their strength did not reach the god level, and they were just stronger than ordinary earthlings. Chapter 276. The beginning of the real disaster, 1. It's really a fight between gods, and mortals suffer. I saw Keelan clutching his head and getting up from the ground with some difficulty, with a painful expression on his face. The expressions of the other people were also different. Just as they were about to communicate with each other, they heard a sudden exclamation. Look outside the cabin. And this voice was made by Master Roshi. At first, people thought he was used to fussing, but they didn't pay attention to it at first. Later, everyone was attracted by his behavior and expression, and they cast their eyes on the window string of the cabin, outside. What? The multiverse universe fighters present and others exclaimed in unison, and at this moment, disbelief appeared on their faces. What did they see? How could it be that all the planets and celestial bodies disappeared, and our Earth also disappeared? 173. The sun that has existed for countless years has disappeared, and even the entire solar system has disappeared. The entire 7th universe is dead silent. What happened? My God, am I dreaming? Countless doubts and shocks were in the hearts of everyone, and at this time the multi-universe fighters present couldn't help but panic. Although they were powerful, they were already above ordinary mortals. After all, they were just ordinary humans, relatively unfamiliar, and the emptiness of the universe, which is the home of the Earth they depend on for survival, is more suitable for them. But right now there is nothingness everywhere, not to mention the Earth, and even the entire galaxy has disappeared before their eyes, and now only chaos is left in their eyes, as if it experienced a superstar explosion. This seems to be the very beginning of the universe. And just as everyone was shocked and terrified, another powerful wave and impact was absorbed, and the cabin they were in began to face vibrations as if they were falling apart. When the time came, the extremely dazzling light enveloped their spaceship, so much so that the ship's side was shrouded in white light, and a terrifying wave spread to the extreme, covering their bodies in an instant, and immediately everyone present felt the feeling of death. Advertisement. It's Xeno and Salama. When Son Gohan raised his right hand decisively, the energy of Ultimate Saiyan slanted out crazily, enveloping the universe spaceship driven by Bulma in an instant, and immediately offset it again for the latter. So everyone was once again spared. And following Son Gohan's line of sight, through the window string with cracks, two seemingly small but incomparably majestic figures collided in the void universe tens of thousands of kilometers away, but only the energy shock from this collision has already reached the sum of the previous battle energy, so that in an instant, countless stars burst apart, and the meteorite group turned into powder. Boom. 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 And when the strength and realm of life rise to their adage level, no matter if it is Xeno or Quanma, every move can trigger the shock of this universe, and even the multiple universes, not to mention in their brutal physical collision under the circumstances. Just a burst of impact is enough to wipe out half of the universe, and the frequency of their battles has become slower than usual, but the intensity and strength of their battles have increased exponentially. The ultimate move released by Xeno directly used more than 10 stars as the attacking weapon, and the impact and explosion successively produced terrible blasting covered the entire universe in an instant, and it was absolutely necessary for the party involved Salama. There was no way to dodge, so that he was swallowed up by this violent explosion in an instant. But for those who can witness this scene with their own eyes, the shock in their hearts has climbed to the extreme, and what is left of them is full of horror, and there is no living thing in the center of the explosion inside. To be able to survive from it, I mean those ordinary creatures, even the real gods will be wiped out, and in the eyes of everyone, even if Salama devours the 4 evil gods, he already has the power to surpass the demon gods, but not it is possible to survive such a terrible attack. You must know that in order to eliminate Salama, even Zeno paid a huge price, and even completely buried the entire universe as a battlefield, whether it was for Zeno or the gods, or those ordinary creatures, they never want to see Salama again. Hoo-hoo, breathing sounds full of majesty and boundlessness came out slowly, and Zeno in the form of God was also showing fatigue, his straight body bent so that the light on his body dimmed, exuding the divine and the pure energy is also slowly converging. It is obvious that in order to release the attack just now, even the whole ugly is not small. But as long as the final result is good, it's nothing to worry about, and just when people had this thought in their hearts, a burly but majestic figure appeared in the vast void ahead of them for no reason. Chapter 277. The beginning of the real disaster, 2. Even though the distance between them is extremely long, one can still feel how majestic and huge the other party's body is, no less than the tower-like figure of Shaosheng, but the forest who saw this scene couldn't help showing a strong shock. How can this be? I must be dazzled? The few surviving lives in the 7th universe are probably only multi-universe fighters and others. It is precisely because they are under the protection of the breeze that they have been able to avoid that terrible attack repeatedly. Their identities, when they saw the figure in front of them, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. At this time, everyone was panicking, not to mention those timid and fearful people who couldn't help but shed tears at this moment, and were trembling violently, especially Keelan's eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes. A look of surprise appeared on Yuan's face. For them, they will never forget that figure. Even if they are dreaming, they will probably dream of him, because the guy who appeared is Salama who brought them endless nightmares. The appearance of the universe has brought endless crises to the earth, and the entire universe and even the multiple universes have been cast in a haze, but now the planets and celestial bodies in the entire 7th universe have all collapsed and even spread to other universes. The terrible scene just now, the fluctuations and attacks swept across the 5 universes, and the entire multiverse trembled violently. But even after paying such a painful price, they still failed to get what they wanted. They still did not witness Salama being wiped out, and the scene that appeared before their eyes was probably the most terrifying nightmare in their lives. I saw that body glowing with a faint blue and dark luster, with sharp barbs all over the body, that figure like a tower, surrounded by indistinct dark energy like ocean waves. Except for the other party who looked a little embarrassed, the latter did not show too obvious injuries, not to mention the indifferent arc on his ferocious face, and everyone couldn't help feeling a strong sense of fear because of it. Yes, apparently Salama wasn't wiped out. How did such a change happen? It was completely beyond people's expectations. They couldn't believe such a terrible attack like Zeno. Even if they didn't use all their strength, they must have consumed a lot of opportunities. Even so, they couldn't do anything to Salama. It caused fatal damage. One can imagine how terrible the strength of the latter has skyrocketed after fusion defeated the 4 evil gods. And the universe spaceship hidden in the distance, and the multi-universe fighters on the spaceship, when they saw this scene, they couldn't support their fragile hearts anymore, and most of them couldn't bear this kind of situation. The shock, coincidentally gave birth to desperate thoughts, and many people directly slumped on the ground of the cabin. Advertisement. Master Roshi Wushan's body was even weaker, the crutch in his hand fell to the ground, and his body sat on the ground as if he had lost his support, his face was full of loveless colors. The expressions of the other people in the spaceship are not the same. Right now, their inner defenses have completely collapsed. After experiencing a big unloading, they are now facing this desperate situation again. When they were fighting consciousness before, the earth had not been affected. Anyway, I still have something to rely on in my heart, but right now the entire universe is on the verge of collapse. They have completely lost the homeland they depend on for survival, floating in the vast universe like lonely ghosts. Even if the psychological quality of the dragon warriors, no matter how powerful it is, it cannot withstand such a severe blow. 0. Seeking flowers. Not to mention these ordinary people, when they looked at the gods at this station from afar, they also showed the same expression. In their opinion, Salama might be unbelievably powerful, but after Zeno's power was released, it is bound to fall into the endless hell, but they did not expect that they miscalculated. 0. Salama's power has far exceeded our imagination. I'm afraid we, gods of destruction, will not help if we go up together. Gods of destruction. Vermut, the clown of the 11th universe, stared at his eyes like copper bells and spoke out with deep emotion and despair. Perhaps Zeno-sama has other means. At this time, Supreme Kai next to him also spoke, but his face was also very dark, showing a very unconfident look. It was obvious that he also showed despair in his heart, and he was just talking hard at the moment. If it happens again, and the spread like just now, I'm afraid our 11 universe will be destroyed. Beside them, the extremely burly Topo wriggled his snow-white beard, and a deep voice came out, and his face was also full of worry. It seems to me that there won't be such an impact in the future, and the multiverse should still be able to hold on. A sudden voice sounded 0. Chapter 278. The beginning of the real disaster, 3. Seeing the angel of the 11th universe appearing in front of everyone, he said slowly, "Did you forget Lord Grand Priest? The reason why he didn't show up for a long time is precisely because he tried his best to maintain the multiple universes with his divine power. If it were not for the terrifying fluctuations just now, the balance of the universe would have been destroyed long ago, and the multiverse universe would have been torn apart. And everyone took a deep look at Angel of 11 universe, and then nodded in unison. They were very convinced of Grand Priest's strength and status. Things may not have reached such a bad point. You must know that there is Son Gohan's perverted 023 in the 7th universe. This is what the taciturn Jiren said suddenly. His big cute eyes stared at the end of 11 universe. His expression was full of expectation. After listening to Jiren's words, everyone was stunned and smiled wryly. Some people agreed with the latter's words, but some didn't care. In their opinion, even the incomparable Zeno couldn't deal with it. Salama, what can Son Gohan, who came from a human origin, do? Although in the previous power conference, Son Gohan showed invincible power, even Jiren, who surpassed gods of destruction, was willing to bow down, but it was still incomparable with Saramon's strength far surpassing the gods. At least everyone's I thought so in my heart. At this moment, when the perspective is pulled back to the 7th universe, after unleashing those magnificent and terrifying attacks, even Zeno, who is in the form of a god, seems to be a little exhausted. You must know that in order to maintain a powerful form, you have to pay a lot. Naturally, the more energy and physical strength people have, the mentality of Son Goku and others transforming into Super Saiyan naturally consumes a lot of physical energy, not to mention the state and level of Zeno. The energy and physical energy consumption will be geometrical unit of measurement. At this moment, Salama, who reappeared in figure, had dark red eyes, and those eyes were flickering with a demonic light at this moment, and at this moment, a low voice came from his throat. I said that only by the present my power cannot destroy me. I am all demons have stood on the multiverse. My power has surpassed you, the form of God. Salama looked at the other party condescendingly, but there was a look of arrogance in his expression. At this time, Zeno, who was looking at the other party, didn't say a word, but the colorful light that made up his body also became dimmed. It was obvious that his energy and physical strength had been exhausted to a great extent, and even his body looked pale. Flickering, as if unable to support his god form. It seems that you are about to reach the limit of maintaining your form. If this is the case, I will give you a fight. Advertisement. Salama saw the clue at a glance. There was no sadness or joy in his expression. Amidst the ferocious laughter, his body disappeared in place strangely, but when he reappeared, he came next to Zeno, the fist with only a small bump gathered in front of him and enlarged. His fist is not only pure physical strength, but also dark energy surges in it. The whistling seems to shake and shatter the void universe. In the next moment, its speed exceeds the limit. Even Zeno did not catch it in time. React to. Boom. As soon as the shock that shocked the whole world spread, the fist that Salama swung stopped in front of him. Although he didn't directly attack Zeno's body, it also caused the latter to parry in panic, so that Zeno mobilized his own energy showed a look of helplessness, and then under the impact of that terrifying power, even Zeno's body retreated hundreds of kilometers. But this has not stopped yet, and Salama will not stop because of this, only to see that his face has become cold, and the dark red eyes are shining again. 10 scarlet lights are unavoidably released. Boom. So there was no suspense in the next one. Salama clenched his fist tightly, as if he didn't even have the power to store up, and planned to blast forward again, but this time its speed was higher than before, and all the fists contained the power contained in it is even more violent, and Zeno, who had put in a lot of physical strength to resist before, will show a posture of being overwhelmed at this moment, so that he is blasted back the moment everyone hits him. Haha, Zeno didn't expect you to have today. Sarah 1.0 laughed, his face full of arrogance and complacency. For him, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. After countless epochs, he finally waited enough to avenge blood hatred, and he would never let go of this opportunity. It was in the midst of laughing that Salama's attack still did not stop but became more violent and ordinary. He waved his fists and burst out like a machine gun, but the power was far superior to that of ordinary bullets. At the same time, on the contrary, Zeno on the opposite side of Salama is showing a posture of retreating steadily. At the beginning, he was able to block the opponent's fierce attack. Chapter 279. The beginning of the real disaster. 4. Immediately afterwards, he showed a posture of being overwhelmed, not to mention that Salama became more and more courageous as he fought, as if he could continue to explode with his own emotional strength. And right now, almost every punch of his has the ability to blast through the universe, and the universe in the entire region is also collapsing at an accelerated rate under the extremely terrifying attack of Saruman, so that the few stars and celestial bodies that were originally retained are even more powerful. It is constantly bursting into universe dust. Pull. Unknowingly, the silhouettes of the two sides have already slid a long distance between staggering back and forth, not to mention that the Zeno assassin is in a retreating situation. This kind of completely loses O3's ability to fight back, so that within a few breaths in the process, he has retreated thousands of kilometers. The aura between the two sides can be said to be a trade-off. The physical progress is endless, and the explosive power is also stronger than the next. In addition, the dark energy gushing out of his body is extremely corrosive and aggressive, and it attacks Zeno. In an instant, the body invaded the latter's body crazily, so that the structure of the god form was disturbed, making Zeno's state more and more unstable. And in the situation of being hit hard one after another, even Zeno is showing an unstable situation, and now it is showing a tendency to disintegrate, and this is definitely a bad phenomenon. Whether it is for him or for the surviving creatures or the entire multiverse, it is a great danger and disaster. J. If it wasn't for Zeno's body structure, but a mass of pure energy, I'm afraid he would have been vomiting blood at this moment. With the head-on impact of the supergiant star, Sarama's spin was stronger. Even my body was constantly shaken out with colorful light, and at this time, pure material energy was also spewed out from his mouth. At this moment, anyone with eyes can see what happened, not to mention those with discerning eyes, who can naturally see that Zeno's condition is extremely bad and is facing a crisis of collapse, but they can only worry about it. You must know that in front of such a real battle of gods, how can they have the qualifications to speak and take action? However, other people do not have the qualifications to participate. It does not mean that Son Gohan does not have it. He is the strongest in the 7th universe and he invited Zeno here. Naturally, he has an obligation to participate in the final battle, not to mention Zeno, in order to protect numerous creatures in the balance of the cloudy universe have already paid a heavy price, and there is no reason for Son Gohan to stop taking action. Just as his figure quietly disappeared, he saw that in the relatively distant chaotic void, the protracted battle seemed to be about to decide the final outcome, and the tower-like Salama suddenly raised his head and roared, and from the moment he raised his hands, a huge black wave surged behind him, and then the wave was overwhelmingly suppressed. In the process visible to the naked eye, the black wave evolved into a huge wave. A sky-high palm slapped down fiercely in the direction of Zeno. Because Salama's attack was too fierce and fast, the latter erupted without any warning at all, and even Zeno had no time to react. With just a breath, Zeno's body was enveloped and swallowed by it. The energy that shook the universe, the impact also spread out at this moment, pushing towards all directions of the void universe. Chapter 280. The Battle of the Real Peak. 1. Just when the big black palm was about to overturn completely, it stopped in midair, and this was resisted by Zeno, who was under the cover. You must know that he is the multiverse, the only supreme Zeno in countless epics. Although it will not be solved so easily, even at the point where the mountains and rivers are at the end of the day, we still have to work hard to make the final attempt. But even so, his resistance is still relatively weak, not to mention that Salama on the opposite side is becoming more and more fierce, and his expression is becoming more and more fierce. But Zeno is still Zeno after all. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even in such a bad situation, he can still survive Salama's almost deadly ult. But at the same time, in order to resist this incomparable trick, Zeno also paid a very painful price. He propped up his hands to resist the Director General made of dark energy in the air. Although he successfully prevented the latter from falling, he still couldn't stop him from continuing to fall. Song saw that Chenju's arms were trembling slightly. His whole body also showed extremely unstable fluctuations, and the pure energy that made up his body was also violently emitted in the tremors, and at this time Zeno's body became more and more transparent. At this time, Salama naturally realized it, and he lowered his head and said condescendingly, "At this moment, you are still stubbornly resisting. You are worthy of Zeno. At this moment, I don't know how to praise you, as this brave or stupid." As soon as Salama's voice fell, his whole body shook violently, and the dark black energy behind him surged violently. His right hand pressed down fiercely from the air, and at the same time, the black giant that was pressing on top of Zeno the palm also sank violently, and it was crushing down with an unstoppable trend at the moment. And with the strong vibration, the turbulent giant palm sank again, and an unimaginable force poured on Zeno's body. At this moment, his body and arms trembled violently, and in the next moment, the big palm in the air was directly pushed down as if a mountain avalanche and the ground were cracked. Zeno below seemed to have lost all resistance, and was directly squeezed down forcibly. At the same time, there was another surging shock, sweeping away towards the 4 directions. Advertisement in this shock wave also spread to the relatively distant universe spaceship again, and the Dragon Ball fighters and others inside the spaceship were even more frightened. They witnessed the terrifying image just now with their own eyes. I'm afraid it is a nightmare that I will never forget in this life. Under the control of number 18, the universe spaceship managed to escape, and the terrifying energy shock swept over immediately, and everyone recovered slowly amidst the palpitations. But their hearts were still beating uncontrollably, and a strong sense of fear directly occupied all of their minds. The people present had completely lost the ability to speak, and only the tide of despair was left, come to their minds. On the other hand, at this moment, after completing that kind of feat, the figure of Salama was floating in the sky, and I saw him holding his hands up, laughing wildly at this moment. His laughter shows how happy and comfortable he is inside. At the same time, the fluctuations produced by his big palms also dissipated slowly, and immediately above the void, 10 slowly floating figures appeared in front of everyone. I saw one of them was relatively petite, while the other 2 were like bamboo poles, slender and thin, Zeno in a normal state and his 2 guards. When seeing this scene, the Dragon Ball fighters who were separated by a long distance could not help but gasp. At this time, their hearts had already fallen into the ice cave, and a strong sense of despair enveloped their hearts. At this time, they no longer had any hope. Even the Supreme and Master of the Multiverse were defeated by Salama. All forests in the world's diverse universe have also lost the capital and backing that can fight against them. And the people present are also very clear that the current Salama is so powerful that it is shocking to the world, and it has far surpassed the gods. Not only can gods of destruction not be able to compete, even the gods of the 8 universes can't fight against it. Sarah, Lee's, Ma poses a threat. And at this time, seeing that Zeno got out of the fighting form and returned to that petite figure at this time, he couldn't restrain the joy and excitement in his heart. Laughing, at the same time the surrounding void also continued to vibrate. Even Zeno is no match for me. Right now the multiverse is no match for me. The entire multiverse will be shrouded in darkness. Salama's dark red eyes exuded a strange light, and his roar resounded in every corner of this universe. and the powerful dark energy was also rapidly sweeping and expanding other universes. 11 FG Chapter 281, The Battle of the Real Peak, 2. I saw that the balance in the cloudy rain was disrupted again at this moment, and his actions were more than that. While his wanton energy swept across the universe, he did not forget Zeno in front of him. Even if the latter has lost the ability to fight, it is still a great threat to him, especially when the opponent regains its combat effectiveness. It is likely to have the ability to turn the tables. For this risk, Salama is extremely willing to take a risk. That being the case, it is better to nip the crisis in the cradle to avoid future troubles. Since ancient times, I have been kings and losers, and I was like this back then. Zeno, don't blame me for being cruel. 11. I saw that Salama lifted his head up, as if talking to himself, and at this moment, his right hand was high above the water above his head, and at the same time, black ripples were once again set off behind him, sweeping with dark energy. As the power of chaos filled his left and right sides, a black sphere appeared in Salama's palm. Following the surge of the dark energy, the sphere became more restless and chaotic. And after a few breaths, his energy storage was completed, and the black energy ball in that palm became extremely violent, exuding a power that could destroy the world. Without any hesitation at the next moment, Salama directly then he released the black energy in his palm, and a terrifying wave of light shot out. Needless to say, the target of the attack was the fallen Zeno on the opposite side. Kai! How terrifying is that energy light wave! The moment it is released, the void is shaken, and the chaos seems to have been greatly shaken, producing a sharp humming sound, and the speed it releases is beyond 80. Surpassed everyone's imagination, surpassed the speed of brain nerve transmission, and covered the pass directly to Zeno's position. The following move can be described as a matter of life and death, and Zeno is also facing the threat of death, and at this time, everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but shake their hearts. Boom! I saw that the shockwave stopped, and at the moment of the collision, a terrible explosion in power erupted directly, and instantly confused all directions, and another shocking shock swept the entire universe, and the multiverse was also here, trembling violently. But just when everyone couldn't help but sighed and wanted to express their condolences, they heard a clear voice for no reason. Everything is said to be forgiving, and things don't need to go to the point of going too far. Bar. At the same time when they heard this voice, the bystanders raised their heads in unison, but their eyes were full of surprise, because they were so familiar with this voice, so that they had already confirmed the other party's identity just now. Identity. Advertisement, Son Gohan. The first to react was naturally the Dragon Ball fighters watching from afar on the universe spaceship. Although they had fallen into despair, they were always concerned about this side all the time, and their faces showed with a look of reluctance. They are also worried about Zeno and the direction of this war. It can be said that their hearts are completely devoted to it, so that they are the first to react when they hear the voice and think of it. I saw ecstasy on Keelan's face, and at the same time there were smiles on the faces of Walmart and number 18. They couldn't help being surprised by the appearance of Son Gohan at the moment. Come with a tolerant mood, because every time when the Earth and the Dragon Ball warriors and others face a crisis, it is Son Gohan who finally steps forward to save them and get them out of the predicament, so they also believe that there will be no exception this time. Son Gohan will surely save them, and his appearance now is a great encouragement to Dragon Ball soldiers and others. This is an almost blind unconditional trust, and it is a tacit understanding that they will have after experiencing so many things. Although the Dragon Ball fighters and others are well aware of their dependence on Son Gohan, they also know that there is nothing they can do whenever a powerful enemy appears. When they can't resist the whole Earth and the human beings on the Earth are on the brink of extinction, there will always be a subjective figure who will come forward. The gods of destruction is the guardian of all creatures in this universe. And for that, whether it's the ordinary Dragon Ball fighters or the two top fighters Son Goku and Vegeta, although they don't admit it, they already know it in their hearts. It is inseparable from the protection of Son Gohan, the great god. They also can't imagine, if they leave Son Gohan, what kind of difficulties they will face. For such a situation and result, there are probably two kinds. The first is that after breaking away from Son Gohan's protection, they will spontaneously become strong and independent to face those external crises and tribulations, and Son Goku and Vegeta will also grow up faster. Chapter 282. The Battle of the Real Peak, 3. There is also another situation, that is, when facing an invincible and powerful opponent, all the strong will be wiped out. Even Son Goku and Vegeta will have to face the crisis of death. When the time comes, the entire Earth will be destroyed. Really overwhelming. But having said that, whether it is the former or the latter, Dragon Ball fighters, Son Goku and others are unwilling to choose, nor are they willing to face it, because when such things really happen, the entire Earth's civilization and region of the universe will be destroyed, just like the appearance of Sarama has swept the entire universe like a storm, so that the entire multiverse is in great shock, and there is a danger of collapse and overturning at any time under the precarious conditions. Unfortunately, this is the situation everyone is facing right now, but they have no right to speak at all, and they can't make any choices at all. This is the powerlessness of the weak in front of the real strong. One must know that even an existence as strong as Zeno's is no match for Salama after devouring fusion. From this we can see how powerful the latter is. But just when everyone lost all confidence and was desperate, that familiar figure stood up again and pulled them away from the edge of the cliff again. Even everyone couldn't help rekindling their hope and confidence. At this time, although Salama also realized that the figure that appeared in front of him was, a strange look appeared on his ancient and calm face, and then he slowly raised his head, still speaking condescendingly. I wonder who it is? It turns out that it's you, a little bug who only sneaks and hides around. Why do you also want to compete with this library? Salama looked at Son Gohan on the opposite side, his expression was full of undisguised sarcasm. Although Son Gohan's strength had made him feel afraid before, for Salama at this moment, the opponent's strength was no longer to be feared. Already confident enough to turn the palm to suppress the opponent. A trash who only knows how to mourn and bark, what right does he have to shout here? The guy who borrowed the power of others to rise to the top is just a villain who gained power. If it wasn't for Zeno who stayed behind you in the past, you have to understand how to keep your dog live till now. In terms of sharp words, Son Gohan has never been afraid of anyone, let alone the extremely arrogant Salama in front of him, but if the other party insists on sending him to his door, Son Gohan will naturally not hold back hand. It seems that this world is still changing too fast. The stars are changing and the sea is changing. After so many years, I didn't expect that even a human like an ant like you would dare to talk to this deity. It seems that I won't teach you a lesson, it won't work. There was a fierce look on Salama's face. It was obvious that he had been irritated by Son Gohan's words, and he no longer restrained himself deliberately. Immediately, his scarlet eyes burst into light, and she looked up at the same time as she spoke. He raised his right hand and pressed down directly when he was in the air. Advertisement at the same time, the majestic dark energy in his body gushed out like a tide, and a terrifying energy made a huge palm taken out in front of him, pressing down with extremely powerful coercion. This similar move is so powerful that Salama Ruxin is in such a form. It is obvious that every gesture has great power, but at this moment, this seemingly ordinary move has an unparalleled momentum, which is seen by everyone. Come on, Salama seems to have mobilized the power of a galaxy, pressing towards the opposite Son Gohan. 0. Ask for flowers. At this moment, the faces of the Dragon Ball warriors and others watching from a distance couldn't help becoming tense. They were all worried about Son Gohan. Although they had great faith in the latter when facing Salama, that when seeing it as dark energy beyond the limit, they still couldn't help but feel a deep sense of self-confidence. Only Son Goku and Vegeta, who were closer to them, couldn't help being dazed at the moment, which made no sense, but the expressions on their faces conveyed their worry. 0. This guy is really powerful and terrifying. Even Vegeta, who was extremely angry, couldn't help clenching his teeth and fists at this moment, his body trembling involuntarily as he said. This guy is the strongest man I've ever seen in my life, I just hope Son Gohan can survive his attack. And Son Goku's expression is also very dignified. At this time, his eyes are wide open and he is looking ahead, and he is praying in his heart. Obviously, at their level, ordinary prayers are obviously a bit funny, but Son Goku's behavior, it's nothing more than strengthening my belief, seeking psychological comfort. Just when everyone was discussing and worried, they saw that on the distant battlefield, the huge dark palm displayed by Salama had inevitably crushed down on Son Gohan below. It was also at this moment that the calm Son Gohan finally showed some waves on his face. His deep eyes were shining with dazzling brilliance, and then he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. Chapter 283. The Real Peak Battle, 4. Recently, blue-purple dark palms surged in the air, enveloping him like the Five Fingers Mountain of the Tathagata Buddha, and this is why his heart really seemed extremely calm. Only after being silent for half a breath, a wave terrible energy erupted from his body, and at the same time a powerful golden beam shot up from above his head. Buzz. It was at this time that a powerful wave emanated from his body, and the golden energy was released continuously like the waves of the sea. It was at this time that Son Gohan's hair changed from golden yellow to dark blue again. Then the color became more intense and deep, and at the same time, the light covering his body also changed to dark green, and the energy he erupted was also increasing exponentially. Beep. This is the critical moment. The extremely domineering energy shot towards the distant sky, and for a while, it was like a beam of fire that tore the sky into two pieces. At this time, the giant palms that kept coming down were also roaring, torn apart. Obviously, at the critical moment, Son Gohan immediately burned the blood of the legendary Saiyan in his body. At the same time, he wanted to directly explode into a Super Saiyan. With his current strength and physical fitness, when he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would the energy that erupted far surpassed that of MOC and Broly. It is precisely because of this that he was able to break through the oppression that Salama gave him, and defeated the latter's extremely powerful offensive. At this time, the majestic, mountain-like huge palms in the air slowly dissipated. Salama naturally noticed this phenomenon, and at this moment he slowly raised his head, and the pair of scarlet monkeys did not showing a look of surprise. Obviously he never thought that Son Gohan could burst out with such power and defeat the dark energy he condensed, which has greatly exceeded expectations. At this moment, Son Gohan, who was shrouded in dark blue light, stood in the void like a javelin first. He looked at Salama on the opposite side, with a confident smile on his face, and slowly said, "I'm sorry, I let you were disappointed." I saw Salama's expression was slightly startled, and then he said again, "Things will be interesting if things develop like this. If you were directly solved by me, wouldn't there be no disturbance at all?" Advertisement. These were deep words, and they came out calmly, only to see a look of indifference on Sarawa's face, and I don't know if it was his pretending to be calm, or it was just like this. At this time, Son Gohan looked at the other party, and his slightly relaxed face gradually calmed down. He looked at the opposite Salama with a serious expression on his face. It was also at this moment that wisps of silver-white light slowly emerged from his body, and at the same time as this seemingly incomparably pure energy appeared, the scorching temperature also affected the surrounding icy void, and at the same time, within a radius of hundreds of meters are affected by its surging energy heat wave. Knowing the strength of his opponent, Son Gohan naturally wouldn't procrastinate too much, and when he realized that the battle was about to break out, he had already unfolded the form of Ultra Instinct, and it was at this time that his thinking became incomparably clear. Good body is even slightly nimble, and his original potential has been redeveloped. At the same time he noticed the change in Son Gohan. Salama's expression also changed slightly. He naturally knew that Xingfeng had entered the mysterious realm again. When he was fighting with the opponent before, Son Gohan had cast after passing this state, even with an existence like Salama, I can't help but feel shocked. Although he realized that the opponent's combat power had not been significantly strengthened, the change in the latter's own temperament could not help but arouse Salama's great attention. He realized that Son Gohan's strength was subtly increasing, and the most urgent thing to do now is to kill and solve the other party as soon as possible, otherwise it will become more and more troublesome to solve. And just when this idea came up in his heart, Salama's blood-like eyes no longer burst out with bloodthirsty light, and then ripples like waves surged around him, and the surrounding void was filled with huge threats. The pressure immediately enveloped Son Gohan's body, obviously intending to lock the latter on the spot. Shua. Immediately afterwards, Salama's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and only 0.00010.5 seconds later, his body suddenly appeared in front of Son Gohan, followed by an extremely resolute move, clenched into a fist. Then, he completed charging in an instant, and attacked forward in the next moment. For Son Gohan, although the speed and combat power shown by Salama just now were not that strong, but at the same time when the opponent's fist was approaching sharply at the same time, he still felt the powerful pressure that made him thrill. At this moment, Son Gohan really felt just how strong Salama's fighting power is. Chapter 284. The Battle of the Real Peak. 5. When you made a decisive decision, Son Gohan had predicted that your own strength would not be able to fight against Salama, so he had already made a decision in his heart the next moment. Immediately after that, a red light appeared in his pair of deep emerald eyes, and immediately after that his body was surrounded by a red brilliance. Along with the scorching temperature rise, his own energy fluctuations and combat power also skyrocketed by several 10 times. At this time, Kaioken was released by him, and when fiery red waves filled his body, Son Gohan's breath became hot and hot. And his aura has also become extremely aggressive, not agreeing to suddenly draw the sharp sword out of its sheath, and the icy cold wind shines between the sky and the earth. Boom. And just as Salama saw a fist that was bigger than a human head hitting him, Son Gohan didn't show any tendency to lag behind, only O3 saw that there was no hesitation on his face. Under the extremely fast rotation, the pioneer directly clenched his right hand into a fist, and he used his legs to drive his waist to drive his fist, and blasted straight forward. Boom. Just at this time, there was a huge buzzing sound, and the shock of the ground rushed in all directions. After only a moment of confrontation, an incomparable counter-shock force rushed towards the bodies of the two, and even more at the moment, the figures of Son Gohan and Salama began to rush towards the rear at the same time. Advertisement in the first confrontation, it was not clear who had the upper hand and who was the weaker, at least from the perspective of the Dragon Ball fighters and others who were watching from a distance, the two sides seemed to be evenly matched. But everyone knew that this was obviously impossible, but for them, the sight in front of them was at least good news. But having said that, this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. I saw the figures of Son Gohan and Salama retreating at the same time. A look of surprise appeared on Salama's calm face. The expression on Son Gohan's face was much more intense. In fact, his heart was already turbulent because of this. He was deeply shocked by the fighting power displayed by Salamaso, especially the endless energy possessed by the latter. Like the waves, one level is stronger than the other. Not to mention that during the rapid retreat, the internal organs of Son Gohan's body were greatly shocked. Even if he didn't vomit blood at this moment, his condition was still extremely bad. At this moment, Son Gohan already knows the future well. Compared with Salama in his current state, there is still a slight gap between him and Salama. Wanting to defeat the opponent is not to say a fantasy, at least it is extremely difficult. Compared with Son Gohan, Salama's state naturally seems to be much better. Originally, he didn't use his own rights for this punch, and his heart was touched, but to him, it was just emotion, and Son Gohan's strength is not weak, that's all. The opponent's skill is not enough to pose a threat to him, let alone defeat him head-on. At this time, Salama's expression slowly recovered. He looked at Xingfeng opposite and said slowly, "It seems that your condition is not good. If I guessed correctly, you just wanted to be with me. For that punch, the price must have been paid, although you are still not my opponent, but I have to admit that you still roused my interest. Fighting against you before truly dominating the multiverse is a sideshow before dinner, but you must not lose too early, and don't be killed by me too early, otherwise the following show will not be fun." Advertisement Sarama looked at Son Gohan opposite, with a meaningful expression in his expression. He stretched out his tongue and licked his chapped lips, and then he had a look of being convinced of the breeze. The other party's arrogant demeanor can be seen naturally, and there is no emotion on Son Gohan's face. In fact, his heart is also extremely dignified. He realizes that the next battle must not be too easy, but since he has chosen to make a move, there is no way to turn back. The so-called open bow has no arrow to turn back. How to enhance 640's own strength. And not just Son Gohan. I saw worried expressions on the faces of the Dragon Ball fighters and others, and of course they felt Salama's majestic demeanor. Although I feel lonely in my heart, I can only feel helpless. They are not even qualified to participate in the next step. They can only cheer and cheer as spectators. I can only pray in my heart, hoping that this battle will have a turning point and change. And just when Xingfeng was about to make a move, after all, There was a sudden sound of breaking through the air in front of him, even though he was in the vast chaotic universe without air and moisture. But under Salama's formidable strength, it seems that facing the stars and the sea has become his battlefield, so that every gesture of his hands and feet will cause strong vibrations in the void of the universe. Kai. Hearing the sound of humming from the front, the dark purple dark power roared like a silver snake, rubbing against the chaotic void and continuously producing sharp ringing. Chapter 285. The Battle of the Real Peak, 6, and just meeting the figure of Salama in sequence, he was already approaching Qingfeng. The next moment, the strength of his whole body suddenly rose, and a sharp thorn appeared in the center of his incomparably huge fist. Following his powerful attack without any hesitation, he swung forward. A strong sense of oppression came oncoming. Even Qingfeng felt that the space for his activities was greatly squeezed, and his body seemed to be locked on the spot, and this was exactly when Salama's energy was tyrannical to the extreme. It had a great impact on the chaos of the universe, so that even Qingfeng's actions were greatly restricted. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis hits his face, but Qingfeng also knows in his heart that Salama is not a good man and a believer, and his actions are always based on extremes. If ordinary gods fall into his hands, they will either die or die. Not to mention the injury, there was a feud between Qingfeng and him, so Salama's attack naturally couldn't be held back. Fight. Knowing that his own power could not shake Salama, Qingfeng made a decision in an instant, and saw his red and green pupils were filled with red color in an instant, and a fiery airflow was his frantically gushing out of the body. Qingfeng's body was surrounded by a circle of crimson light, which seemed ordinary, but Qingfeng's strength had indeed skyrocketed again. Seeing this, the Dragon Ball fighters couldn't help showing their worried characters, especially number 18 couldn't help crying out. Recently there were tears in her blue eyes. She naturally did. You guess what Qingfeng wanted to do? Looking at the scene in front of him, Son Goku felt the deepest. When he saw the crimson circle of light appearing around Qingfeng Joshin, Son Goku suddenly realized that the natural little Qingfeng is he used Kaioken. Compared with the previous 10 times Kaioken, the difference is that Qingfeng has used nearly 100 times the Kaioken boost at this moment. You must know that as one's own strength becomes stronger, majestic energy fills one's body, if one wants to use Kaioken to make one's strength skyrocket. But at the same time, there are gains and losses. After the Kaioken bursts out, the caster's body will also be greatly loaded. For those with weak physical bodies and physical fitness, it is likely that they will not be able to bear the soaring energy. Die directly. And Son Goku has tried this method before, whether it is him who was relatively weak in the past, or Son Goku who has entered the magical realm later, he will not explode 100 times Kaioken increase unless he has to. The action is tantamount to suicide, and Son Goku has been in danger several times because of this. It is precisely because of this that when seeing Qingfeng bursting out with 100 times Kaioken, everyone on the universe spaceship was startled again and again. Yes, they don't want to see the tragedy of the past. You must know that Son Goku and Vegeta are people who have died several times, but in the end they can be resurrected through the Dragon Ball on Earth. Now they're facing the most powerful enemy in the history of the multiverse. Even the entire 7th universe is destroyed, so the so-called hell will naturally disappear, and if something good or bad happens in this situation, it will be completely hopeless. Chapter 286 Gohan, you must win. 1. So no matter how confident they are in Son Gohan, they can't bear the backlash brought about by Kaioken's failure 100 times, or they will face life and death if they fail against Salama, or for those multi-universe fighters who survived, it is tantamount to the collapse of the world. However, in this situation, there is no other choice, not to mention that Salama has come forward with an unrivaled momentum. What he has to do now is to go forward without hesitation. Bring it on, and at this moment, Son Gohan has completely exploded 100 times, and Kaioken is also shrouded in a crimson halo, and the scorching temperature is heating up around him. At this time, Ultra Instinct is also perfectly displayed by him, not to mention in himself under the impetus of 240 Son Gohan. These two completely different techniques and realms began to show signs of fusion, and it was precisely because of this that the strength of 240 Son Gohan was once again pushed towards the realm of the mysterious. Wow! This is exactly at this moment. The power storage has been completed in an instant, out of instinctive reaction, under the muscle memory. He used his hips to drive his waist, and his waist to drive his arms. This Son Gohan's behavior is very normal. Just turning his body to the right side, he suddenly roared out his right fist. Immediately, his fist surrounded by crimson and silver directly clashed with Salama's incomparably heavy fist. Boom! The earth-shattering vibrations spread, and immediately irritated everyone's eardrums, but unexpectedly, the power erupted by Son Gohan continued to increase. Only at the moment when Salama's fist collided, it directly disintegrated and shattered the sharp thorn on his fist with an unrivaled force, and then without any suspense, it made a more violent collision with Salama's body, followed by another powerful attack. The magnificent airwaves spread in all directions. What? As soon as the exclamation sounded, Salama's face became extremely exaggerated, and his scarlet eyes also fluctuated violently. It can be seen that his heart was greatly touched by this, and he was just now at the moment of the collision. He felt a thunderous and powerful attack from Son Gohan's side. That extremely violent force has the tendency to crush him and spew out dark energy stars. Advertisement. So in the constant astonishment, a strong shock appeared on Salama's face. At the same time, his pioneer was also retreating rapidly to the rear. At this time, Son Gohan on the opposite side only retreated a few steps, but immediately he chased after him like chasing the wind in the moon, and directly hit the whole demon Salama with his head and face, and bombarded him wildly again. Now in this state, Son Gohan has entered the state of fighting bravely, and with the continuous gushing out of the majestic energy in his body, while strongly corroding and burning his internal organs and feeling the pain, Son Gohan he is also frantically pouring out his own abilities to the outside world, and only this can make him feel a little better. It was by chance that Bye Bye Kaioken would go to Zizai's volunteer work to perform fusion. The two completely different realms and exercises seemed to blend together like milk and milk, which made Son Gohan enter a state similar to madness. Not only his perception is extremely sharp, but even his hands and feet are more than 100 times more sensitive than before. At the same time, he also seems to lose consciousness and become tireless. At this moment, Salama's face also looked a bit ugly. He kept parrying Son Gohan's attack like a storm, and relied on his strong physical strength to carry it down abruptly. At this time, his body was also he couldn't keep stepping back, and now he couldn't keep up with Son Gohan's rhythm, and he was constantly retreating. How did this guy do it? Even for an existence as powerful as Salama, when facing Son Gohan whose power suddenly soared, he couldn't help but feel a strong shock in his heart. At this time, he felt that it was a bit difficult to resist the opponent's offensive, so that his fist unable to restrain the feeling of numbness. You know, after fusion of the four evil gods, Salama's physical body and physical strength have climbed to the extreme level, which is nearly 100 times that of the previous dragon god state, but even so, he still felt the pressure and couldn't restrain himself. Those who lived were forced to retreat again and again by Son Gohan's offensive. Salama, just stop, you will never get involved in the multiverse. On the opposite side, Son Gohan punched crazily, and his fist was filled with fiery red light, and Ultra Instinct has also been deduced to the peak. Wait a moment to increase his fighting power again, as if there is no end, the continuous attacks roared towards Salama on the opposite side until the latter was completely submerged and swallowed. And those who witnessed this scene with their own eyes were not only Son Goku and Vegeta, but also the diverse universe fighters and others in the universe spaceship. Brilliant battles. Chapter 287 Gohan, you must win, too. At this time, a heart has long been raised, and they seem nervous and urgent. Now when they see Son Gohan ready to fight and even once gained the upper hand, these people finally couldn't help showing joy on their faces. Great, Son Gohan might win if this goes on. In the cabin, Keelan looked a little excited and said with some dancing at the moment. May Son Gohan win so that our 7th universe and even the multiverse can be saved. At this time, Piccolo was also staring intently, and slowly spit out these words with a solemn expression. We must win, Sun Wu Shin Fan. At this time, the two beautiful figures in the cabin are exactly number 18 and number 18. They have unconsciously stood together, and their hands are tightly interdependent at this moment, full of trust and worry for Son Gohan. Not only them, even Son Goku and Vegeta are not calm. They can be said to be the two closest to Salama among the people present, and they are also the ones who can best understand how turbulent this battle is. As for them, they couldn't help shouting and cheering for Son Gohan while they were shocked. And just when they were in the midst of frenzied excitement, Zeno in his initial state appeared not far from Son Gohan and Salama, and his cute little face was also at this moment. He didn't have the usual smile, but he looked a little dignified and bleak. He opened his small cherry mouth and let out a childish voice. Sarama in the state of full demon is not so simple. Because Zeno is far away from everyone and is in the void of chaos, without the package of divine power, the sound will not be transmitted in a vacuum environment, so although the fighters of the multiverse universe did not hear this key word, they were all in a state of joy. In the atmosphere, he thought that the future was already a victory, but naturally he couldn't detect anything wrong in his heart. Just when they came up with this kind of thought, they saw another change in front of them. The battle between Son Gohan and Salama can be described as a dark battle. Advertisement between fists and feet colliding, indescribable airwaves swept away in all directions. Although Son Gohan seems to have the upper hand in a short period of time, this berserk state cannot last long, so that as the scorching temperature on his body dissipates, at the same time, the powerful fighting spirit on his body also disappears. Slowly receding, at the same time Son Gohan's aura is also weakening, and it is Sarama who ebbs and flows, the dark power that is gradually flourishing, as thick as mire and magma, in an instant appearing on the surface of Salama Joe's body. He quickly wrapped his fist, and then powerful energy fluctuations erupted from his body. It seems that there is another endless power erupting from his body, and this situation is beyond anyone's expectation. Even Son Gohan, who is fighting against Salama, is not aware of it at all this, or in other words, he is in a state of ecstasy. Compared with the infinite strengthening of the combat senses, other sensing abilities are constantly weakening. It is precisely because of this that he does not feel that Salama is quietly changes that occurred. No, Son Gohan may be in danger. At this moment, Son Goku, who was closer, saw the clues. He knew that Son Gohan would not maintain this state for a long time, but he suddenly and keenly sensed a violent energy gushing out of Salama's body again. It means that he is brewing a big move, which is obviously extremely dangerous for Son Gohan. 0. Asking for flowers, and after listening to Son Goku's words, Vegeta also reacted in an instant. He squinted his eyes and looked forward. At this time, by virtue of his sense of chi, he felt the dark power behind him like waves coming again, as if there is endless energy support. Salama will never stop his attack like a perpetual motion machine. As the saying goes, bystanders are clear and authorities are obsessed. Although Son Gohan's strength is much higher than theirs, he may not be able to maintain a high sense of vigilance under such circumstances, not to mention that he is in a state of madness at the moment. The pain is ignored, and naturally it is impossible to sense the extremely subtle changes in Salama. Son Gohan, be careful. It was Son Goku who sounded the warning. He couldn't just watch this happen, let alone the relationship between him and Son Gohan was very good, and Son Gohan has become the entire 7th universe, and even the multiverse the last hope. If something happens to him, it means that everyone's hope is completely lost and the entire multiverse will fall under the control of Salama. Although this is Son Goku's deliberate reminder, he uses the newly recovered energy, including his own voice, to spread out, and at the same time borrows the burst of energy fluctuations in an attempt to attract Son Gohan's attention, and in order to achieve this goal, this is already what he can everything that can be thought of and done. Chapter 288 Gohan, you must win. 3. But even so, the final result was not as he wished. Son Gohan, who was in a state of berserk, seemed to be deaf to the matter, not attracted by Son Goku's words at all, and was still fighting tirelessly. That incomparably sturdy body, wrapped in scalding heat waves, continued to shoot forward like a machine gun. But just as Salama on the opposite side was being retreated steadily by his attack, he saw a shocking reversal in the next moment. A tyrannical aura erupted from Salama's body. Then Son Gohan, who was closest to him, was blown away by the shock. 300. Without any suspense, and it was a powerful shock force, which was completely beyond his expectations. Even Son Gohan's unwavering face, there was also a look of shock on his face, and then his body was shaken back by the strong wind and waves. What? The surprise in Son Gohan's heart is self-evident. Just as he opened his mouth to let out a sound of exclamation, he saw another figure shooting from the opposite side. It is not necessary to think about this figure, after all it was Salama who broke out again, and his figure was as unstoppable as a mountain, as if it was crushing towards him. Wow! It was at this moment that a fist directly zoomed in on Son Gohan's eyes, and then completely covered his sight, followed by an unrivaled momentum, as if that punch was about to hit Son Gohan hard-faced door. Right now, this is a crisis for anyone, and Son Gohan woke up in an instant, so he immediately made a prediction and decision at the moment. Out of an instinctive reaction, his body moved slightly backwards retreating, and then using the original place as the axis, it started to burn again. The remaining energy of Kaioken 100 times fluctuated, and then completely superimposed on the right fist, and then without any muddy water, it swung forward violently. Boom! In just an instant, the fists of the two collided again in the void, and between the collisions, the strong fluctuations and terrifying impact force radiated in all directions, and at the same time, the terrifying counter-shock force also hit the two. The direction is pouring. Even if Son Gohan and Salama are heavy in tonnage, or no matter how immovable as a mountain, they can't help but be shaken by each other, so that their bodies are retreating again and again. However, for Salam, the moment just now was just a physical shock, which did not affect him in any way, but for Son Gohan, the situation was not so good. His physical body was not strengthened in the first place. The all-demon Sarama is so perverted. So much so that when he was hit by Salama head-on, he didn't have any suspense, and actively retreated towards the rear. Advertisement at the same time, the terrifying force of impact penetrated into his body, and immediately rampaged around his internal organs. It is predictable that Son Gohan was slightly injured. Not good. His throat suddenly sweetened, as if he couldn't bear to spurt blood, and at that moment, he hurriedly swallowed back the feeling in his throat, because Son Gohan had realized that he was not only injured internally. The side effects finally erupted due to excessive eruption before, and suddenly a sense of powerlessness surged all over his body, from his arms to the marrow of his bones. The original endless power quickly dissipated as if peeling off cocoons. It was he who felt what was originally a slight numbness on his body, and then it turned into a soreness, and then the pain became stronger and stronger, and the robber made him a little unbearable, and because of this, a strong sense of discomfort emerged in his brain field. I can see that your state has begun to decline. Obviously, you have just entered that state. It is also a great consumption for you. Now you should be suffering from that pain bit. A voice came from the other side, and Salama's scarlet eyes shone brightly, and at this moment, looking at Son Gohan on the opposite side, he said clearly. Although Salama is so arrogant, he is not such a vulgar person. On the contrary, his insights and eyesight are extremely extraordinary. Just a cursory look, he has already guessed the situation Son Gohan is facing. Now although there was no expression on his face, no one could see that Salama was extremely happy. You must know that Son Gohan 5.3 fan is also considered a big opponent for him, and before the final victory is decided, Son Gohan still has a chance to come back, but he is facing such a big risk. Even Salama didn't dare to try it lightly, so when he learned that Son Gohan was facing backlash from side effects, Salama still felt a sense of relief in his heart. At this time, Son Gohan held his chest with one hand to forcefully restrain the body that was about to bend down. Although his face looked a little pale, he still refused to give in. His face was full of determination and courage. Chapter 289 Gohan, you must win. 4. This battle in front of him can be said to be the most difficult one since his debut, and Salama is also the most powerful opponent he has ever faced. Not to mention the latter's fusion, the power of the four evil gods has pushed his power to the limit again. Even with the support of external artifacts, it is impossible for Son Gohan to surpass his opponent in an instant. Under the circumstances, Son Gohan's state became precarious. Seeing that Son Gohan didn't answer directly and his expression was still stubborn, even Salama, who was pretending to be generous, didn't continue to maintain it, and a look of sullenness suddenly appeared on his dark face. Since Son Gohan, if he didn't give him this face, Salama naturally didn't continue to put his face on his cold asterisk, but at that moment, his red eyes became scarlet like blood again, and a powerful and monstrous force poured out crazily. Then you can't blame me. Throwing these words leisurely, Salama's figure broke through the limit in an instant. Its speed was so fast that even the human visual nerves couldn't react. In just 1% of the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in Sun next to Gohan, and the first thing that appeared in front of Son Gohan was Saruman's fist that didn't want the head of a fish human. At the same time as he swung it, the violent dark energy surging around him condensed into a huge illusory fist in front of him, and the extremely violent impact force roared away in the direction of Son Gohan. And when he saw this scene, even Son Gohan couldn't help showing a look of shock. He didn't expect that Salama could burst out such a terrifying energy, as if the opponent's power was endless. Could it be that he was in fusion? After the power of the four evil gods, has he already become an undefeated existence? Almost instantly, Son Gohan had already made a prediction in his mind. He knew that in his current state, he would definitely not be able to withstand Salama's attack, let alone the opponent's unrivaled power. If you don't want to fight recklessly with the other party, it will definitely be extremely detrimental to yourself. However, in such an urgent state, he was not given much time to think and react, and even wanting to escape had become a luxury. Not to mention that this is simply impossible for Son Gohan. No matter how severe the situation is, he will not try to escape. He has already made a decision at the moment of brainwave response. Boom. Advertisement immediately afterwards, a strong vibration sounded, and the terrifying sound and explosion swept out in the void and chaos. It was obvious that Salama's fist still attacked, and Son Gohan did not escape. And based on the movement just now, it can be seen that the two sides must have had a positive confrontation. And as the powerful shocking force swept in all directions, not only Son Goku and Vegeta, but also those fighters from multiple universes showed strong worries. Not to mention that the big eyes of Walmart in number 18 are already teary. Everyone at the scene can see that Son Gohan is still in poor condition. He can no longer compete with Salama. If he wants to fight, going down will only aggravate the injury on your body. So the idea in everyone's mind was to hope that Son Gohan could escape as soon as possible, but they still underestimated the latter's determination and principles. Son Gohan has always been an upright person and he will never back down from what he believes. Not to mention there are so many people watching from behind, whether it's for yourself or for others, must hold on. And just as the crowd gradually and violently breathed, they also saw clearly what happened in the distant void battlefield. Right now, people such as Keelan and Tien Shinhan couldn't help but exclaimed. They did so because they saw something different from what they imagined. I saw that the figure of Salama on the opposite side was as huge as a peak and mountain. Just standing there gave people great oppression, but at this moment he raised his fist, which was 10 times bigger than the sandbag, and threw heavy blows from the air. 863 fell, but to everyone's surprise, his arm stopped abruptly in the air. But at this time, they were obviously experiencing some kind of resistance, and looking down along Salama's arm, they saw a figure in a half-squatting posture. Even though his legs were unbearably bent, the latter's waist was still straight, as if standing upright, and no one could shake his determination. And when this figure appeared in the eyes of everyone burst into tears in an instant. They naturally saw the appearance of the latter, and the identity of the latter was of course ready to be revealed. He is the patron saint of the earth. As well as Son Gohan, the defender of the entire 7th universe, he used his actions to prove what it means to be mighty and unyielding. Now that this stalemate is maintained, even Salama couldn't help but become astonished. Recently, he looked down at Son Gohan and said slowly, "You guys are really surprising me more and more. Do you still want to fight me?" Chapter 290 Gohan, you must win. Saruman looked at Son Gohan with interest, and his words were not only full of doubts, but also carried his unquestionable tone, as if a high-ranking god treated the ordinary people. At this time, Son Gohan put his hands on top of his head and stubbornly took down Salama's arm, which weighed more than 1,000,000,000,000 jun, despite completing this group of difficult pioneering feats. But his condition at the moment is still extremely bad, and it is extremely difficult for him to resist the backlash force in his body, not to mention the almost unbearable power pouring out of Salama, so that there is a violent impact, once again invaded Son Gohan's body, causing the latter's body to tremble uncontrollably. I haven't conceded defeat yet. Difficult words could only be heard coming from Son Gohan's mouth, and as he clenched his teeth, he couldn't help but make a sharp grinding sound, which was not just the sound of teeth rubbing. It is even the creaking sound of the bones being subjected to great pressure. Even Son Gohan's superb physique can't resist, and his potential has been completely squeezed out. When facing Sarah when man is almost invincible strength. Even Son Gohan can't help feeling powerless. However, his stubbornness is beyond the imagination of others. Even if he can't defeat Salama as much as he can, he will never say the word admit defeat in his mouth. And Salama looked deeply at Son Gohan opposite him. His scarlet eyes couldn't help being moved, and now there were no other negative emotions on his face. On the contrary, he couldn't help admiring Son Gohan affection. After all, throughout the multiverse, people with flesh and blood and integrity like Son Gohan are already very rare, and even the old monsters of countless epics in Salama's multiverse universe don't know much about a freak like Son Gohan. Only one can be born every year. I have to say that I have some respect for you. Even I, Salama, can't help but love talents. Now I can give you one last chance. If you are willing to serve me as my subordinate, I can divide the multi-universe with you equally. Advertisement. At this time, the power from above was reduced a lot, and Salama's gloomy face suddenly changed and softened, especially his dark red eyes, which showed unprecedented soft emotions. Obviously at this moment, his emotional expression is real, which means that he has indeed developed a heart of love for Son Gohan. Salama did not deliberately suppress his voice, on the contrary, he transmitted his consciousness through the energy package to all parts of the universe, and at this time, whether it was Son Goku who was caught by the guitar or other Dragon Multiverse fighters heard in the invitation to Son Gohan just now. Right now, even the people who trust and have great confidence in Son Gohan can't help but start to worry. Although they know Son Gohan's character, they also know that in the face of threats to their lives, if someone is willing to give them a hand, even no matter how strong the person has always been, there is a high possibility of defection, not to mention that Salama proposed such an attractive bargaining chip to split the multiverse universe equally. Even those ordinary multiverse fighters can hardly guarantee that they will not be in this situation tempted. On the one hand, it is the worry of their own lives, on the other hand, not only can they save their lives, but they can also gain supreme power and status. Many people have a choice about this multiple choice question, and obviously they will choose the latter without hesitation. Relationship of interest and concern for life. Many people like universe fighters can't help but feel anxious and afraid that Son Gohan will really agree to Salama's request. No way. Don't agree. Don't. On the universe spaceship, however, they were divided into two camps. A considerable number of them believed that they could never agree to Salama's request. You must know that the latter is a person who commits all kinds of crimes, so he naturally doesn't pay attention to reputation. Even if Son Gohan surrenders at that time, the latter will not honor his promise. After all, half of the multiple universes will build 4 universes, and all of them will be divided equally. No one will make such a big deal of sacrifice, and another group of people hope that Son Gohan can agree to Salama's, Qian Li's, invitation. You must know that whether it is the 7th universe or the multiverse, it is at the end of its rope, and all the top combat forces have already been dispatched. Even the Supreme Xeno has been defeated, and they can't think of anyone or any force that can defeat Salama, and it is precisely in this desperate situation that they have such extreme ideas, perhaps surrendering to Salama. Rama, the latter can give them preferential treatment, not to mention that Son Gohan can have half the distribution rights of the territory, maybe their lives will not change too much, so that they will be better than before. People's hearts are inherently complicated, and blood is fickle, not to mention the diversity. The soldiers of the universe are not unified in their thinking. Chapter 291 Gohan, you must win. 6. Some people are greedy for life and afraid of death, and some people regard death as their home, but most people still cherish life and cherish the life they have now, so when they have a chance to seize it, they will naturally not give up, and this is understandable in this case. There is no right to deliberately blame anyone. However, even if there is a mess in the spaceship, it cannot play a decisive role, and the final outcome still depends on Son Gohan's own wishes. After all, his words and deeds represent the entire regional universe right now, so that the future of multiple universes fate and future. Everyone stop arguing, let's see how Son Gohan responds. Number 18, the manipulator of the universe spaceship, suddenly turned around. At this moment, he wiped away his crystal-clear tears, and shouted loudly towards the multidimensional 480 universe fighters in the rear. After hearing the words of the 18th, everyone immediately fell silent, so they all turned their attention to Son Gohan, wanting to see how the latter replied. On the battlefield that was confirming the void in the distance, Salama really oppressed Son Gohan below with an extremely arrogant attitude, and the latter did not show a too difficult posture, even after being attacked by Salama. In front of the invitation, he did not give up his own resistance, but still gritted his teeth and mobilized his own strength, then lifted the latter's arm abruptly, and then slowly stood up in the relaxed, ADCE, body. Salama didn't expect that at this time, Son Gohan could still show such a bloody face. At this time, there were waves on his calm face again, but he didn't intend to make a move at this time, but slowly withdrew his heavy arms. He folded his arms and looked at the other Son Gohan indifferently, wanting to see how he answered. Speak, now you can tell me your answer. Salama's figure towered like a mountain and moon, and his voice hummed like thunder, looking at the extremely indifferent voice in front of him. At this time, Son Gohan did not speak immediately, but chose to remain silent. His face looked a little gloomy. Slowly, he raised his head, and saw Son Gohan's originally extremely deep eyes, but at this moment, it looked a little dim. He said slowly, I agree. When the calm but somewhat hoarse voice came out, even Salama on the opposite side couldn't help but show a subhuman expression. He originally thought that Son Gohan would argue for a while, but he didn't expect the latter to make a retreat so quickly, where I gave up resistance, and immediately changed from a strong warrior to a soft-footed shrimp. Could it be that I misread him before? Even Salama couldn't help but have this idea in his heart. At this moment, there was an uproar in another direction. It was the multi-universe fighters and others on the spaceship. They were expecting and waiting for Son Gohan's reply, but now they got the latter for no reason. This is almost a compromise. The answer immediately poured cold water on those who were full of hope, and those eyes burning with flames also became extremely dim at this moment. Son Gohan, he actually compromised. Son Gohan, he actually agreed? How could he say yes? Countless questions arose in everyone's minds, which greatly shocked them, and amidst the strong shock, countless questions also arose in their hearts, and unbelievable colors filled their minds and hearts, accompanied by there is also a strong sense of disappointment, and despair breeds in their hearts. Chapter 292. The Shocking Battle. 1. In their hearts, the image of Son Gohan can be described as extremely tall. Committee member Gao Jia is full of divine brilliance, not only because he has repeatedly taken actions to protect the safety of everyone and maintain the peace of the earth and the regional universe, but also because of his unyielding will and admirable spirit, which is why he is constantly inspired and inspired. That's why they felt such a big gap after seeing Son Gohan's betrayal with their own eyes. Not only those fighters from multiple universes, even Son Goku and Vegeta looked a little ugly on their faces, and their eyes were filled with a look of disappointment. Although they didn't say it on the surface, they never denied their respect and trust for Son Gohan in their hearts. Even if I was as proud as Vegeta, I wanted to surpass Son Gohan many times, even if I faced failed, but he did not give up this obsession and idea. At the same time, the respect for Son Gohan is getting deeper and deeper. And along the way of this practice, for Vegeta, Son Gohan is more like a teacher and a friend. He is the character that Prince Saiyan has always wanted to surpass, and he is also the person he admires from the bottom of his heart. Feeling so depressed. How could it be? Vegeta's face was gloomy and his voice was suppressed, and he roared, "How can you do this?" I saw that when Vegeta raised his head, his resolute eyes became crystal clear, and his roar became extremely hoarse in an instant, full of manic emotions and resentment in his heart. Seeing this scene, even Son Goku next to him couldn't help showing a demi-human expression. He had never seen Vegeta showing such an expression. You must know that Vegeta, who is extremely proud in his heart, has always been unwilling to submit to others. And his heart is also sensitive and irritable. It is because his heart has been touched that he will act so exaggerated and unrestrained. At this time, Son Goku's face showed a look of bewilderment. He didn't expect Vegeta to make such a big move. Just as he was about to say something at this moment, he suddenly noticed a commotion coming from the side. At that moment, he turned his head directly, and the big eyes of the signature stared directly, and suddenly exclaimed, "Vegeta, look." After hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta immediately turned his head, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with shock, and at the same time he said, "Could it be?" Just as they turned their heads, the eyes of the others also shifted, and they immediately saw what an amazing scene happened on the battlefield in the distant void. Advertisement. I saw that Son Gohan, who had already bowed his head and proclaimed himself a minister, stood up at some point. At the same time, his palms were arranged like flowers and placed on his waist. At the same time, there was also a blue-white dazzling radiance in those palms. As the energy in his body gathered and became more dazzling and eye-catching, it was obvious that Son Gohan was gaining momentum, and his strength had climbed to an astonishing level. The point. Is it the Kamape magic wave? An exclamation sounded, and it was Son Goku who uttered this voice. In this world, besides Master Wushin, he had the clearest and most thorough understanding of the Kamape magic wave, so he had already reflected it in an instant. Come over and realize that Son Gohan is going to use the remaining energy to condense the Kamape magic wave to release the final big move. 0. Ask for flowers. At this time, not only Son Goku flew, but everyone on the ship also understood, especially the Gui Xing who was leaning on crutches. At this time, his cloudy old eyes couldn't help but shoot out starlight. Naturally, he would not forget what he had done. The trick he became famous for, and this is exactly the trick he became famous as a Master Roshi. If he performed it and saw his own trick being used and the target he was dealing with was Salama, how could Master Roshi not be excited? He was inexplicably excited. 0. Buzz. At this time, the ball of light condensed between Son Gohan's hands became more and more shining, an extremely dazzling energy light wave was completely condensed, and the lingering light in it continued to shine brightly, a powerful energy, infinite unavoidably. The entire universe is filled with this extremely powerful energy base. Everyone is aware of what will happen next, and just when everyone is about to say something, they see that on the empty battlefield in the distance, the energy has been stored in an instant, and Son Gohan has no hesitation. Both hands pressing the palm of the hand, the manic energy ball was pushed forward fiercely. Wow, the high-pressure energy ball in his hand has reached the point of being uncontrollable, filled with that extremely violent energy aura, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth in an instant. Its speed also reached the extreme level in the blink of an eye, almost infinitely approaching the power of the speed of light, and directly swallowed the body of Salama on the opposite side. Chapter 293. The Shocking Battle, 2. But what happened was so sudden that even an existence like Salama in the whole country did not respond in time, but he turned his head when he heard the movement. On that calm face, a dazzling blue-white light was reflected by the Kamape's magical power wave, and before he could make any remaining reactions, he had already been completely swallowed into it. Pull. A hand knife passed by, and I saw Salama's arm slashing through the air, and his palm was in the shape of a knife. It was this seemingly inadvertent and random move, but there was a powerful energy following it, and at the time of 170, when the sound fell, Son Gohan's figure could be seen rolling out. The scene just now happened so suddenly that even he didn't react. He carried it down with his own strong body, but he was also invaded by Salama's violent dark energy, so that his internal organs were greatly shocked. At this moment, he was forcibly enduring the pain in his heart, and finally swallowed the blood that had just reached his mouth, but his face became more and more ugly because of it. And the other people watching this behind the scene couldn't help exclaiming at the same time, especially the faces of Bulma and number 18 were deeply worried. They couldn't bear to see Son Gohan being attacked like this again. Every time the latter suffers serious injuries, it is not a small blow for them, because Son Gohan has become their backbone, and now the normal situation is changing rapidly, and the whole body is affected by it. Safety. But now everyone also knows that they are powerless and can't take effective actions against it. They can only watch such a tragic situation happen in front of them, and this is a huge blow to them. The faces of Son Goku and Vegeta are also a little ugly. Although they feel that Son Gohan's state is not right, the latter's momentum has become extremely weak. Son Goku and Vegeta have experienced many battles. Although they are both experienced, of course they know what this means. At the same time, anxious expressions appeared on their faces. Especially the proud Vegeta, whose desire to become stronger is stronger than anyone else, and now he is watching helplessly. Son Gohan is facing such a dangerous situation in the front battle, and he Vegeta can only watch helplessly. What a blow, and how he could bear it. Advertisement. At this moment, Vegeta clenched his teeth, his whole body was trembling unconsciously, and he saw fine blood streaks gushing out from under his canthus, and accompanied by the high-frequency vibration from his body, the fluctuations also emanate from his body. At this time, the space is also continuously oscillating. A powerful energy fluctuation surges from Vegeta's body. You don't need to think about it. At this moment, he must be doing his best to recover his physical strength, and in order to achieve he did not hesitate to pay an unbearable price for this. But at this critical moment, he can't take care of it. Whether it's Vegeta's proud self-esteem, or his unwillingness to admit his concern for Son Gohan, these have all become the motivation for him to continue to become stronger. And at this moment, not only Vegeta, Son Goku is also working hard. He was originally a fighting maniac, and he also shoulders the hope and confidence of everyone. Now he sees Son Gohan fighting alone in the front, how can he not feel anxious in his heart? Fortunately, he has comprehended Ultra Instinct, and the degree of indirection is already very deep. If he wants to use this to restore energy and physical strength, he will be much faster than Vegeta. Even in the face of such a situation, he was still too late, and when they raised their heads again, they saw the void above the battlefield. I saw that Salama raised his arm again, and there was a cold light on his deep face, especially his blood-red eyes, which showed a bloodthirsty look. Obviously, Salama Rama is already murderous at this moment. A person like him is inherently capricious and impatient. If he hadn't developed a heart of love for talents and wanted to recruit Son Gohan to his subordinates, he would not have spent so much time and directly recruited the latter killed something. To his surprise, Son Gohan dared to play tricks on him on the spot. For Salama, who was extremely proud in his heart, he obviously felt that he had been humiliated by 4.4, and he naturally couldn't swallow this breath. All his patience has been exhausted, and now all that remains is killing intent. For Salama, keeping such an ignorant person is also a disaster, so it is better to kill him directly. Not to mention that Son Gohan's strength is really not weak, and the power that erupted earlier actually has a certain deterrent effect on him, and if he continues to let it go, it is uncertain to what extent his power will reach. And Salama is cautious in his heart, unwilling to take this risk, and in this case, he can only kill the crisis in the cradle. Chapter 294. The Shocking Battle. 3. You obstruct me again and again, and all my patience has been exhausted by you, so you should die for me. Sarama stared at Son Gohan opposite him with a frosty face, and when the deep words came out, his arm had already been raised high in the air, and at the same time, a surge of dark energy surged behind him. Moreover, after the energy poured into his body again, it slowly surfaced on the surface of his big bodhisattva-like hand, and immediately a piercing black light shone, like a dazzling light in the dark night. The energy in his body spurted out, and when the momentum reached its peak, it erupted like a volcano without any hesitation, and then his palm suddenly fell in the air, and the moment it fell, it covered the palm of his hand. The rays of light, even more fierce Man 03 surged out. Wow! Immediately afterwards, the radiance surrounding his palm condensed into a long light blade. When it swung down Salama's arm, it fell down like a laser ray, and the speed at which it erupted was even more shocking. It was unbelievable that before the human optic nerve had time to react, he had already approached Son Gohan, seeing that the attack was about to affect the latter. At this time, everyone's hearts were agitated, especially Bulma, who was already teary-eyed, and the hot-tempered number 18 wanted to jump out of the window and save Son Gohan as soon as possible, but he hadn't waited. He was directly stopped by Piccolo when he made this move, and it was an unwise move for other multiverse fighters to stop him in front of number 18. Get out of the way, I'm going to save him, if you don't save him he will die. Number 18 was evil to everyone, and it was only at this moment that he seemed to speak out, and his face was already covered with tears, and his body looked very sad and depressed. We can't let that, on the 18th, you need to calm down. We can't let us not watch you die, advertisement. The fighters of the multiverse revealed worried expressions. I saw Piccolo, Tien Shinhan and others spread their hands, their bodies were extremely excited, and their faces turned red because of this, which shows how much they resisted this matter. Everyone present knew that they were of no use at all, and could only watch the battle come to an end, not to mention that they were just tiny ants to all living beings, and they couldn't survive in space as long as they didn't wear clothes. If any protective measures are taken in universe, within a few minutes, they will suffocate due to lack of oxygen, and at the same time, their bodies will freeze into ice cubes under the extreme temperature. They must be strong, but they still understand that this will not play any role in this battle, and the 18th rushing up is just dying in vain. Get out of the way. The face of number 18 became extremely cold, and his bright eyes scanning the crowd gradually became extremely cold, and at this moment he slowly raised his right hand, and a huge heart formed in the palm of this piece. Ki blast, and its energy fluctuations are also emitted from the surroundings, and the meaning of demonstration in his expression is self-evident. Even after seeing the actions of number 18, the people present did not have any doubts, they still stood in front of him lined up, and saw that the expressions of Piccolo, Keelan and others were very firm, but there was a kind of aggressiveness. The spirit of not fearing death. Anyway, Son Gohan failed, and we can't survive, why don't you kill us all now? I saw that Piccolo's green face was extremely gloomy, and he looked at the opposite number 18 and also yelled, with a look of fearlessness in his expression. Klein, Tien Shinhan and others also had the same expression. Although they all cherish their lives, they are also aware of the seriousness of the situation at this moment. After all, the Earth has been destroyed. Even the entire 7th universe ceased to exist, and the homeland they depended on for their survival was wiped out, Sarama, and they would certainly not be kept alive. Now there is no difference between them alive and dead. Ma's cruel elimination, it is better to solve it in advance and on the spot at this moment. Number 18 looked at the resolute expressions of the crowd, and his brain, which was stimulated by excessive anger, suddenly woke up at this moment. Seeing his suburbs trembling slightly, even his right hand that condensed ki blast was slightly shaking. He couldn't understand what everyone was talking about, and he felt a strong sense of grief and indignation in his heart. At this time, reason prevailed, and he realized that impulsiveness could not solve the problem at all, so that the energy condensed in his hands the ball slowly dissipated until it finally turned into nothingness, and then her arm was released from the air. Even if you stop me today, I will still save Son Gohan. Even if he dies, I will die with him. Number 18 has a very stubborn personality. He will not change his mind and opinions easily. Even if the multiverse and the fighters stand in front of him, he will not regress because of this, and he will go around everyone to make a breakthrough. Chapter 295. The Shocking Battle. 4. No, Number 18. At this time, a soft body hugged him. It was Bulma, Son Gohan's other woman. His face was full of tears, and he was already crying like a man of tears. His swollen eyes were also bloodshot. The face is also full of deep sadness and anger. Are you going to stop me too? No 18's body trembled suddenly, and he slowly lowered his head to look at Bulma opposite. At this moment he asked mechanically. I don't allow you to take risks, even if it is Son Gohan. He will not agree. The reason why he did this is for all of us, for the safety and future of all of us. We cannot live up to his efforts. Bulma's emotions became more and more agitated, seeing her holding the body of number 18 tightly and talking hoarsely. And after listening to Bulma's words, even no 18's bright eyes couldn't help but flash a trance, but then his eyes became bright and clear again, just when he raised his head, but just in time, I saw the scene where Son Gohan was attacked by Salama head-on in the distant void. Right now, he couldn't restrain himself anymore, and yelled directly at the window string. No. And as his exclamation sounded, the other people present also reacted, and they all saw the thrilling scene inside, and everyone's heart became cold and incomparable, and a person with cleansed temper couldn't help but yelled. His face was full of horror. The strong oscillating force spread, washing and sweeping around wantonly. A dazzling light radiated directly in this universe area, and immediately spread to the entire 7th universe, and the generated waveform and the power of destruction also instantly spread to other universes, and those other universes were also smashed to pieces. You don't need to think about it, there must be countless innocent creatures affected by it, and at the same time, there are a considerable number of celestial bodies and the planets burst apart directly, and thus suffered a lot of blows. No, advertisements such terrifying fluctuations and impacts can be said to be hard to find in ancient times. The people present are not fools, and they can naturally see how majestic the energy released by Salamana, and they can't help but have a strong feeling in their hearts. Fear, involuntary shortness of breath, because a bad premonition has already grown in their hearts. The time didn't last long. After just a few breaths, the smoke and the fire of the eggs in the distant void battlefield slowly dissipated, and then the real scene inside was directly exposed. Suddenly, someone uttered a voice. Look quickly. The voice was made by Keelan, and everyone immediately realized that things were not that simple, and then they cast their gazes over together, and the scene that appeared in front of them surprised and delighted them. Because they locked on Son Gohan's figure at the first time and found the latter's location, and Son Gohan's aura didn't look too bad, and he didn't even show any obvious injuries, which was obviously a good thing for everyone of course. This is not because of the heavy angles on the faces of all the people, but also because they saw another figure. I saw that he was wearing a standard wide robe, and his hair was silver white. Although he was very petite, he did look simple and boundless. I saw this figure slowly floating in the void. His light blue face showed a calm look, and those deep eyes seemed to have a magical power that was breathtaking. The moment everyone saw it, they couldn't help but it became stable. It seemed that the appearance of this figure became the backbone of everyone, and it directly soothed their restless hearts. Grand Priest. Is it a priest? Very good. Everyone recognized the identity of the person who came. They exclaimed in unison, and their faces couldn't help but be filled with joy. Not only the fighters from multiple universes were overjoyed, but the gods born in other universes were also paying attention to this event. Battle. Even though they were unable to participate due to their strength, they, Nuo Zhaos, were still paying attention to the progress and situation of this battle, and when they saw that the Supreme Xeno was defeated, they couldn't help feeling sad in their hearts. Although Son Gohan, who appeared later, threatened Salama a little, he didn't play a substantial role. But when they waited until the Grand Priest appeared, the hearts of the gods of destruction couldn't help but settle down. Among the multiple universes, the highest status is naturally Xeno, but the identity and status of the Grand Priest is also the most special. Although the gods have never seen the Grand Priest personally, the Grand Priest always appears as the spokesperson of Xeno. The management and balance of the game is also handled by him. Chapter 296. The Grand Priest arrives. 1. Not to mention that Angel, who is extremely powerful, is still his child. He himself is far above these angels, and his strength is obviously extremely terrifying. That's why those gods of destruction and Supreme Kai never dared to face Grand Priest, gave birth to a heart of underestimation, and on the contrary, they respected and revered the former even more in their hearts. You must know that when facing that dangerous situation before, the gods of other universes were also calling for the Grand Priest to make a move, because they believed that only the unpredictable ability of the Grand Priest and the other party, the multidimensional, only after so many years of controlling the universe can we be sure to help the multi-universe survive the current difficulties. But as the saying goes, it's better to come in time than to come in time. The appearance of Grand Priest not only saved Son Gohan, but also immediately stabilized the hearts of the creatures in the universe. The balance of life seems to be tilting towards them. Master Grand Priest. A voice of joy sounded, and Son Goku came to Grand Priest 570, and his face also showed joy and excitement. Although there was a sense of awe in his eyes, this emotion was not seen by others, it was earnest and exaggerated. Ah, it's Goku. At this time, Grand Priest also turned his head, and looked at Son Goku who was walking towards him, with an indifferent smile on his face. Obviously he was very familiar with Son Goku, and he also admired this talented junior. I once had the idea of supporting and helping, so I naturally showed a kind expression to Son Goku. Grand Priest, you finally showed up, all of us are scared to death. Son Goku said with an exaggerated expression while touching his head. I was maintaining the balance of the multiverse just now, and I can't get away easily. Advertisement. At this time, Grand Priest turned his head and spoke slowly to Son Goku, and what he said was not only for the other party, but also for the gods and Salama. So that's the case. Speaking of which, the battle just now was really frightening. Not only did the entire 7th universe collapse, but even other universes were affected. I almost thought that the multiple universes would collapse because of this. Son Goku is still scratching the back of his head with his hands, and there is a look of fear on his face. Although the way he speaks is a bit exaggerated, it is true, and this is also Son Goku's nature, which makes him treat everyone with respect. Show the sincerity and straightforwardness of a child here. Ah, Master Zeno, so you are here, are you alright? Son Goku also spotted Zeno at this time, and immediately went up to meet him, and he and Zeno had a relatively close relationship, so he came directly in front of the latter, holding Zeno's tender little hand with one hand. I'm fine, drunk. Zeno's cute face looked a little pale, but at this moment looking at Son Goku, there was a cute voice. Master Zeno, please forgive me for being late. The figure of Grand Priest floated slowly, and he also came in front of Zeno. ADBC. With an apologetic expression on his face. It doesn't matter, of course I know the painstaking efforts of the Grand Priest. If it weren't for you, the balance of the multiverse might have been broken long ago. Advertisement. Although Zeno's thinking is as innocent as a child's, his thinking is still very mature, but it is usually deliberately hidden. When facing real big events, he still behaves quite mature and rational. Master Zeno, please recover your strength slowly, and take me to negotiate with the whole demon. Grand Priest bowed slowly to Zeno, with an extremely respectful expression on his face. Well, I'm fine, you can go to Grand Priest at ease. Zeno gave the Grand Priest a tacit approval with a heavy nod. And after getting Zeno's approval, Grand Priest nodded to Zeno and Son Goku, and his figure slowly floated out indirectly, and the direction he was moving was nothing but that figure like a tall man, tower like Kwanku Salama. And Salama naturally realized what had happened. He had dealt with the gods for so many years, so he was very familiar with Zeno and the Grand Priest. Now that he saw this short figure suddenly appearing in front of him, even though the latter looks unintentionally like a child, but Salama knows it well, this guy is the longest-lived Grand Priest in the universe. At the same time, he is also a strong man who hides deep in the multiverse. Although he has never fought against Grand Priest, nor has he seen him shoot, but there are many rumors about the opponent. Even Salama knows that the reason why Grand Priest can achieve this position is not only because of his long history, his life lies in his terrifying strength, and in Salama's view, the opponent's hidden strength will not be weaker than Zeno. And at this moment, when he saw the figure of Grand Priest, which was slowly drifting towards him, Quan Mo's body shook. At this time, his eyes also flickered, and when he went to meet his gaze, it was looking deeply at the Grand Priest opposite. Chapter 297. The Grand Priest arrives. 2. You finally appeared as a Grand Priest. It seems that I want to dominate the multiverse, and the last stumbling block is you. Salama looked at Grand Priest deeply, and meaningful words came out of her mouth. Salama, you were originally the supreme dragon god. You didn't have to do this. Countless epochs ago, Zeno showed mercy to you and let you go, but you didn't know how to repent. Bringing such a serious disaster to you, your guilt is not so simple. Grand Priest's expression was as calm as narrating a manuscript, and he spoke slowly, but it was his voice that seemed to have no emotional fluctuations, but it conveyed an inexplicable pressure and majesty invisibly. The matter has reached this level, and you still say such high-sounding words. This deity is here for revenge. Are you making me laugh, big priest? Salama looked at the opposite Grand Priest, but there was a sarcasm on his gloomy face. He was originally a perverted and moody person, and he did things according to his own preferences. Now I am negotiating with you on behalf of Master Zeno. If you have the heart to repent, I can consider giving you a lighter punishment. Otherwise, I can only impose a tough punishment on you. Facing the sneer on Salama's face, Grand Priest didn't show any displeasure on his face. Instead, he remained as calm as usual, with a calm expression as if he was saying a very common thing. Although there was no clear emotional expression in the Grand Priest's words, Salama still heard the implication of asking questions, and at this time his face showed a sneer, and he said, "You gods are really hypocritical. Fighting to find some fancy reasons, you are so funny and ridiculous. However, if you want to fight, I am also very happy. I have heard that your Grand Priest is very powerful, but whether it is as powerful as the rumors, I still need to verify it myself." Salama watched Grand Priest condescendingly and raised his arm while he was speaking, and when his right hand fell from the air, a majestic force of darkness gushed out of his body, and immediately in front of him it is condensed, with blue-purple energy as your original big illusory palm. Now he has used the previous trick again. 0. Asking for flowers. Although this action seems ordinary, the movement he has caused since he raised his hand is extremely astonishing. There is a power to shatter the stars and shake the universe. Compared with the petite Grand Priest at this time, this majestic and huge the palm of his hand seemed so small and fragile, but just as the illusory big palm came down, the Grand Priest finally made a movement. He raised his head calmly, then slowly raised his right hand, and then moved a little forward calmly, and then a ripple radiated from his finger, and then a strong ripple appeared in the void universe, and at the same time a powerful wave of energy roared forward, and the target of the attack was none other than the illusory palm of Salama on the opposite side. Buzz. The fluctuation caused by the finger of the Grand Priest caught everyone's attention in an instant. Only the warriors of multiple universes who were closer to each other, and the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai from other universes who were countless light years away were also dumbfounded at this moment. They are all old monsters who have lived for countless epochs, so they can naturally feel how majestic and terrifying the energy gushing out of Grand Priest's ordinary fingers is. Chapter 298 The Grand Priest arrives. 3. In just an instant, a terrifying aura quickly pervaded the entire universe, and then swept across other universes. Not only the powerful gods, but even ordinary creatures were also shaken and affected. They all raised their heads to look at the sky, and at that moment, they felt like the end of the world. At this time, Salama's face also changed. He still had some disdain for the Grand Priest, because the latter would only put on airs, and it was probably just a fake trick that was not useful. But at the moment when the latter made a move, the sudden change of breath directly facilitated Saw 043. Rama's mind to lose control. Grand Priest exuded a wave of breath that shocked him, and at this time he also woke up. Not only he underestimated the Grand Priest, even the strength of the latter is stronger than the rumors. Boom. About a second later, the power emanating from Grand Priest's finger collided with Salama's illusory palm, and as the vibration sounded like a landslide, the dark energy condensed the phantom palm that appeared was split into 5 and dissipated into the chaos at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Even if he had estimated Sarawa in advance, his face showed surprise. His blood-red eyes stared at the boss, as if he was meeting Grand Priest for the first time. In fact, his acquaintance with Zeno and Grand Priest can no longer be traced back, and the time seems too long, but this is the first battle between Tang Zhengjung and Grand Priest. At this time, the scene was extremely silent. Even the extremely noisy universe spaceships and other multiverse fighters were speechless between the two of them. Even though they had expected it before, after seeing it with their own eyes, they still couldn't help being shocked. Grand Priest's skill and strength still exceeded their imagination. And after a few breaths of silence, the cabin suddenly became noisy again, and I saw smiles on the faces of the fighters from the multiverse universe. Hope. At this time, the gods in other universes also showed similar expressions. Very good. Gods of Destruction Vermut, the clown of the 11th universe, couldn't help touching his fists, and his face was full of satisfaction at this time. Advertisement. It's terrible. Sure enough, the Grand Priest is the Grand Priest. The finger just now made me feel the power of death. The Supreme Kai next to him also had lingering fears, and a look of surprise and awe appeared on his face at this moment. For him, the power of the Grand Priest was beyond his comprehension. It's so beautiful, so wonderful. This is the supreme meaning of life in the face of death threats. Grand Priest, he is my idol. And in another universe, I saw the gods of destruction dressed as Cleopatra. His expression was a bit exaggerated at this time. He was yelling while looking at the Grand Priest in the crystal ball. Braving the stars, it's like the look that fans show when they see their idols. It's so powerful, so handsome, and so cool. At this time, Supreme Kai, who looked like an old man next to him, also showed an excited expression. His old face showed red blush, and a bright light appeared in his eyes, as if he saw something that excited him things. The same scene also happened in other universes, but the gods who watched this battle were shocked, and since then, their understanding of the Grand Priest has reached a new level. The awe for the latter has also become more intense and profound. At this time, when the perspective is pulled back to the battlefield, there is a real confrontation between Salama and the Grand Priest, but Salama's expression is not good right now, or he is still in shock. Shishi's eyes flickered, but it showed that his heart was extremely restless. Grand Priest, you are indeed the most hidden person in the entire multiverse. It seems that I underestimated you before. Your strength has greatly exceeded my expectations, but this really made me excited. Now the multiverse can still reappearing. It is very rare to see a strong person with backbone like you, so, before officially dominating the multiverse, I will defeat you to see who dares to resist me again. When Salama looked deeply at Grand Priest, his expression gradually became excited. He watched the fanatical fighting spirit emerge on Grand Priest's face, and then his scarlet blood-like pupils also bloodthirsty light burst out again. And after hearing what Salama said, Grand Priest's face on the opposite side also turned cold. A wave of light flashed inadvertently in his calm eyes, as if a thrilling experience was revealed in it. At this moment, anyone with a strong sense of perception can feel the change in the atmosphere of the scene, especially the change in Grand Priest's own aura. It's like a different person. Chapter 299 The Grand Priest arrives. 4. Who saw that he was in the chaotic void, there was no wind, and a free and elegant aura emanated out, and a mysterious power slowly emanated from his body. This kind of power is more like a certain kind of breath, with a temperament similar to a person, as if one's own energy and spirit are integrated into it. And ordinary people are unconsciously attracted to the past, but Son Goku and Vegeta with such keen perception people noticed the difference almost instantly, not to mention Son Goku, who couldn't help but exclaimed at the moment. Could it be? Ultra Instinct. Son Goku looked ahead, his face gradually lost in thought, At this moment his attention was completely attracted to the past. As far as the many powerhouses present, apart from the gods, no one could feel more about this realm than him as familiar. Because Son Goku had been in danger before, and entered the realm of Ultra Instinct many times. Afterwards, after being trained by the big promotion, his own realm became more perfect, and the mobilization and perfection of these three kinds of power became more and more pure, so how could he not feel the belonging of this power, let alone the realm of Grand Priest? It is obviously not uncommon to see this state on the ladder if he is far higher than him. However, Son Goku's expression was more shocking and inexplicable than before, especially his eyes showed excitement, like a very hungry person who suddenly saw a big fat. Son Goku's face was full of fascinated, as if he couldn't help but keep Halazi behind. This is not to say how hungry Son Goku is at the moment. His spirit is more tired and numb than his body at the moment. But when he suddenly felt the aura from Grand Priest's body, Son Goku felt as if his blood had been pumped out suddenly, and his eyes seemed to radiate light, just like the aura from Grand Priest. Son Goku has a deadly allure. Suck. Advertisement. His chest was slightly swollen, and Son Goku's cheeks were also bulging. He was trying to take a deep breath. Although it was in the void of chaos, what he was trying to inhale was not the icy coldness in the universe. Instead of dark matter, it is the gradually clear silver-white radiance surrounding the Grand Priest. As the saying goes, heaven pays off, and under Son Goku's hard work, he managed to inhale the pure energy around Grand Priest. And from the moment the light white energy entered his nasal cavity, he immediately felt extremely cool all over his body, just like drinking a bottle of ice-cold drink in the dog days of summer, which directly made him sleep from the beginning to the end. Refreshment. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku's eyes burst out with light, and a silver-white radiance surrounded the pupils of his eyeballs. At this time, the light white energy aura appeared again around Son Goku. It is to enter the state of Ultra Instinct. Even after Vegeta, who was next to him, noticed the change in Son Goku, he couldn't help showing the look of astonishment on his face, and took a step back involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, he found that Son Goku's aura was slowly recovering, and his own aura was also increasing. At first, he was skeptical, but then he realized the reason for Son Goku's state, so he looked at Son Goku. He looked at the Grand Priest on the opposite side again. After a slightly unbelievable expression, a trace of jealousy and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. But this is a normal behavior. Vegeta has always been moody. Although his confidence has changed a lot, his habit of fighting with others has not changed, especially with his lifelong partner and opponent, Son Goku has never given up on competing with the latter for a moment, and every time he has to be ahead of Son Goku and enter a new realm. But his fighting will and thinking are not as pure as Son Goku, so that he can understand there is no pure realm of mystery like Ultra Instinct. Nevertheless, 747, he still tries to make other breakthroughs, hoping to break through his limits and reach an unprecedented peak, and take this as an opportunity to seek the possibility of surpassing Son Goku. Although he always wins more than loses, Vegeta never gave up. However, being knocked down is a sensible person. Although he was a little jealous and envious of Son Goku's sudden opportunity, this emotion quickly dissipated. Only by defeating Shirama will it be possible to save everyone and have the hope of reshaping the Earth and the entire universe. The inner activities of the proud Prince Saiyan are extremely complicated, and just when his thousands of thoughts came to an abrupt end, Son Goku suddenly woke up at this moment, and saw his clear eyes covered with a crystal light. Looking at that time, a sincere smile appeared on his face, and he said with full of admiration, as expected of Mr. Grand Priest, he is also Ultra Instinct, but his realm is far above mine. Chapter 300. The Grand Priest arrives. 5. That's the Ultra Instinct in perfect form. As soon as the voice sounded suddenly, Son Goku and Becky turned their heads again, just in time to see Son Gohan, who appeared next to them, and saw a mysterious expression on the latter's face. Looking deeply at the front, said, Grand Priest should be the first existence among the gods to realize the ultimate meaning of freedom. If I am not wrong, he has reached the peak of perfection Ultra Instinct. And Son Goku and Vegeta looked at Son Gohan seriously, and exclaimed in unison, the peak is perfect, Ultra Instinct? They murmured this term, and disbelief appeared on their faces. Although there was a sense of strangeness in their expressions, it was not concealed, and they all showed a deep sense of shock. Although Vegeta has never comprehended Ultra Instinct, he also understands how unfathomable this state is. After Son Goku passively entered this state, his own consciousness and reaction became extremely clear and sensitive, and his combat power became even more mature. The soaring times, and the seemingly endless output of physical fitness has always maintained a high energy and crazy state, and Vegeta has heard and understood this state, and is also very envious and longing for it. But now, when he heard Son Gohan's words about reaching the pinnacle and perfecting Ultra Instinct, his expression became dazed for a moment as if he had been hit in the head, and then his eyes burst into light again, even though he didn't fully understand the origin of the term, but he can also deduce that this is even more mysterious and profound than the ordinary Ultra Instinct. Compared with Vegeta Son Goku, the feelings are obviously deeper. He himself has already entered the room on the Ultra Instinct, and his realm is not weak, but it is the first time he has heard the term Ultra Instinct, which is the perfect Ultra Instinct, but he knowing how inscrutable and terrifying it is to be able to add a perfection before this state, and at the same time add a peak. What the hell is this? Peak perfection Ultra Instinct. Son Goku turned around and saw that he looked at Son Gohan with his fingers on his hands, and said affectionately with some hesitation and confusion. But Son Gohan did not answer his question face to face, but shifted his gaze to the other side, and it was Son Goku and Vegeta who followed his eyes and saw a figure. which was wearing a standard divine robe with blue and purple around it. It is full of colors. Not only the figure is extremely petite, but also the appearance is extremely cute and soft, except for the appearance is a little different. The appearance looks no different from the ordinary Earth children. But the other party is not as simple as it seems. He is diverse universe, Xeno with the highest status since countless epics. However, under his naive appearance, he possesses the ability to easily erase and have a large universe in his mind. He can easily destroy all living beings with just a lift of his hand. Tens of trillions of lives in the universe will depend on him. As respected, but just like this, it formed an extremely strong contrast. If everyone present knew his identity, I am afraid that no one would believe that this is the Supreme Master Xeno. I saw the petite Xeno looking at the two people opposite, and then nodded to the two very cutely. When he turned his head again, he saw the Grand Priest aura exuding silver-white brilliance. Next, he and Salama on the opposite side were also filled with raging dark energy. As his expression turned cold, those blood-like eyes burst out with a bloodthirsty light. After just one breath, the two universes, the strongest among them, launched ahead on confrontation. However, the full-hearted battle between the two did not attract too much attention from Xeno. He still looked as usual, but when he turned his head to look at Son Goku and Vegeta again, a look of reminiscence slowly appeared on that delicate face. Seeing his expression, he said, "As you can see, the Grand Priest is the only person in the universe who has mastered the most perfect Ultra Instinct, and it is precisely because of this that his identity and status have become extremely special. Nominally, my status is higher than his, but the power held by the Grand Priest is indeed greater than mine, because a secret that has been handed down in the multiverse since ancient times, that is, those who can master perfect freedom and volunteer work will have the ability to break through the limit of the universe. The great power of space-time, what Zhao's rules. What? Break the rules of time and space? Son Goku and Doc showed intense shock on their faces. Although they were very unfamiliar with this term, they were all extremely shrewd people. They were also scratching the inner meaning of this sentence. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel terrified. On the side, Son Gohan is also listening carefully. Although his strength has reached the peak of the multiverse universe, there are also many unknowns about this universe, and there are too many secrets and legends that he has not discovered and known. Chapter 301 The Grand Priest Arrives. 6. Now, after listening to what Xeno said, he couldn't help but feel a strong throbbing, drawn light from his dark eyes, which seemed to trigger some kind of opportunity. Apparently Xeno hadn't finished speaking. He paused for a moment, then looked at the three people present and said, "It is said that the strong who have reached the pinnacle of perfection and are free in memory can wait for unlimited development of themselves. Once entering this realm, it will only completely eliminate its original temperament. Just like the incarnation has become the rule of the vocational high school, it can faintly coincide with the powerful power of the multiverse, and this realm has no time restricted, and there will be no backlash and side effects afterwards, and this is the ability you should have after reaching the peak." Xeno is equivalent to writing without adding points, telling all the content without panting, and at this time, the look of nostalgia in his cute soft fur eyes also slowly dissipated, and on him, the originally vast and majestic atmosphere slowly disappearing, the childlike vitality reappeared. This is too strong. There is this kind? After Son Goku and Vegeta listened, they took a deep breath, and their eyes showed a strong look of disbelief. It's because they are a little dumbfounded because of the excessive desolation. On the contrary, after listening to Son Gohan, his expression seemed a little calm, but his interest was also extremely unstable, and his heartbeat accelerated a lot because of this, and his face was even more distracted, as if it triggered some kind of thinking. Achieving the pinnacle. The supreme rule. Multiverse universe. A day. Son Gohan murmured repeatedly. These few words and the look of thinking became more and more intense. The blank look in his eyes slowly disappeared, replaced by a more intense clear look, as if there was something in his mind, some kind of thought was triggered, as if a strong feeling used his heart and he couldn't help blurting it out. And just as everyone present was in the midst of great shock, an epic battle was completely triggered on the void battlefield not far from them, and the tailwind of the confrontation must have been that Salama had always been grand. It can be said that Priest and the others are all figures standing on the peak of the multiverse. Now they fight with their hands and feet. Even a simple collision can cause huge fluctuations and shocks. Dragon's breath. Salama's body suddenly grew taller, and his body became even bigger and swelled. At the same time, a powerful energy fluctuation surged from his body to the outside, and the monstrous waves that had shrouded him before, this time also boiled again, and as his body soared to the height of hundreds of feet, he opened his bloody mouth, and at this time a torrent like a light wave sprayed out from it. Amidst the strong vibrations of the crowd, this dazzling purple-black light wave was expanding extremely, and within it was flickering and resounding electric light, whistling in just less than a second of time difference. That boundless light it instantly enveloped the Grand Priest's body, as if a huge wave was set off, and it was about to engulf the latter. And at this critical moment, I saw Grand Priest raised his head unusually calmly, and his bland eyes seemed to emit a palpitating light. At the same time, under the attention of everyone, he slowly raised his right hand upright, and the hand was sticking to the position in front of him, only to see a dazzling brilliance condensed in the palm. That silver-white ray of light that seemed to be produced out of thin air and was constantly intertwined and condensed, it was him before. The fluctuations produced when entering the peak of the perfect free energy, and at the moment when this energy is released, all the creatures who pay attention to this battle feel shocked. Without any hesitation, it was like a natural move. The brilliance condensed in his left hand became more and more dazzling. Today, the energy storage was completed in an instant, and the next moment, he suddenly pushed forward go out. How vast and terrifying this energy is. At the same time, the surrounding space is filled with strong fluctuations, and everyone's hearts are greatly shaken. Just when they are concentrating on it, the distant on the void battlefield, two completely different energies directly collided head-on. Boom! The continuous vibration and fluctuation spread along with the powerful buzzing sound. Although they used the vast starry sky as their battlefield, and now it has become a void, the terrifying and indescribable vibration impacted out, so that in an instant, it caused a great impact on everyone's ears, and at the same time, the emitted light also greatly stimulated their vision. Chapter 302 Angel's True Power 1. At this moment, the entire multiverse universe is in the midst of other shocks, but all creatures in the universe are affected by these two powerful shocks. Even the gods of other universes are also dumbfounded, and their faces are full of embarrassment. The expression of confidence, in their opinion, in their view, the battle that broke out between these two people is hard to find in ancient times, even beyond their comprehension and imagination. As for the gods of destruction in other universes, under repeated astonishment, their complexions also looked a bit ugly, not only because of psychological reasons, but more because of physical factors. Even in the extremely distant space where they gathered, that terrible impact force can still be released, and the recoil force that pours out is so terrifying that even they, the powerful gods of destruction, feel great pressure in their hearts. So don't say that those extremely weak Supreme Kai and the weaker King Kai. But now, under the terrible impact and oppressive force, those ordinary Supreme Kais and Realm Kings are lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment, and at this moment, they seem to have changed from aloof gods to ordinary mortal slaves immediately. This kind of difference in the nature of life, even they feel worried about gains and losses, and they can't help feeling panic in their hearts. At the same time, the battle between Grand Priest and Salama is still going on, and they maintain their previous postures, releasing extremely majestic and terrifying energy shocks from their respective bodies, and these two energies with completely different attributes and opposite attributes are facing each other. The shock and oppressive feeling caused by the collision can be described as powerful and terrifying to the point where everyone is amazed. On the left is a pure white energy beam, and on the right is a blue-purple light wave shining with berserk energy, just like this fiercely resonating and colliding in the air, although the two are not directly proportional in shape and size, but what they have the power that erupted was not comparable, and there was a kind of situation where the tip of the needle pointed at the wheat on, which made everyone who saw it amazed again and again. The three people who were closer to them, including Son Goku, were naturally also affected, but Zeno made a move faster than this, directly condensing a transparent light from his divine power of creation, directly covering the three people present. Among them, at the moment when the protective cover was condensed into shape, the terrifying and indescribable force of the collision between Salama and the Grand Priest had already arrived, and it was like waves hitting a rock. Even though it seemed to everyone there was a feeling of trepidation, but fortunately, everything was safe and sound. Using Zeno's divine power to block the energy emitted by the two, the aftermath was naturally within reach. My god, after the false alarm, both Vegeta and Son Goku showed extremely shocked expressions on their faces. At this time, they were completely dumbfounded and could no longer say anything. Is the Grand Priest unleashing its own power? Suddenly an unexplained voice sounded, and Son Gohan's figure was slowly approaching, and it was obvious that he was watching to say this. This is of course Grand Priest's own power. As the father of Angel, his strength is naturally far superior to all angels. This is because it is the only holy angel left in the multiverse, and the energy he can mobilize and the power it exerts is far beyond imagination. Advertisement Zeno seems to have a thorough understanding of this point, glanced at Son Gohan and the three of them spoke in soft and cute voices. Holy Big Angel. Son Gohan expressed doubts about this term, which was the first time he heard it. 0. Asking for flowers. As the oldest creatures in the multiverse, the Angel family was originally the master of the multiverse, and the Grand Priest is one of the purest royal descendants of the Angel family. After that, when they reach adulthood in 800 years, their own strength will reasonably reach the peak period, that is, the symbol of Angel will also be born behind them, that is Angel's wings. Zeno didn't hide this, but looked at the crowd and said slowly. 0. Angel wings? The three of Son Goku couldn't help raising their voices. What does this mean? But it is not so simple just from the name, not to mention that it is related to the Grand Priest rest, and it is after realizing this that Angel the meaning of the word wings, and the meaning it represents are irresistibly growing in the hearts of everyone. Angel's wings can be said to be the symbol of the celestial gods, and the external expression of their power levels. The angels you usually see, the strongest among them are only about 6 wings, and they are to the Grand Priest, but just a junior, as their father god, the Grand Priest already possessed the terrifying realm of 10 wings, and this realm is infinitely close to the great creation god who created the multiverse in the legend, and his strength and realm have already reached the legendary level, 12 wings. Zeno's expression became very serious. He looked at the three people present with his round eyes, and told a secret that most people didn't know. Most angels are not necessarily insiders. Chapter 303 Angel's True Power, 2, 12 Wings? Son Goku and Vegeta exclaimed uncontrollably. They really couldn't imagine such a terrifying strength as the Grand Priest, but they only reached about 10 wings, so the rumored creation god who can have 12 wings, that's 4 it is already unimaginable for them, and it is also an unattainable height. These two young Saiyans were unaware of this kind of legend. It was the first time they had heard Zeno talk about 140. After all, this is too unfamiliar to them, and the legendary angel wings is an illusory concept that Son Goku and Vegeta naturally have no way of understanding, and you don't know how to measure this realm. But they were confused. It doesn't mean that Son Gohan is the same. On the contrary, through Zeno's words, he did figure out some ideas. The Angel family is the most powerful group in the multiverse, and it was once the master and ruler of the universe, and the legendary creator god, even if he is not a member of the Angel family, must have a great connection with him. The angel wings mentioned by Zeno should mean that the number of wings on the back will gradually increase with the improvement of strength and realm. And the number of wings is the embodiment of their strength and realm, which can be replaced by them to transform into Super Saiyan's form. If you say it like this, in the white god state with the Ultra Instinct function, it can almost match Vados, the strongest among angels, and if it is said that when Saiyan breaks through to level 3, it can surpass ordinary angels. The degree of the six-winged angel, and like when Son Gohan fought against Salama before, he was in the form of Chuanchao Saiyan, but at that time he also blessed the perfect Ultra Instinct Palace and the blessing of 100 times Kaioken, which made his combat power have climbed to 8 to 8-9 the degree of angel hunting. However, it is obvious that compared with Salama, there is really a gap, otherwise, he would not fail. Now it seems that Salama is likely to be close to the level of 10-winged Saint Angel. And just when everyone was stunned, the battle ahead also reached an extremely fierce stage. The light waves released between the two sides continued to oppose each other, producing an extremely violent impact and counter-shock force so that everyone's voices were violent. Fluctuation. The dazzling light shone on their faces, making the expressions of the multi-universe fighters watching from a distance extremely terrified. At this time, most of them curled up, and their faces showed painful expressions, as if they were under the huge coercion from the preaching. They felt extreme fear. This is still fighting, this is clearly killing us. I saw Master Roshi holding his head in his hands, squatting down with a red face, and a look of extreme pain on his face, even though the turtle planet is already the most powerful existence among the people on Earth, but in the face of this person who surpassed the gods when fighting, I still don't feel it. 2. I feel the danger of death, and this is under the deliberate protection of the energy released by Son Gohan. At the same time, similar expressions appeared on the faces of other people. For them, this kind of oppression is obviously unbearable. After all, they are all mortal bodies. When facing the oppression of this war that surpassed the gods, they still couldn't help feeling their hearts throbbing. Chapter 304 Angel's True Power. 3. While noticing the situation here, Son Gohan's figure also quickly came to the universe spaceship where everyone was on, and suddenly a soft energy wave slowly emanated from his body, and then quickly enveloped the spaceship. It was under the protection of this energy light that the universe spacecraft was protected from the strong impact. It's Son Gohan. He appeared, and he came to protect us. Everyone in the cabin saw the figure of Son Gohan, and their faces showed surprise expressions. At the same time, they also felt that the oppressive feeling covering them was gradually dissipating. But at this moment, Son Gohan was not in a hurry to enter the cabin, but turned his back to 03 in the Multiverse Warriors. At this time, his front and sight were still fixed on the great battle on the distant void battlefield. It can be seen that the fierce energy confrontation has calmed down, and then the supervisors of both sides gave up their previous actions. Not only the Grand Priest, but also the expression of Salama also became calm. At this moment, only other side. And just after the first confrontation in the true sense, they finally understood the general strength of the two sides, and the deepest feeling and influence was Salama. He didn't know much about Grand Priest before, but now this confrontation with the opponent did not feel a strong shock in his heart, and at the same time he felt a strong fear of the Grand Priest. In his opinion, the opponent was no less threatening to him than Zeno, and he was even more powerful in the future. Above. Grand Priest, show your true skills. Although you are very powerful, I am now in the strongest state ever. If you are not serious, you may die in my hands. Salama watched Grand Priest's blood-red eyes burning with fanatical fighting intent, and then his figure lost a bit, disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he unexpectedly came in front of Grand Priest without any hesitation. He just clenched his fist and swung it forward suddenly, and the strong wind and waves driven by this fist are so majestic. Hula. It was too late, but Salama's fist, which was no less than a human head, was almost aimed at Grand Priest's face, and just as the two were about to meet, Grand Priest's figure suddenly appeared. There was a blur in the space, and then Salama's fist pierced through the past, but he didn't hit the Grand Priest, but fell directly into the air. Shoo! I saw the figure of Grand Priest flashing again. His body seemed to overlap, and at this time there seemed to be another figure, which seemed to be the clone of Grand Priest, but 547 instantly realized that it was Grand Priest. The afterimage created by Priest can only produce such an effect when the speed reaches the extreme, but it also needs to be in a reasonable ecological environment. Now both of them are in the chaotic universe without a reasonable ecological environment. Grand, how did Priest do it? And just as Salama was astonished, Grand Priest, whose body was overlapping, suddenly came to him, and then inadvertently, the opponent raised his fist. Although it seemed completely out of proportion to Grand Priest, his speed was astonishingly fast. The moment he didn't react at all, he hit Salama hard on the chest and abdomen, and then directly threw the latter into the air. Chapter 305 Angel's True Strength. 3. The scene that happened at that moment made them gasp. Even the gods in other universes, after seeing this scene, they all showed expressions of disbelief. Because the performance of Grand Priest just now was really astonishing. He obviously didn't see the movement, but he was able to dodge Salama's attack with incomparable precision. After a few dodges, he shortened the distance with the opponent. The shining brilliance is not only the effect of the perfect Ultra Instinct, but also everyone saw a double image on him. And this overlap becomes more and more as the Grand Priest moves. Not only the overlapping parts become denser, but also more and more overlapping figures. At this moment, it's not like the Grand Priest, who is fighting alone. It's like 7 or 8 identical towers appearing on the battlefield, and their enemies are all opposite Salama. As far as the perception and eyesight of the gods are concerned, it is impossible to be easily confused, but they still can't help but feel shocked. As the saying goes, seeing is believing and hearing is deceiving, but right now their senselessness is all keen perception at the end. Even though I had clear thoughts in my heart, I was still confused by my eyes for a moment, and at the same time, the shock and awe of the Grand Priest in my heart climbed to an incomparable level. For the gods, the traction and influence they have received is extremely profound, but for Salama at this moment, the situation is very different. When the Grand Priest made the first frontal counterattack earlier, the opponent's body flashed those double images, even his pupils shrank involuntarily, as if he saw something incomprehensible. But after that, his body was directly shaken back strongly. The space universe is so vast, ordinary creatures can no longer survive, even the gods have to fight here, but the Grand Priest did something he couldn't understand, and he was able to form afterimages when dodging and attacking. Things were really unbelievable to him. As a powerful existence in countless eras of the universe, Salama naturally knew the many taboos of the void universe. Without the help of Angel and Zeno, all the gods would not be able to pass through the entire multiverse universe in their lifetime, and the most mysterious material black hole in the universe is an existence that gods of destruction dare not easily contaminate. Although they can dominate him, they can destroy a star with the flick of a finger, but when they sail in the vast universe, they have to be careful again and again. Not only have to beware of the torrent of universes coming at any time, but also face the suppression of the multiverse rules, not to mention their own strength is not strong enough. If they dare to act recklessly, they will definitely be backlashed by the multiverse rules. You will get lost in the universe, and you may even be shredded into pieces by the rules of the universe. Advertisement: this is the power of the multi-universe law. As the saying goes, the Tao is ruthless. Even if it is as strong as a god, it is just a drop in the ocean in front of the universe that has evolved for infinite epochs. Therefore, whether it is gods of destruction or angel, they will be careful when sailing in the universe, especially when they come to unfamiliar astronomical languages. They don't even dare to fully release their own power. Fearing that it will attract the attention of mysterious substances, both its own speed and strength are firmly restricted, not to mention that ordinary gods can't reach this state in a lifetime of cultivation, and even if they can reach it, they will be ruthlessly strangled by Tao. It is precisely because of this that no matter whether it is the gods of other universes or Salama, when they see that the Grand Priest seems to be integrated with the void universe without any repulsion or influence, they will show such shocking and inexplicable expressions. Look. I originally thought that I was the only one who could escape the restriction of the universe law for countless epochs. Right now, it seems that there is not only Zeno, but also you, Grand Priest. You are indeed the most mysterious figure in the multiverse. How much power do you still hide? Salama's eyes permeated with light, and his face became tense at this moment. He looked coldly at Grand Priest's unusually low words coming from his throat. The big god stick didn't make any reply to this. His face still kept a calm expression, and even had a faint smile. I saw him with his hands behind his back, and he took a step forward tightly, and the figure was it suddenly became blurred, and then two ghost images appeared behind him, and then the two ghost images rushed forward, and then the number of ghost images became more and more, even forming a line, and the direction they are going in is Salama, so there is no need to think about their attack target. Pulla, at the same time as the more than 10 ghost images emerged one after another, the figure resembling the Grand Priest was approaching the air at an extremely fast speed towards the front, and ripples like clear water appeared in circles on the empty and chaotic big lake. Slowly floating away, seeing their speed getting faster and faster, and when the number of ghosts increased to 10, the real body of Grand Priest suddenly appeared. Chapter 306 Angel's True Power, 4, and after noticing this scene, even Salama couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, because Grand Priest was so far away from his close friend at the moment. What? Intense fluctuations appeared in Salama's red eyes, and his face could not help but turn pale with shock. At the moment, he saw that his body suddenly shook and he was about to make a move, but the petite figure on the opposite side was already approaching, to his presence. At the moment when the line of sight was too late to react, I saw that while turning sideways, Grand Priest clenched his fists at some point, and then waved forward like flowing clouds and flowing water. Just as his fist was flying out, the chaos and void caused violent shocks. At this time, Salama seemed to hear a series of extremely irregular shockwaves and a series of low-frequency sounds, but as Grand Priest swung his fist, becoming more and more high-frequency and sharp. What happened next was naturally predictable. Because it happened so suddenly, Salama's attention was all on Grand Priest's punch 533, so that he had no time to react. When the retreat was about to end, Grand Priest's fist had already greeted him, and without any suspense, he hit the door directly in front of him. With a bang, Salama's body was directly pushed back, and his face was also hit. He even showed an uncomfortable expression. But this is not over yet. Just as Salama took 3 or 4 steps back, the opposite Grand Priest bullied him again, and overlapping lights and shadows shone directly all over his body, which was similar to an afterimage and resembled an image of a clone. At this moment, he had completely attracted Shang Ma's mind, and his heart was greatly shaken. Although he didn't feel obvious energy fluctuations, Da Shengguan didn't think that what appeared around the other party at this moment was just an afterimage that looked more like a clone, basically the same as Grand Priest himself, and at this moment it seemed that he couldn't speak then. Following the Grand Priest, he did the same thing again. And when he saw this phenomenon in action, Salama couldn't help being startled, and immediately stepped back again and again, only to see his scarlet eyes bursting out with a cold light. This was an instinctive reaction. He thought to avoid this attack from Grand Priest, because in his view, what he is about to suffer is not just Grand Priest alone, but 10 identical clones. There will be a tingling sensation in the scalp. You must know that the Grand Priest itself is an extremely powerful existence, a strong man standing at the top of the multiverse. For Salama, just facing him alone requires 12 points of spirit, and now suddenly seeing so many identical figures appearing around the Grand Priest, even though he knew that they would not have the extreme and terrifying fighting power like the Grand Priest, Salama still couldn't help but feel a strong sense of horror. It's impossible. Advertisement. Salama stared at the front intently, but at this moment, an anxious and flustered voice came from his mouth, and his face, Adfa, was full of deep shock, and it seemed that there was only one thing left: it's just regressing. But his expression will not change the situation in the slightest. I saw that the Grand Priest on the opposite side was still looking as usual, and at the same time, its figure was also like a ghost, flickering and moving, constantly approaching Salama on the opposite side, and his fist was constantly swinging out, unlike the formation behind him. The scene and the avatar almost formed a completely consistent pace. Immediately afterwards, Grand Priest's speed increased sharply, and his eyes also burst out with a strong fighting spirit, especially the offensive of his punches became more and more violent, almost equivalent to chasing the wind and chasing the moon, towards Shah Rama's face attacked. At the same time, in Salama's eyes, what he saw was not the figure of Grand Priest alone, but the figure of the other party who was constantly approaching, and between the spinning body, the opponent's fists and feet seemed to have life and agility, and the lifelike critters around him Shadow, also launched an offensive along with the Grand Priest. At this moment, Salama seemed to be against 11 people alone. A sense of crisis enveloped his body, and at that moment, he realized that he could no longer take the attack of the Grand Priest, because he couldn't tell which one was the real body of the Grand Priest, and he should which figure to shoot, but the situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly, and a shocking reversal will occur if you are not careful. It is this negligible negligence and pause just in time to give the Grand Priest a head-on attack. Boom! Grand Priest's fist touched Salama's body again, and these heavy fists directly left a deep imprint on the latter's chest. Don't look at Grand Priest's attack, it was weak, but just at this moment, his fist seemed to sink into Salama's flesh, and the terrifying energy contained in his fist poured out in an instant. Chapter 307 Angel's True Power, 5, and after receiving this attack, even Salama felt a heart-pounding pain pouring into his body, especially the sacred and pure angel power representing Grand Priest and Salama himself. The dark energy is a diametrically opposed substance, so that a fierce exchange of fire took place between the two at the moment of collision. Even with Salama's powerful and perverted system, he couldn't help being traumatized, especially his internal organs because of Grand Priest's impact was so damaged that the outer wall of his blood vessel ruptured immediately. Puff! Qingyu's voice sounded, and a stream of blood spit out directly from Salama's mouth, and then turned into blood mist and slowly drifted down in the air, but in this vast chaotic universe. While the blood mist was scattered, it also condensed into ice crystals at an extremely fast speed, and then turned into dust under the suppression of the violent chaotic power. And when Salama raised his head again, his eyes were filled with a murderous and unbelievable look, which burst out from his eyes. He never thought that once the seemingly harmless Grand Priest in front of him was so violent and terrifying when he moved his hands, he possessed earth-shattering power at every turn, which directly made Salama couldn't restrain himself, he vomited and bled wildly. But this is not over yet. The Grand Priest on the opposite side has no intention of stopping at all. His body is like an instant transmission, once again deviated from the original position, and then appeared 3 feet in front of Salama, then a fist reappeared in Salama's eyes with those ghosts that were about to wrap around his side again. It's impossible. How come you have so many clones? They can't all have your strength. Salam's expression became agitated, and there was a strong disbelief in his eyes. Although his emotions seemed extremely high at the moment, his body still involuntarily stepped back, as if facing the Grand Priest's offensive still terrifies him a little. But Grand Priest still didn't reply. His expression looked a little cold at the moment, almost repeating the previous mechanical action. But his figure is extremely agile, without any fancy skills or postures. While Zhou Shen is shining with silvery white light, nearly 10 afterimages are also surrounding him, which looks like a mighty the army. Just looking at it, can't help but tremble. Advertisement. Even Salama couldn't tell which was the real body of the Grand Priest, even though his scalp was tingling all the time. But at this moment, he couldn't care too much, he couldn't be suppressed anymore, and the self-esteem and pride in his heart also made him raging with anger. He forced his heart to calm down, and then the red eyes shot out raging flames again as his momentum rose. At the same time, without any explanation, he attacked the nearest Grand Priest directly opposite him. However, to Salama's disappointment, he didn't attack the real Grand Priest. When he swung his fist, he didn't actually hit the object, but fell into the air at that moment, and at this moment only the figure of the Grand Priest who was attacked by him was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he immediately realized that what he attacked was not the opponent's real body, and when he had this thought, he couldn't help but feel a strong feeling in his heart disturbed. 0. Asking for flowers. There was another loud vibration, and Grand Priest's fist hit Salama's chest again, and this time the force was more cautious than before and the impact was even more terrifying. In just an instant, the latter's breastplate showed signs of being broken, and a powerful impact force once again rampaged through Salama's body. During a period of time, his internal organs suffered great trauma, and he couldn't help it. A strong feeling flooded his brain, and at the same time, he spat out a black liquid mixed with acid water, which was obviously his blood. It's just that this time it's still mixed with flesh and blood. It's obvious that his injuries are heavier than before. Shuala. Followed by Grand Priest's right fist, and because this hand is the dominant hand, the power of the explosion is more violent, and at the same time, an indescribably powerful explosive force collides with Grand Priest's body, which is terrifying. The impact force was so hard for him to resist, that after he paused for a moment, his body quickly slid towards the rear. After finally stopping his body, the momentum of Salama's birth was even weaker, and when he raised his head, the face that was originally full of fierceness was now full of exhaustion, especially the clearly visible it was his blood-red eyes. The light that burst out was much weaker than before. Chapter 308 Angel's True Strength 6. How is this possible? How can this not be your afterimage? How can you have so many clones? Salama raised his head abruptly, and he looked at the big magic stick opposite him. His expression was full of disbelief. It can be seen that the shock he received in his heart was not insignificant, and it was precisely because of this that the image looks like crazy. Then this is Grand Priest. His expression is still as calm as water. He is walking slowly, and ripples are constantly appearing under his feet, as if he is not stepping on the void universe, but the calm lake surface. Every time you touch the ground, there will be circle after circle of halos. 213. In the multiverse, there are many things you can't imagine. A calm word came out of Grand Priest's mouth, and his face was as calm as water, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. And after listening to Grand Priest's words, Salama's expression became even more gloomy, especially his eyes showed a strong color of resentment. Even if you look carefully, it seems that you can see the dense bloodshot seeping out of them, and this looks tingling too. I don't care what method you use, I, Salama, will definitely tear you to pieces. There was a strong and fierce light in Salama's eyes, and he looked at the opposite Grand Priest with a look as if he was going to eat people, and at the same time, there was a black wave behind him, which was exactly what he mobilized. The dark energy that came from him, the energy that erupted as if it could be completely killed by him at the moment, is also beyond everyone's imagination. From this point of view, Salama was really angry, and he was about to get real at this time. Immediately afterwards, endless dark energy rushed towards Salama like a tide, and with him as the center, there seemed to be endless waves and light patterns converging towards it, and the momentum of Salama, who was in the center, also it became extremely prosperous, and the whole person suddenly changed from a silver spear to a sharp sword, and it seemed that his throat would be sealed with blood in an instant. On the other hand, at this moment, the Grand Priest on the opposite side is still looking as usual, and he doesn't seem to be affected by Salama in any way. I can see that he is still striding forward. Even though he is not teleporting now, he can still reach a distance of 10 miles in one step. I saw that he took 3 steps and 2 steps, and approached Salama's body again. Advertisement, but the current Salama is not comparable to before. He has been completely ignited long ago, and the energy that erupts now is also extremely shocking, like a black flame burning the surroundings, and this is within a radius of 10 miles. It became a purgatory. Even when the Grand Priest approached, he couldn't help but feel the change in the surrounding temperature, and fluctuations slowly appeared on his face. But at this moment, Salama's expression changed. He saw that the Grand Priest on the opposite side was approaching him recklessly, and now he was obviously planning to repeat the old trick, not to mention the calm demeanor of the other party, which made Grand Priest feel extremely disgusted, directly caused his heart to be greatly stimulated and insulted, so a surge of anger burst out directly. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* filled, and at this moment he raised his hands, and suddenly a dazzling and turbulent black energy light wave appeared on his palm. Just as Salama's heart was moving, the palm of his hand, the light waves of energy are released suddenly. Salama was really ignited, and now he was completely murderous. In his opinion, the Grand Priest repeatedly found fault and humiliated him face to face. This place could not bear the level that finally broke out now. Boom. While this torrent of light waves continued to come, it also caused great fluctuations and shocks in this universe. At the same time, all living beings in the entire multiverse universe trembled under the pressure of this terrible energy, and those who still after seeing this scene with their own eyes, the gods, who hadn't been happy for a long time, couldn't help showing panic on their faces. Just at that moment, the entire multiverse was greatly shaken, and the balance, which had already been tilted, seemed to be on the verge of falling completely at this moment. The entire multiverse itself was already in jeopardy. Right now, it is almost crazy in Salama. Under the high energy output, the multiverse suddenly became extremely dangerous. At this time, under the amazed eyes of countless people, I saw that 1.4 turbulent torrent headed towards the opposite Grand Priest in an instant, which was equivalent to no suspense, and the previous momentum of talking like a wolf like a tiger, as if to devour the Grand Priest in one gulp. Just as the energy shockwave that was almost contempt swept, Grand Priest's calm face finally showed fluctuations. He looked ahead and slowly raised his right hand, just as the terrifying energy arrived head-on. At that time, the Grand Priest waved his hand slowly, and it was this level that collided with the energy of Salama, and it was like throwing off a baseball immediately. Directly withdraw the opponent's attack. Chapter 309. Boom. A clear and exciting voice sounded, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Grand Priest repelled this terrifying attack extremely lightly, and his expression seemed to be doing a very ordinary thing, and he couldn't do it at all. It caused him too many fluctuations, and naturally the impact on everyone was even more severe. What? But at this moment, Salama was stunned, and couldn't help but open his mouth. His face showed a strong shock. He didn't expect that his confident attack could be defeated so easily by Grand Priest, and this had also seriously hurt his self-esteem and confidence. Let's use all other tricks together. The Grand Priest still came slowly, even though the star looked very short and looked like a child, but the bearing he showed was even more exaggerated than those old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years. And after hearing what the other party said, Salama's face suddenly darkened, and O3 was trembling slightly, as if he was suppressing the raging anger, and now the light in his eyes was also from the previous crimson red to dark red. It seems that blood is about to bleed. You said it, don't regret it, F. YF2F. Salama's face was extremely ugly, and at this moment a very low voice came from his mouth. At this moment, Chao's changes also occurred on him, and his body continued to swell and surge around him. The dark energy in his body also swept in like an ocean, and at the same time, the aura on his body was rapidly rising, possessing a coercion that made countless people terrified. And at this time, whether it was the Xeno 3 who were relatively close, or the multiverse fighters hiding on the edge of the 7th universe, there was a strong look of shock in their eyes at this moment, especially the weak multiverse fighters and others stared wide-eyed. At the same time as the beads, their own breathing also became rapid, and they looked at the front, their bodies were shaking violently. Although they had tried their best to restrain themselves, they still couldn't help but feel fear, so that too the battle is endless. It took only 3 breaths to pass, and I saw that Salama's appearance had completely changed, and he still had a human form as before, but now he had completely turned into an inhuman beast, and at this moment his body suddenly reached the level of nearly 200 meters. In fact, the upper body completely cracked the armor, exposing his rock-hard pectoral muscles, but at this moment the lower body has become like a beast. It used to stand upright on 2 legs but now stands on 4 legs, and the color of its whole body is blue and dark purple, and there are 3 different shades of black on it, which is very strong to everyone. Visual impact. Grand Priest, in order to deal with you, I abandoned my human form, and now I have transformed myself into a full-bodied animal form. Although I don't like my current appearance, as long as I can defeat and kill you, everything is worth it. I saw the huge figure in the void like a prehistoric beast, and the extremely hoarse and deep voice came out. Although the breath was a little different from before, anyone could tell that it was Salama. When his voice fell, he stepped down suddenly. Although there was no rock or land to stand on under him, the shock it caused in the void also swept the entire universe. Right now, not only Son Goku, the gods who are far away in other universes have also been impacted. It is as if human beings are facing an earthquake at the moment, and they feel that they cannot stand on their feet. At this time, Grand Priest also raised his head slowly. He looked at the giant in the air, and finally revealed a look of surprise in his expression, especially the calm face, which slowly frowned. It can be seen that Grand Priest also felt a little bit of difficulty. But this level is not enough to make him retreat, and the violent fluctuation in his eyes only lasted for a moment, then disappeared, and then replaced by a dignified and serious expression. Now that Salama is ready to fight, there is no need for him to restrain himself any longer. He took a deep breath, and then slowly raised his right hand to see the silvery white light covering his body. It became denser, as if appearing out of thin air, forming a pure and bright radiance around him, and the one that attracted the most attention was that of the Grand Priest, with deep lines of light gushing out from behind him. As the sacred aura emanated, a colossal figure seemed to appear behind him. It was a phantom that covered the sky and the sun. Although none of them knew why, they all felt a strong shock in their hearts at this moment. They realized that the Grand Priest had touched their whole cards again, and the phantom that appeared behind him, although they didn't know his detailed origin, everyone knew. Feeling the sacred aura of creation on his body, they couldn't help feeling admiration and worship in their hearts. 310 The end, God's death. What gods, what angels, what demon kings, can't escape the influence of the law of time. In my eyes, even the mortal beings are just like ants, so who else can resist my footsteps now? Grand Priest's body was suspended above the sky, looking down at all the people present. His attitude of condescension to all living beings was truly domineering, and anyone present who caught his gaze couldn't help but shudder. Everything in the Grand Priest should be enough. It has reached this point. Don't you want to continue to fight and bring more casualties and costs to the multiverse for unnecessary disputes? A sacred and boundless voice sounded, and that ethereal figure slowly floated high above the sky. When everyone looked for the sound, they saw a burly and proud figure appearing above their heads. The inside of the man's body was made of pure white, and there were colorful streamers lingering around it, giving people a sacred and ethereal meaning. The people present are no strangers to this figure. Of course they know that this is the true supreme master of the cloudy universe, Lord Xeno. Master Xeno? With his hands behind his back, Grand Priest turned around slowly, his expression indifferent, without any emotion. I've been behind the scenes for so long, and you finally appeared, but even you were useless. After going through a series of battles, I'm afraid the injuries on my body haven't recovered yet. Now even you can't stop me. Today's Grand Priest doesn't have the slightest respect for Xeno, and even looks a little casual. In fact, for him now, Xeno can no longer pose a threat to him, and is no longer a stumbling block to his success, so he can use his usual attitude to treat each other. And the people at the scene finally raised hope in their hearts, and then disappeared with Grand Priest's words, and the flames in their hearts were extinguished in an instant. Of course they knew that what Grand Priest said was true, even in other words generally speaking, this can be said to be a fact, and it is a certainty. Today's multi-universe army can be said to have no fighting spirit and no high-spirited attitude, not to mention that many generals have suffered heavy losses. They are already powerless, and there are people from the dark demon world watching over them, and even the most trusted angel has betrayed them. How can this not make these people feel heartbroken? Advertisement. Even their most trusted man, Son Gohan, is now gone, leaving them without a backbone. And the original backbone of the Blue Star, the Son Goku and Vegetars, have already been beaten into their own bodies and cannot recover, dragging their damaged bodies. How can they continue to fight with their damaged bodies? Vados, what should we do? Now Bulma is gathering around like ants on a hot pot. In this situation, he is in a panic, and he is still holding the seriously injured number 18 in his arms. His inner emotions have once again fallen to the bottom. At this moment, he unconsciously looked up. Looking at Vados on the opposite side, the backbone has naturally changed. I don't know what to do. Vados' face was as pale as paper, his silver teeth clenched his lower lip, he raised his eyes and looked forward, and whispered softly. If it was him, he must know what to do. Vados' big bright eyes, shining with blue light, seemed to others to shine like diamonds in the night sky, but the person he was talking about was none other than Son Gohan. In addition to being Son Gohan's woman, Vados is also his most fanatical believer. He firmly believes that the latter believes that as long as Son Gohan appears, all problems can be solved and the situation turned. And this kind of persistent trust has not changed from the beginning to the end. Even if Son Gohan is alive and dead today, his whereabouts are unknown, but he still firmly believes in Son Gohan. Gohan, he can always create miracles, but his whereabouts are unknown now, and he doesn't know what's going on. Will he appear again? Bulma next to him raised his head, with a worried expression on his face. Although he also had strong trust in Son Gohan, under the current situation, he really had to make people bow his head, and he couldn't help it in his heart feel tense. After all, the Grand Priest is too strong, and his strength is so strong that it is suffocating. Even Son Gohan's strength is as high as the sky. In Bulma's opinion, he can't gain an advantage in this situation. It is still unknown whether he will appear in the end. Perhaps these people will be completely abandoned here, like the fate of the entire multiverse, they will be completely reduced to captives, and their future life and fate will be extremely miserable. The current situation can be said to be one-sided, which is extremely unfavorable to the righteous side of the multiverse, and they are in an absolutely bad situation. Advertisement because of the Grand Priest's rebellion, the entire angel camp has betrayed the entire multiverse, and everyone has been abandoned, and the so-called gods are really powerful only gods of destruction. Most of them are selfish self-interested existences dominate their respective universes, but it is absolutely impossible for them to risk their lives to protect all living beings. Under the absolute strength, especially under the influence of an authority like the Grand Priest, too many people chose to defect, and in the end the remaining gods of Destruction Beerus Champa and others were nothing more than a few people. After all, Grand Priest itself is the highest leader of all gods, and all gods are promoted through his hands, so it is equivalent to all gods of destruction have received the favor of Grand Priest. So much so that they chose to invest in Grand Priest as unexpected, but reasonable. After a series of battles, not to mention the Dragon Ball camp on the Blue Star or the righteous men of the multiverse, all are fighting bloody battles, but it is precisely because of this that they have suffered heavy losses, so that the power balance between the two sides of the CPPCC is now extremely asymmetrical. The prevention of evil presents an overwhelming situation for the entire multiverse camp. Grand Priest, I said, as long as I'm here, don't pollute the entire multiverse. The majestic and boundless voice sounded again, and Zeno, transformed into the form of God, clenched his fists, and at the same time his brows were furrowed, a solemn expression appeared on his face. Zeno is worthy of being the real master of the cloudy universe. Every word and deed seems to contain some kind of rules and the power of the avenue, so that it affects the operation of time and space, and even looked a little weak and haggard. Think I'm that nodding slave from before? Grand Priest turned around and frowned, looking disdainfully at God Zeno. While speaking, there was no wind and waves around. The mysterious power came out of his body. In an instant, it surged away rapidly for 4 weeks. The first target to bear the brunt was naturally the Grand Priest on the opposite side, and even the Dragon Ball fighters who were farther away were affected, so that they could not stand firm and almost staggered. Just in the next moment, a white and slender hand appeared in everyone's field of vision, and the palm of this hand was slowly clenched into a fist. This move seemed so random, but it was full of absolute wild power. So under the eyes of everyone, the strength of the clenched fist began to condense, and the lingering pure white light surrounded the arm, slowly swaying forward, and in an instant, even the void appeared to vibrate. 311 in the darkest hour, the Savior arrives. It was too late to say it, but Grand Priest's fist hadn't moved yet, and there was indeed a large area of vibration in the space in front of him. An illusory fist suddenly straddled the void, coming directly towards Zeno, and then there was a clanging sound, and the sound of glass breaking was constantly echoing in everyone's ears. At the next moment, people did see a scene they couldn't believe. I saw that huge illusory fist hit the Grand Priest head on, and the clang sound from the collision, like the evening drum and the morning bell, constantly echoed around the universe. After Zeno suffered this frontal blow, he couldn't help but let out a muffled sound, and his face became even more ferocious, and his expression naturally looked extremely ugly. And the sound of this collision can be heard gently even by Dragon Ball fighters who are far away, and it is precisely in this special environment that even the deathly silent void universe can feel that, how great the movement is. Immediately following their eyes, there was indeed a scene that they would never forget. The Grand Priest's burly body of God appeared flying with illusory fists on his back. And the latter's figure also showed a parabolic posture, flying upwards, and then falling downwards. People seemed to see crystal light spots falling from its mouth, which looked a little bright and bright. That is actually the energy of the Grand Priest itself. If it is felt more intuitively, it can be described as human blood. In an instant, everyone's hearts were extremely cold, and their faces were as white as a piece of paper. Even their new emotions had already changed from the previous infinite sadness to deep fear, and now they have begun to turn to despair. Aspect, the trend of development. To know how Zeno exists, it is the real God. Even the ladder was blown out, which is equivalent to the myth of invincibility shattered, and this unsinkable ship will soon be lost in everyone's sight. What? It's impossible. What did I see here? Even Master Zeno, oh my god. All of a sudden, everyone became panicked. Whether it was the Dragon Ball fighters or the multiverse, other creatures became extremely panicked after seeing this scene. This was completely beyond their expectations, and even it is said that it is something that shatters the three views. To know what a superior existence Zeno is to them, creatures from ordinary multiverse universes have never even seen it in their entire lives. Even if you see it, you will deeply admire Master Zeno's terrifying coercion, and you will have an instinctive reaction that you will be an omnipotent existence. Advertisement. This game is over. Blue Star is completely over this time. The entire universe has no way out. Bulma seemed to be drained of all his strength and collapsed to the ground like water does. Have we really lost? Is there no chance? Keelan's face was gray, his expression was so sad, and his eyes lost any brilliance because of this. He was not a person with a firm heart. After going through so many battles, don't think that he can get the final victory, but he didn't expect the final result to be unsatisfactory, which completely shattered his last belief. Damn it, I can still fight again. Son Goku curled up on the spot, trembling all over his body, clenching his teeth, making rattling noises constantly. Are you kidding? It's not the end yet, this prince didn't lose. Saiyan Prince Vegeta is such a determined person, and his temper is extremely stubborn. Even though his current situation is extremely bad, he still has no choice to give up, and now he is making the last attempt. Even Zeno is no match for me now. I have the entire multiverse at my fingertips. Are you still planning to fight me now? The sacred and majestic voice sounded again. Although this voice was very pleasant, it seemed a bit feminine. Now, to everyone's ears, it was like the cold wind from the 9 Serenity Hill, making people shiver involuntarily when they felt it. This voice rang in everyone's ears, and the figure hidden in the shadows appeared in their eyes. Now, for everyone, that figure has become their lingering nightmare. Not only the people present could see and feel it, even the ordinary creatures in the multiverse seem to have heard this voice. Although they don't know who the owner of this voice is, they can also feel it from the bottom of their hearts. The coldness behind this voice. Looking at the figure floating above the sky, everyone stood there dumbfounded as if struck by lightning, not knowing what to do, at least for those righteous people, or the Dragon Ball fighters from Blue Star. Although he will not surrender to the other party because of this, his heart has obviously been greatly shaken, and he has thoughts of despair. Now I give you a chance, choose to surrender to me, or perish. That feminine voice sounded in everyone's ears again, and echoed in their hearts. Even if people deliberately covered their ears, they could still feel the voice echoing in their brains. 0. Asking for flowers. 0 advertisement. They saw Grand Priest's burly, but hideous body. Now that I have cut off any thoughts in my heart, I think that the other party is simply an invincible existence, and has become the life and death enemy of everyone. A few minutes passed and no one surrendered face to face, at least he was able to fight bloody battles to this point. There is no coward who would not choose to surrender to others because of greed for life and fear of death, because slaves are slaves. Are you kidding? This prince hasn't come out yet, who made you so arrogant? As soon as the familiar and high-pitched voice sounded in everyone's ears, at this time they followed the prestige, and saw that burly but not tall figure appearing in front of everyone, but this figure was full of scars, his face was also covered with blood. This person was none other than Saiyan Prince Vegeta. Oh, Vegeta, wait a minute and I'm here. At the same time, another figure appeared next to Vegeta, and this figure was none other than Sun Chen. And a figure similar to Son Goku stood up again, and this person was Nobuhan from the main universe. At the same time, a figure appeared beside Vegeta. This person was his own son, Trunks, followed by other Dragon Ball fighters, Piccolo, Kling and Yamcha, who appeared beside them one after another. Although their auras were extremely weak and their faces were full of exhaustion, their expressions were as firm as ever. Since you are so reckless, let's die together. Seeing these people becoming more and more united and united as one, Grand Priest was indeed thoroughly enraged. I saw him roaring, and when he raised his right hand to the sky, energy gushed out from the palm of his hand, and slowly condensed an energy ball, slowly floating in his hand. At the same time, everyone on the opposite side is also ready to fight. Although the chi in their bodies has been exhausted now, and they have no extra physical strength to support the battle. For them, this may be the last moment of life, but these people also the yearning of the heart is so great that there is a gesture of seeing death as home. Wait. Just as the final moment of this life was approaching, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. At this time a pure white lightning suddenly landed on the dome and exploded in the middle with a buzzing sound. 312 Son Gohan, back. Just as the black mist released by Grand Priest's right hand condensed into a black energy wave under the eyes of everyone, and ejected rapidly towards the front. The pure white thunderbolt suddenly appeared, and suddenly possessed the power to destroy the world, making everyone terrified. And it was at that critical moment that the inexplicable traction between the Dragon Ball fighters and the Grand Priest was suddenly cut off. There was a strong backlash force between the two, which suddenly dissipated into the void. And those righteous people in the multiverse almost faced a life and death crisis, but having said that, even though these people were successfully rescued, the pulling power just now was too great, so that everyone didn't have time to react, and they all suffered a strong shock. Even now, he is still dizzy, as countless stars appear in front of his eyes. It took a while to slow down, their sights first turned from darkness to light, as if seeing the real scene ahead, they couldn't help feeling suddenly enlightened. A clear image appeared in their field of vision, and bright brilliance reappeared on 993's originally gray face, and many people still had a little doubt and disbelief in their eyes. However, after only a few seconds, they had already reacted. At this time, they seemed to have finally confirmed the identity of the other party, and a smile appeared on their faces again. Gohan. As the first voice rang in everyone's ears, even though the voice was not high-pitched or loud, it was like fairy music to everyone. It was so pleasant to hear. Everyone's voice, the heartstrings were plucked, and the heartbeat accelerated for no reason. So people turned their heads to look, and countless gazes converged to look at the figure not far away. Although the figure did not appear tall, it was incomparably stalwart in the eyes of everyone. Just like a giant straddling between heaven and earth, it is so vast, and there is a soul-stirring power, a dad, in every gesture. Advertisement, Master Gohan. It's really Master Gohan. Master Gohan, he showed up. I knew he would be fine. The voices of the people were one after another, and their expressions were full of excitement and joy. More people did not expect this thing to happen, and the joy in their hearts had already reached the point where they could not be expressed in words. At the same time, the few beautiful figures on the scene cast their gazes at the same time. Especially Vados and number 18, their eyes like autumn water are staring at that figure closely, the flickering eyes in them are crystal clear, the original grayness gradually subsides, replaced by a kind of bright and bright. There is a surge of luster in it, and there is an indescribable taste, whether it is Vados or no 18's fair-skinned beauty, flushes appear on the face, and what flows in it is a deep sense of spring. Master Gohan, you are finally back. Vados raised his head to reveal his slender swan neck, and saw that his bright and charming face contained an unconcealable enthusiasm and excitement. You won't see me if you don't come back. Number 18 looked at Son Gohan, although there was reproach in his mouth, but there was a moving smile on his face. Obviously at this moment he was also very happy and pleased. He is a person who is good at hiding his heart. Even if he is really excited from the bottom of his heart, he will hide his true emotions. At the same time, people from the 7th universe and the 13th universe all showed ecstatic expressions after seeing this familiar figure. Advertisement when they were about to feel desperate in the face of the trough, they finally saw this figure. The latter lived up to expectations, allowing them to regain the hope of life and see the light in their hearts again, which is equivalent to pulling them back from hell to heaven again. Great, I knew Gohan was fine. Son Goku was also touching the back of his head at this moment, with an innocent smile on his face. Although I am the strongest, I have to admit that Kedu has never let us down. Vegeta folded his arms, showing the usual pride on his face, but everyone could see that he was just a hard-boiled duck. Now he is already at the end of his strength, there is no way to support him to continue fighting, and he was just holding the determination to break the boat just now. Now after seeing Son Gohan coming, even though there was no emotion on his face, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart. Great, I really deserve to be another me. No, he is much stronger than me. It would be great if I could be this strong, able to help everyone, and protect my family and friends. And Son Gohan from the 7th universe is looking at the figure in front of him fascinated at this moment. Although the person on the opposite side was exactly the same as him in terms of body shape and appearance, his strength and temperament were very different, which made him feel a strong sigh and infinite yearning in his heart. Son Gohan, it's you again, this guy is still alive. Suddenly, a thunder-like sound exploded in the surrounding space, and everyone's ears seemed to have received a strong impact. Their faces changed involuntarily, and their expressions became more and more unnatural. Chapter 313 Battle at the Pinnacle of the Universe. Immediately afterwards, everyone present cast their gazes over, and immediately they saw the stalwart figure from the distant void. From a distance, it looked like a black giant. With every step, the entire embankment collapsed trembling for it. The minds of the people present were strongly impacted, which not only caused a huge visual pressure, but also a strong psychological pressure. For a while, all the people could no longer keep calm, and most of the Dragon Ball fighters also had faces. All looked terrified. It seemed that they didn't realize until then that there was a huge threat nearby, and for the countless people present, the pressure caused by the September 10th was indescribable. I saw how tall and burly the figure from far away was. The whole body was so black that no details could be seen. At least it looked like a huge shadow from a distance, but soon the shock became more and more intense. When they got stronger, they saw the figure of the giant getting closer and closer, and it caused great visual oppression. The height of the other party is as high as 10 meters, and the muscles all over his body are raised like granite, which looks very visually impactful. There is actually a pair of huge meat wings behind him, with dense spikes running through them. How is that? The truth makes people feel frightened. But the most eye-catching thing is the face of the huge figure, which is so familiar, at least it makes people look gentle and beautiful at first glance. Not everyone can have that natural youthful look, and the skin is whiter than a vampire's. Everyone understood the moment they saw this face. This is not exactly the Grand Priest. Today's Grand Priest has completely degenerated from angel to a demon, coupled with his hideous and terrifying appearance, can give people a strong visual impact, coupled with his gloomy mask and elegant demeanor. The roar of vibrating and eliminating sweat is indescribably shocking. Grand Priest, how did you make yourself look like this? Son Gohan turned his head, with teasing and joking questions on his face, but the relaxed expression also showed a strong temperament with his hands, showing a strong spirit that can't be compared with me. In the face of this situation, he can maintain this calm attitude, and only Son Gohan can show it. After seeing this scene, the others gradually relaxed. After all, Son Gohan was their backbone. When they heard the latter speak, these people seemed to have found their way, and a stone finally fell to the ground. Son Gohan, you have repeatedly spoiled my good deeds, this time I will not let you go. Advertisement. The muffled thunder-like voice sounded again in the sky, and the face of the giant became gloomy, or in other words, it was the Grand Priest showing an angry expression. Everyone realized that, following the rumbling sound sounded again, and then everyone raised their heads one after another, but a clear image appeared in their eyes. A huge black shadow appeared in the center of their pupils, and this black shadow became bigger and bigger in their eyes, and finally gradually occupied their entire line of sight. When they got closer and closer, they realized that it was actually a huge palm, or a fist formed from a palm, is gradually approaching. No one expected that the Grand Priest would make a move without saying a word. He made a move without saying a word. This speed is really too fast, because it is unexpected. As soon as he said it, the chi in his whole body surged up, causing a strong sense of oppression to everyone present, and everyone felt as if they were being stabbed by needles. The expression on his face became ugly, but everyone present knew that his main target was not them, but the figure in front of them, Son Gohan. I saw that huge figure and the huge palm distance. Son Gohan was getting closer and closer, and the contrast between the two became more and more sharp. These people are the size difference between the Titans and ordinary humans. Not to mention that there was still a battle between the two of them, and it was the giant who took the lead in attacking humans. The visual impact caused by this was of course enormous. Master Gohan, Heart, Gohan, you must be careful. Son Gohan, you must be fine. At this moment, the heartstrings of everyone present were tense. 1.3 They all stared at the figure in front of them, and countless thoughts flashed in their hearts, but all of them were praying for the figure in front of them. The Dragon Ball warriors and the multiverses, those ordinary people felt the power of destroying the world, and the pressure they endured was unforgettable for their whole lives, but the impact they suffered was secondary after all, and those who were really facing the crisis, it is Son Gohan. While everyone else present was extremely nervous, Son Gohan, who was involved, seemed extremely calm. Chapter 314 Strong Suppression and Recreation of the Universe, Season Finale. Just like his previous style, he has a clean sleeve and doesn't have any posture, so the expression on his face is also very indifferent, as if this incident has not affected him in any way. But the huge fist on the opposite side is getting closer and closer to him, which means that Son Gohan is facing more and more crises, but Son Gohan still doesn't show any performance, as if he was frightened and stupid stand there blankly. Why do you need to be so impatient? A clear voice came out of Son Goku's mouth. His expression was very calm, and his tone of speech did not have any emotional fluctuations, as if he was telling a trivial matter. Immediately following his right hand, he slowly stretched it out towards the front, spread his palms, and there was a buzzing sound. I saw a ball of light condensed in his palm, and it spread out to 4 weeks. The pure white light swept towards the surroundings, as if it had a natural aggressiveness, as if it completely occupied the surrounding universe and space. At the same time, the huge fist pushed by the opposite Grand Priest also approached Son Gohan. From the eyes of others, it seemed that the fists and palms of both sides were in direct contact. The power of the moment of collision was beyond imagination. For others, what they see in their eyes is endless pure white with a strong and dazzling light, that seems to be white with a golden color. It can be said that it is the most unforgettable sight in their life. At the same time, they felt how warm this energy was, with a kind of majestic power. It quickly sucked into their bodies, and these people present felt very stressed, and their bodies seemed to be flooded by this warm current. I suddenly became energetic. What? Advertisement. At this time, the Grand Priest opposite was also exposed to this pure white light, and the first thing affected by this dazzling brilliance was his arm. This is his fist is like a dark shadow. It disappears in an instant when it is irradiated by the sunlight of the subtitles. As a result of Son Gohan's energy bacteria, the face of Grand Priest on the opposite side showed a look of shock, and his nerves became tense. He became more and more frightened. What kind of power is this? How is this possible? The expression of disbelief came from the mouth of the Grand Priest on the opposite side. At this time, he looked again at the dazzling pure white light in front of Son Gohan. Behind the light he saw, with a strong panic in his expression. Although he was also resisting strongly, this energy invaded his body invisible, and quickly dissipated the parts around him, and the dark power emerging from his body seemed to have encountered a natural enemy. Cringing in the body and unable to come out, everything irradiated by this pure white light will be swallowed up. What did you do? You actually have the power to create the world. A terrified look came out of Grand Priest's mouth. The expression on his face had long been exaggerated to the point where it cannot be added, and at this time his huge body was also shrinking rapidly, especially Fei Yang, who shrouded his whole body, was in this pure state. Under the shining of the white light, it slowly melted away. Anything is possible, and Son Gohan didn't say much about it. On the contrary, his expression was very indifferent, and the words came out slowly, but there was a warm smile on his face, and he slowly lowered his arms. That endless dazzling pure the white light has completely swallowed Grand Priest's body. While completely enveloping the latter, there were continuous screams of pain and pain. As the light gradually shrunk and disappeared, the Grand Priest also completely disappeared between the heaven and the earth. Advertisement. How could it be possible that even the majestic Demon Lord was taken care of by him? My God, Lord Demon Master is the supreme existence. His power is all the way to the sky. How could it be possible? What did I see? He is just a mere human being. How did he do it? Could it be that he has become a creator god? Those ordinary demon soldiers from the dark demon world fell into panic. The scene was full of commotion. They couldn't believe their eyes, but the fact that this did happen in front of them, all of a sudden, the scene became chaotic. Let's disappear together, too. The clear voice sounded again, but in the ears of these people in the Dark Lord of the Rings, it sounded like it came from the 9 Serenity Hell, which made them feel so shocked and terrified. Before these people made a sound to beg for mercy, endless the light had already engulfed them 630. Afterwards, the shrill voices of these people echoed between the heaven and the earth, and they were killed by Son Gohan in an instant. At the same time, of course, those rebellious angels were also cleaned up. Although they had made contributions to the multiverse, if they chose to join the Grand Priest team, they must be punished. Some of the most sinful ones were directly killed by Son Gohan, and a small part it was sealed. And after Son Gohan finished all these things, only a few minutes passed, as if he had finished an insignificant thing, he turned around slowly, and looked at the Dragon Ball fighters present again when he was with everyone in the multiverse universe. A warm smile slowly appeared on his face, and words came out of his mouth. Come on, let's go home together. As Son Gohan turned around slowly, his hands raised high the dazzling brilliance, covering his whole body towards 4 weeks. In just an instant, this multiverse universe that had already been intellectually broken was restored, and the original universe order was rebalanced, and even took on a new look. Advertisement 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 advertisement.